Good morning. I would like to call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Please join me in the national anthem. Members, please observe a moment of silence in memory of the discovery of burial sites on Keys Goose First Nation, John Hondrick, Hubert Owen Leach, and Ivan Reitman. Thank you. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the city clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at toronto.ca/council. Members, all those civic buildings, including City Hall, are currently closed to the public. I want to emphasize that today's council meeting is being conducted publicly and is being streamed live on YouTube. I want to welcome the public who are watching our meeting this morning. This special meeting of council is scheduled for the following purposes: to consider the Executive Committee report from its meeting on February 11, 2022, to introduce and enact general bills, and to introduce and enact a confirming bill for the special meeting. Members of council, this is a special meeting. Under council's procedures, no new business items such as notices of motion may be introduced. This rule cannot be waived. I will now call upon the mayor to introduce the Executive Committee report. Mayor Tory, you have a motion to introduce the Executive Committee report.
Speaker, I move that report of meeting 30 of the Executive Committee be presented for consideration. And I thank colleagues for just a brief remarks, which will be, of course, we'll all make our remarks during the course of the debate today as well. I think the most important thing for us to recognize is that the city continues to be in the midst of a pandemic. We hope we're closer to the end than to the beginning, but we continue to grapple with the impacts of the pandemic on our city. And we might be in the grips of that pandemic and its hopefully closing phases for some time yet to come. And so the budget is, we called it a COVID budget. It's a pandemic budget that reflects the reality of our time. I think that we are on the other side of the pandemic, but if you look at things like transit ridership, you look at some of the expenses that we're continuing to incur to support people experiencing homelessness and things like that, it very much is still a reality for us that we have elevated levels of expenditures and depressed levels of revenue in areas like transit that have a significant impact on our finances. But I would also point out that this budget and the entire budget process has been has been proceeded with on the basis that our objective was to get through this period of time without cutting services, while still making some investments as we could in services going forward, and without cutting capital, ideally. And this, of course, is something that has led to the need for us to have some support from the other governments this year, as we did last year, and to a lesser extent the year before. I've hastened to point out a number of times that the shortfall that we are in the midst of making up, and we've had some very encouraging news this week, and I think we'll have more in the very next short period of time, that shortfall is not occasioned by some sort of spending that was beyond our means by the city government or by any other act of direct financial management on our part, but rather was entirely brought about, every penny of that, by the pandemic, both in the form of oversimplifying it a bit, but not much, reduced transit revenues and increased expenditures in a number of areas where we had to look after people during the pandemic and support them. So we continue to need support. It's a work in progress. I've been working very hard at it, supported by our very able city staff who've had a number of meetings with federal officials, explain municipal finances to them and how things work here, which is a bit different than it is in other orders of government. And I have expressed to the Prime Minister, to the ministers federally, to the Premier, and to the ministers provincially, the efforts that we have made to bring about substantial changes here, efficiencies and savings and so on, so that we could make our own contribution to solving some of these pandemic-related problems. But the fact is, given the state of cities and the resources that are made available and the tools made available to them or not, even in 2022, we need their assistance. And this is in the interest of a number of things, which is a strong economic recovery, continued supports for people, which we want to and are determined to be able to provide, and also a robust recovery. I mean, the fact is, if we had to cut capital, that's going to have an impact on jobs, construction jobs and other jobs, and that's not good in a city that's trying to bring about a strong economic recovery and bring ourselves back to a level that was stronger than we were going into the pandemic, which was very strong indeed, I think, as you'll recall. So I'm confident, based on the news received recently and the ongoing discussions, which are a work in progress and which we're working at, and they're well aware of the timetable, including today's meeting, that we will, cautiously optimistic, we will come out, with the kind of outcome that we want and that we need. And we're continuing to work away at that. I hope that the tone of today's discussion will reflect an understanding of the fact this is another extraordinary year, another unusual circumstance, that we have actually come through it very well as a city, but we always knew we couldn't come through it alone. That in order to support people the way we have, in order to provide the extra services that we've had to do, in order to keep the transit system running, notwithstanding that there weren't very many people riding it at different points in time in the year, we need help with that. And we need to continue to make major and important investments in areas like infrastructure and housing and transit. This is a budget which reflects the needs of a growing city, reflects the realities of a growing city, reflects the realities that we face in a financial context, and I'll look forward to discussing it with colleagues today. And I thank, again, I've thanked him a number of times, but it can't be too many when you've handled 8 budgets. I thank Councillor Crawford for his leadership. I thank his staff and my own office staff. In my office, Louise Civilis has been somebody that's headed up our efforts in this regard, and Monique Lisi and Gary Crawford's office, they often don't get thanked, but they should, because it's a huge additional piece of work. I thank the city staff for everything that they've done, and I thank the people for the input they've given us, and members of council too, because a number of the changes that will be introduced today by way of motion are changes that are, I think, in the best interest of better budgeting. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? Please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest, and remember that you must file a written declaration of your interest with the city clerk. No, I don't see any. Oh, sorry, Mayor Tory?
Yes, Speaker, as I've done in every previous year, I declare an interest pursuant to the Act on EX 30.2, the item specifically an interest because of my involvement with the Rogers family trust, and it's in those items that relate to the provision of telephone and cellular services, wireless services, internet and Wi-Fi services. And so that comes up in the Information and Technology operating budget, the Police Services budget, the Transit Commission budget, the Community Housing Corporation budget for telephone and wireless and related services. And then the second interest is on the same item in the 2022 Strategic Communications budget as it pertains to funds allocated for the provision of news summary services provided by Canada Newswire, that being an organization that's related to Rogers Communications. And I've got the appropriate paper to file with the clerk.
Thank you. Are there any petitions at this time? We will now review and confirm the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The mayor has identified item EX 30.1 on the 2022 property tax rates and related matters as his first key matter, and item EX 30.2 on the 2022 capital and operating budgets as the second key matter. These will be our first and second item of business today. We are scheduled to meet until 6 p.m. tonight. We will take a scheduled recess between 12:30 and 2 p.m., and council will reconvene tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. if necessary. The city manager and the chief financial officer and treasurer are prepared to give a presentation on the 2022 budgets. Members will have an opportunity to ask questions on each of the executive committee items when the items come up for debate. There will be no separate round of questions on the staff presentation. Members, we have 3 items before us. Items 1 and 2 will be debated, but does anyone wish to hold item 3? Okay. All those in favor of adopting the order paper, please
Speaker,
raise.
on a point of order.
Point of order.
Point of order before you take that vote.
Point
Yes,
of
Speaker, I would like to ask if the mayor would be prepared to consider EX 3.1 and EX 3.30.2 together as a single item.
No, Speaker, I'd like to have them dealt with separately. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of adopting the order paper, please raise your hands. All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Members, I am expecting that there will be a number of motions today. To ensure that members and the public understand the motions that are placed, members are reminded to work with the clerk staff to prepare your motions. This will enable the clerk staff to display them. Members are also reminded to state their motions before they speak. Staff are prepared to give a presentation. So members, we want a presentation from staff? Okay,
Speaker, maybe you might just ask even just for a show of hands, only because a number of members did ask me about that during my own discussions with them, and it doesn't matter to me because I've seen the budget presented more times than just in case, because I want to just make sure I'm respectful of the people that mentioned it to me during the discussions I had over the last few days.
Okay.
Just a show of hands.
So we'll take a vote. All those in favor of the staff presentation, please raise your hands. Oh, I think we need to have a recorded vote. It's hard to see everyone's hands.
For the public watching, this is a time when they would actually see that overview, and I think that's
a good point
just for
too.
the record. Yes.
Good point, Councillor.
I'll bang on, let the public see the budget.
Put my name down on the speakers list because.
Okay, so we're gonna have a recorded vote, members.
Well, let's not start like that today, Denzel, please.
I didn't start speaking, Councillor.
Correct.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
The rules, Mr. Mayor.
Recorded vote. Let's just, if you can give us just a few seconds and we can put it on the screen. Members, it's on the screen.
It's not on my screen. There we go. No, it's on my screen.
And Speaker, if I could just clarify, are we voting
to proceed with the agenda without presentation? And that's a yes, or what's the vote?
Vote is if members of council want a presentation.
That's a yes? And no presentation is a no.
That's
Oh man,
correct.
Shelley, you gotta stop confusing it. What are we voting on?
Actually trying to clarify it for you, Councillor Perruzza.
We're
Yes
both,
is yes, you would
okay,
like to
members,
see
please.
staff presentation,
Members,
no is out.
members, please, one at a time. We're in the middle of a vote.
Hello?
What we're voting on is
In
if we
any
want
case,
staff.
I'm at council,
Councillor
so
Perruzza, please. What we're voting on is if we want staff to make a presentation. If you want to, vote yes. If you don't, you vote no.
Councillor Wong-Tam, your vote, please. Thank you. It's been received. Councillor Pasternak, we see you're not connected. How do you vote, sir?
Yeah, no, I can't get in the affirmative.
Thank you. Speaker, Councillor Robinson
No,
as well.
I'd like to vote, yeah. Thank you, affirmative.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, are you present? Speaker, the motion to have a presentation carries 21-4.
Okay, thank you. So if we can ask staff to do a presentation.
So first of all, I want to begin by, we'll wait for the presentation to get up on the screen here. Okay, so if we just leave it on this slide, I just want to begin by obviously thanking Mayor Tory and you, Speaker Nunziata, as well as all of council. And of course, as mentioned by the Mayor, Councillor Crawford, for the tremendous amount of focus that I think has been provided to this budget, but thank all of you for the hundreds of hours that you've expended on this effort. Obviously, I want to thank city staff. Preparing a budget that is of this magnitude, as everyone here knows, is an incredible endeavor that we do every year. It never really stops, as all of you know. So we invest literally thousands of hours of staff time arriving at the moment where we're at right now. So thank everyone for that. Certainly my SLT colleagues who play an incredibly important role in coming to a final recommendation, which I'm very proud to put forward today. But in particular, of course, we have to thank Heather Taylor and Steve Conforti as our individuals that help shepherd this whole process. So they've done, I think, a phenomenal job getting to where we are today. All of you know, and it's been said a few times, this is the fourth and last balanced budget of this term of council. And of the four budgets that we've sat together to work through, three of them have been affected by the pandemic. I think everyone will recall back in 2020, I think we had just approved the budget in February. And then of course, a few weeks later, our focus shifted to the pandemic and COVID starting to find its way into our community and affecting all of our lives. Last year's budget was absolutely, as we would call it, a COVID, but a pandemic-driven budget that required a lot of effort by staff to try and manage costs, but also tremendous support from the federal and provincial governments. And this year is no different, and we'll get into the specifics of that. This presentation is very, very, very similar, if not identical, to the presentation that we gave at executive. So. It's 9 slides in total, and I kick it off, and then it will be rounded up with Heather providing commentary on a number of other slides here. So with that, if we can shift to slide 2, please. If I, in my position as city manager and knowing what we've gone through in the last several years, but certainly, last year in particular, and this year as well, I believe strongly that Mayor Tory and Council and Toronto Public Service have responded to these unprecedented circumstances in really extraordinary ways. The word pivot is entered into our vocabulary, and we've gotten really good at being able to respond as quickly as we have to all the situations that have confronted us. So, you know, whoever says government moves slow, I would beg to differ that there are lots of instances where we've been highly effective in dealing with problems and getting ahead of things. There are so many highlights that I can point to, certainly in terms of our whole response and recovery. You know, one that doesn't get a lot of attention, but I think is worth, and because we're here today to talk about a budget, is, you know, I begin by talking about the prudent fiscal management that council and staff have exhibited through this whole journey that we've been on. Credit agencies, just to be very specific, commented quite favorably about how everything has been managed. In fact, we maintain a AA stable standard amongst the credit agencies. So that's really you know, quite important to point out, I think, because, you know, given the circumstances where we're talking not about hundreds of millions, but literally billions of dollars of challenge that we've had to face, it's been done with a high standard. So we're quite proud of that. I would beg anyone to compare our vaccine program to any other municipal vaccine program in the world. So it has clearly been world class. And as I think the mayor does regularly, and so does Dr. Davila, I mean, applaud our citizens for, you know, taking the strong advice and doing the things to help themselves individually, but all as a population, because the response has been so strong. Yes, as I point out, a highly adaptable public service where we take pride in the fact that we have maintained, in many cases, enhanced service delivery. So I think that's quite important. Our notion of prosperity in this community, I think, has been affected by the pandemic and the challenges it has placed on individuals who struggled before the pandemic, and certainly during the pandemic have been strained by, you know, issues regarding housing and certainly mental health and addictions and other matters that concern us all. So we look at this notion of prosperity as one where it's so critical that we address equity deserving groups with vigor, and that the indigenous population that we have in our city, that reconciliation is absolutely has to be top of mind. We need to invest in it. Climate action for the generations that are here today, but generations to come, so that we're not just planning for it, but we're actually investing in it. And as you've heard from me many, many times before, our world is all about the trust and confidence world. We're not like a private sector organization that seeks only to make a profit and do so in honorable ways. Our goal very clearly is to earn everyone's trust and confidence. And so our relationship with you is critical. Next slide. Very simply, but very significantly, this year's budget from an operating standpoint, as you can see, is $14.99 billion. And of course, that includes both the operating and rate supported budget, which, as you know, was approved in December. And then, of course, the $46.58 billion for our 10-year capital program, which again, $16 billion of that is associated with the rate supported budget, again approved in December. Before I talk a bit about the gap that we have, and the mayor has alluded to in terms of some support that we're getting. I must say I'm very proud of the fact that a few years back on the capital program, which, as you know, this figure relates to a 10-year program, we recasted the budget to make sure that, you know, when we said we're going to do something, we did it. So in the very beginning of this term, you know, we were completing about 60, 61, 62% of the projects that were in the capital program in a given year. And so a lot of effort has gone into, and I'm very proud to say that we are now over 80%, which, as I know what other municipalities do, that is absolutely in the range. And I know we're going to continue to do better, but delivery is key. And so we've done, I think, a pretty good job. I can think of Michael DeAndrea, and I can think of Lou and everyone else that has contributed to that success, and I want to thank all of them. Before I hand it off to Heather, I mean, the biggest point I think we're emphasizing, and we have throughout the budget, is the $1.4 billion challenge that's in front of us. And so as you well know, that $1.4 billion challenge is as a result of transit revenues that have been impacted as a result of ridership. And although we are improving and we have some estimate as to how that improvement will occur over this year, we still have fallen short of the revenue mark that we have come to experience. And again, a transit system that from a fare box perspective prior to the pandemic, was one of the best in the country easily. When we're over 60% coming from the fare box, that's something to be very proud of. But we've been obviously impacted, and that has certainly challenged us from a revenue standpoint. And then, of course, the other thing that's contributed to the 1.4 billion is just the cost of having to deal with all the measures that have to be in place, whether it be our shelter system or other expenses as a result of COVID, all add up to a very sizable number. Now, as we've said in the past, and I think it's really important, the 1.4 billion, is a significant number, but, we have as an organization taken on responsibility of making sure that, we are not losing sight of maintaining services and in some cases addressing those equity issues that are really important. But, we have made sure that we did our part in putting forward a budget where we've identified in the order of about $583 million worth of fiscal pressures that we've been able to deal with. So, and this is an exercise that we do every year, just trying to manage things in a prudent way. And I think overall, it's important for the upper levels of government to understand that our ask comes with some, belt tightening that we have to do in order to present a budget that we can be proud of. So with that, I'm just going to turn the floor over to Heather to take you through the remainder of the slides.
Thanks, Chris. So to start, as we do every year, we establish a set of guiding principles to prepare our staff recommended budget. So in our tax-supported operating budget, our first principle and priority is to manage the COVID-19 impacts and to ensure the path for recovery is established. Our response to COVID-related demands across city services has been a priority since March 2020 when COVID first surfaced. Our second principle is to preserve existing services consistent with public health guidelines and legislative requirements, with a focus to protect service levels while we recover from COVID-19. And thirdly, we've prepared a budget that promotes tax affordability for residents and businesses, reflecting an inflationary tax increase. And this is particularly important given the impacts and uncertainties people have experienced due to COVID-19. And lastly, we are focused on building a prosperous Toronto for all, with an emphasis on equity and reconciliation, climate action, and health and well-being. The pandemic has emphasized the need to continue investments in prosperity and has highlighted the social and health inequities that exist amongst Torontonians. In addition, Toronto's climate action initiatives reflect the climate change emergency and our commitment to achieving the city's net zero goals. We're committed to Toronto's neighborhoods and communities being safe, healthy, livable, and vibrant for residents and businesses now and into the future. And so on the capital side, consistent with the operating budget, the development of the capital plan was also guided by 4 key principles. Firstly, the capital plan prioritized legislative and health and safety requirements, in addition to council-approved priorities, including climate, transit, and housing. And secondly, we're leveraging funding from other orders of government for investments in key areas such as mobility and housing. Thirdly, in 2020, we committed to making our capital plan achievable. We recast our 10-year capital plan to reflect realistic assumptions, informed timelines, and our capacity to spend. And as Chris mentioned, as a result, we're now seeing improved capital spend rates of approximately 80% compared to an overall spend rate of below 60% just 4 years ago. And finally, as of 2021, the city is legislatively required to have a capital asset management plan. Our 2022 10-year capital plan reflects the beginning stages of that work, but emphasizes the need to focus on the state of good repair of our infrastructure. So going into 2022, we were already facing inflationary and growth-related pressures of $583 million. With the added pressures of COVID-19, that opening budget pressure increased to $2 billion. While I'm proud of the significant mitigation efforts of the city, the COVID challenges are too great for us to address on our own, and we do need continued support from our federal and provincial partners. Ongoing funding support in response to COVID-19 is critical to ensure our services continue for 2022. We require $1.4 billion in funding supports from other orders of government. COVID-19 has had a significant operating impact on many of our services delivered by the city's division and agencies. We continue to feel the impacts of COVID-19 on transit services, where reduced ridership has resulted in significant revenue loss. But it's essential that we keep our buses and our subways operating to ensure people can get to work to support their livelihoods. We've implemented physical distancing measures in our shelters in adherence with the provincial public health guidelines. COVID-19 has impacted our corporate revenues with reduced dividends from the Toronto Parking Authority and Toronto Hydro, in addition to reduced municipal accommodation tax. And of course, we're seeing increased public health costs in response to COVID-19 in support of provincial health goals. Similar to how we've approached our last few budgets, the city also expects it will continue to be supported by the Government of Canada for refugee costs of $61 million now that the Canadian borders have reopened. And we also require continued supports of $27 million from the province of Ontario for the continuation of supportive housing initiatives they committed to in 2021. Today is focused on our 2022 budget, but it's also important to highlight that the city has not yet received the financial support committed to in 2021, including COVID-19 related transit pressures of just over $74 million and refugee response funding of just over $20 million. So as Chris mentioned, the city has been a leader in responding to COVID-19 and supporting the efforts of other orders of government in their response to COVID, such as the city's very successful vaccination campaign, in addition to maintaining critical and responsive services such as our emergency services, our shelter system, and our transit system. The COVID responses create financial challenges, so we are facing a significant gap in 2022. The reality is the impacts of COVID-19 will be felt way past 2022. We realistically expect the impacts to be felt for years to come. We have a planned backstop in the event COVID-19 support is not committed. Our backstop is comprised of a $1.1 billion reserve balance created from funding that would have otherwise gone into our capital plan. For example, MLTT overperformance, our pre-COVID 2019 surplus, and our PGT allocations. In addition to the reserve fund, we have $300 million as a contribution to the capital plan from our current operating budget, together totaling $1.4 billion as our emergency backstop. But if the city uses its emergency backstop funds this year, it would create immediate challenges going into 2023 and would restrict the city's ability to respond to the continued COVID impacts, such as reduced transit ridership, revenues, and unanticipated pressures of emergencies. This backstop allowed us to prepare a balanced budget while acknowledging the COVID-19 funding requirement. This balanced budget allowed us to preserve city services. In the absence of our COVID-19 backstop in 2023 or the out years, we will need to increase revenues or decrease expenses, or a combination of both. It is critical that the city retains our backstop to have the financial flexibility to respond to any COVID-19 pressures in the future years. If funding is not secured, there will be profound material and sustained impacts on our capital plan. It will result in significant economic impacts through reduced capital investments and job growth for Toronto, the province, and the country. A 2017 study commissioned by the Ontario government estimated that an increase in public infrastructure spending generates roughly 9 jobs for every 1 million in expenditures. So a $1.4 billion reduction to capital would impact 12,600 jobs, and intergovernmental investments would be at risk. Capital reductions will negatively impact progress towards the objectives and desired outcomes of all orders of government, including projects that advance housing, transit, and climate goals. If we're not able to protect our backstop reserves, 1.4 billion of city investments are at risk, and we will have limited financial flexibility going forward. Without a full funding commitment, there will be a $300 million reduction required to the 2022 capital budget, with limited options available, including reduced investments in TTC signal maintenance, surface track, and tunnel repairs, all which would increase the state of good repair backlog and put the TTC system reliability at risk. Reduced investments in road rehabilitation, pedestrian and safety initiatives, and reduced investments in our aging infrastructure, including civic centers, community centers, arenas, pools, and tennis courts, just to name a few. All of these will negatively impact our ability to implement the city's priorities, including legislative requirements and achieving our long-term climate goals related to resiliency and greenhouse gas emission reductions. Without secured funding, the city will be limited in its ability to advance investments in current and future years. For example, every $100 million allows us to reconstruct 76 lane kilometers of major roadways. Without funding, the city will not be able to purchase additional e-buses or implement bus lanes in support of the city's net zero goals. The city will have to pause additional investments in building retrofits, which will impact our climate outcomes. And critical priorities and investments will have to be paused in our state of good repair, including recreation facilities and priority areas identified in Toronto's ravine strategy. Pausing or redirecting capital investments is a one-time temporary solution. If we use our backstop this year, we are left with no flexibility to deal with any unforeseen financial challenges, including unanticipated COVID pressures today and into the future. Our 2023 budget will look extremely different. Our only option to developing a balanced budget as legislatively required will be to decrease expenses, increase revenues, or a combination of both. We will do our best to mitigate the impacts to our 2022 capital plan by monitoring our budget COVID-19 assumptions throughout the year, along with prioritizing and managing the timing of capital projects. Any funding received will help to reduce the number of investments at risk. So in summary, 3 out of 4 years of this term of council have experienced COVID-19 financial impacts. And unfortunately, 2022 is still a COVID-19 budget. The 2022 budget requires $1.4 billion through continued partnerships with the federal and provincial governments to ensure we can continue to respond to the pandemic. As reflected in our guiding principles, we are committed to preserving existing service levels while adhering to public health guidelines. We are keeping taxes affordable with an inflationary residential property tax increase of 2.9%, which is approximately $93 for the average home. The incremental increase of 1.5% in the city building fund is dedicated to investing in transit and housing and represents $48 to the average home. The 2022 budget supports economic recovery and includes a 15% property tax rate reduction for over 25,000 small businesses. Ultimately, we know that continued partnerships with the provincial and federal governments are essential to continuing to respond to and recover from the impacts of COVID-19. And while COVID-19 funding support is critical, we still have a budget that strives to achieve positive outcomes for Torontonians with an emphasis on equity and reconciliation, climate action, and health and well-being. So despite this being a challenging COVID budget, there has been an enormous effort made to present the best possible budget given the circumstances and our reality. And Chris has said thank you, but I'd also like to extend my sincere thanks to staff at all levels of the organization across all city divisions and agencies for contributing to our virtual budget process under very challenging circumstances. This budget is a reflection of extensive collaboration amongst an amazing and dedicated team. And I'd also like to say thank you to the teams that have supported our ongoing discussions and extensive sharing of information with the federal and provincial governments over recent weeks. And thank you, Madam Speaker, Mr. Mayor, and councillors for giving us the chance to present this morning.
Thank you. Now, members, we're about to start questions of staff, and I would like to ask, if you intend to ask questions of multiple officials, I would ask that you identify those staff at the start of your questioning time so that staff get connected and be prepared to answer your questions. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning. First of all, I want to thank the City Manager and the Treasurer for their excellent presentation. And of course, I'm sure as the day progresses, we'll be thanking the Budget Chief and the team and so on for their excellent work. And of course, the Mayor. First, I'd like to find out if you can, and I guess this is to the City Manager, if you could tell us what the biggest drivers of the $1.4 billion COVID impacts are.
Yes, through the Speaker, clearly the loss in transit revenue has been significant and will continue to be significant in the years ahead, based on our projections. As well, shelter system, in order to accommodate social distancing, we had to acquire more buildings and therefore more personnel to look after those that are homeless. As well, we had other challenges with respect to overall cost of vaccine programs and other matters related to public health, but you know, that gives you some indication of kind of what the major drivers are.
So because you know, public transit and shelters are costs that impact cities and so on, is COVID impacting other municipalities as well? And in particular, bigger cities have a larger transit system and larger population experiencing homelessness. So how are we addressing that piece with respect to the budget?
So, I mean, through the Speaker, I do meet regularly with the major cities in Canada. By that, I mean, we are having discussions with Halifax, Montreal, Ottawa, Edmonton, Calgary, and BC, or not BC, Vancouver. All of us share in the same problems. I mean, transit being the number one on our list, recovery of our downtown certainly is another one, or our main streets, as well as our homeless population. And you know, none of us hold the responsibility for mental health and addictions, but it's a topic that we all talk about. Equally important is the importance of the 905-416. So the GTHA city managers and CAOs meet regularly, not unlike what the mayor does with his counterparts within the GTHA. And we share the same concerns. We have a concern around transit, we have a concern around housing, we have a concern around digital infrastructure, procurement, and long-term financial sustainability. So we have all been impacted by COVID, you know, in the same ways. It's just the magnitude of what Toronto experiences, given that we are, you know, at least 3 times, if not more, bigger than most cities in this country. Our numbers tend to be extremely high compared to what others are experiencing. But so we all have or hold the same problems, not just today, but moving forward. And so it really does beg the question, you know, in terms of the next term of council with the next provincial government and the federal government that we have in place. You know, there is really a need to sit down and have a conversation about how we're going to manage the costs of all of this and recover. I mean, again, invest in not just this city, but this incredible region that we're all in. You know, and we have demonstrated very clearly in the past that GDP of this region is about 25% of that of the country. So, you know, it's probably worth investing in us, but we do need to have a conversation, I think, with them about how we sustain our financial challenges.
So this Toronto is the engine that makes the country work, as you were just alluding to. So if we don't get help with respect to the 1.4 billion, this would have a major impact, not just on our economy, but that of the province and the country as well, right?
Very eloquently said and very effective, because I mean, at the end of the day, so goes Toronto, so goes the country.
So can I just ask, with respect to the, the backlog in terms of the state of good repair, how will that impact our future as we want to address many challenges and opportunities and infrastructure that is needed? We hear that conversation. How will that impact us if we don't get that help?
Well, yeah, Deputy Mayor, you know this all too well. I mean, the reality is that if you don't maintain, you basically shorten the life of the asset to the point where you have to replace it, which is a cost that you bear far sooner than you should. And hence the reason why the province did ask us to put together a plan for how it is that we're going to maintain our assets. And so, you know, I mean, the other point here, I think that we can't lose sight of not just roads and our civic buildings and all those assets, but transit.
Yeah.
When Rick Leary, a few years back indicated there was about a $33 billion state of good repair challenge related specifically to transit. Plus, keep in mind, we're adding $30 billion worth of transit infrastructure. This is where the conversation really has to be, making sure that we get out of that asset as much benefit as we can.
Great, thank you. Ms. Taylor, in your presentation,
Last
question.
That's your last question.
You talk about equity and reconciliation. I just wondered, can you help us to understand the impact and what does that mean? What would we look to see, and what the benefits will be? How will we realize that as part of this budget plan?
Through you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks, Speaker.
Through you, Madam Speaker, Deputy Mayor, we're proud of the fact that an equity lens has been embedded in our planning process. An equity lens is placed on our prioritization of program spending. It's considered in our prioritization of capital investments. And so rather than it being a standalone item, in actual fact, it is becoming part of the DNA of the organization in our conversations, in our investments, in our program considerations, in our policy designs. So in each program, there will be outcomes and metrics to measure those outcomes. But as far as a planning process, it is part of the filter and the lens that we're putting on our prioritization activities.
Thank you. I just want to remind members of council, questions that we're asking now is not on the presentation, but on item 1, EX 30.1. I just want to remind members of council of that. And as I indicated, if you do have a question, before you speak and ask the question, if you can just identify what staff members that you want to be, that you want to question, so they are ready and they will get connected. So we're asking questions on EX 30.1. Councillor Cole, if you can identify what staff that you want to the floor so they can answer your questions.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Chief Financial Officer.
Okay, for the Chief Financial Officer. Okay, just one sec. I'll put your timer on. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to ask if you could clarify how you explain the jump over from the operating budget and the shortfall there, and then you start talking about the impact it's going to have on our capital budget, and then how that is going to affect the city negatively. How do you explain that connection between the shortfall in operating and having to explain how this impacts on a capital budget? Whereas most people don't understand the difference between a capital budget and an operating budget. I'm talking about the general public doesn't know all this inside baseball terminology here.
Madam Speaker, can I have a point of order, please?
Point of order.
Yeah, I just want to, again, you had mentioned that we are dealing with item number 1, which has to do with property tax rates and related matters. These questions sound as if it's to do with number 2. I just wanted to clarify again as a point of order.
Yes,
Councilors can really look at what item we're on, because the questions that the council is talking about is on item number 2, actually.
Right. So, Councillor Cole, and if I'm going to say it again, we're asking questions on EX 30.1, 2022 property tax rates and related matters. Your question is on item 2. So if you can please ask questions on that item and indicate to staff that you will be asking the question to.
Okay, I'll hold on then. I won't ask it. Okay.
Do you have any questions on EX 30.1?
No.
No?
No.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McKelvey, on item EX 30.1.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Although I'm not sure my question would be considered in scope, although I thought it was because the answer would also, have implications for what the rate should be. So I did have a similar question to Councillor Cool, which is how do we communicate what's at risk if we don't get this funding from the other levels of government? But I can hold that question into the next section.
Any questions on this item, Councillor McKelvey?
I guess not.
Okay. Councillor Ford, item number 1.
Yep, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just have one question on this. It's more of a broad question to the city manager and the CFO. So like many municipalities around the world, struggling with the financial pressures of COVID has been a stark reality. And of course, in a city like the city of Toronto, transit is a big thing to have to deal with that. Have we done an analysis on kind of this year how other municipalities are approaching these funding shortfalls, and particularly to this item is what are other municipalities approving in terms of tax rate increases? Have we looked at that in the region?
So Heather, maybe through the speaker, you could address the second part of the councillor's question in terms of other municipalities across the country, and for that matter within Southern Ontario. Everyone is in the same boat in the sense that they're seeking federal provincial help because of the shortfalls that we've talked about. But Heather, in terms of how does our tax increase compare to others in the GTHA?
To you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, we have done an analysis. We were looking at the GTHA municipalities. We were looking at other municipalities, trying to do a basis of comparison on municipalities that actually have transit systems, because again, there is a disproportionate impact if a municipality doesn't have transit. And I will say that the rates range similar to what the city is contemplating. In some instances, slightly lower, in some instances, slightly higher. So across the GTHA, I think there is, on average, we are with the average rate increases. So some are slightly lower, some are slightly higher, but again, depending on their scenarios with transit or not, I think we are in line.
Thank you for that, Ms. Taylor. But specific to that, so we have kind of two portions of our property tax increase. We have the tax increase at the rate of inflation plus the city building levy, particularly to average in the GTHA. Is it average to that 2.9 or 4.4? Because while they are small numbers, it's a big difference in another aspect.
Through you, Madam Speaker. Actually, Councillor, thank you for pointing that out. When we do a comparison across the other municipalities do have capital infrastructure levies. We call it the city building fund, but there are levies in addition to the actual operating tax rate. So again, on a basis of comparison, we are comparable to the other GTHA municipalities when looking at the tax rate in isolation or looking at a combination of both.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Layton on item number 1.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. To the CFO, can you remind us or explain to us how the evolution of the property tax rate as it's connected to inflation went through the planning of the budget?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, we look, as we've done in historical years, at the average rate of inflation for Toronto, so the CPI Toronto rate on a trailing index. So we look at a 12-month trailing index. We were watching it throughout the year, and I think, as we all know, and we even saw results come out this week, that the inflation rates continue to go up. So we did benefit from a lower rate for the majority of 2021. But at the tail end in Q4, the interest rates did go up. So that's how we landed the 2.9.
So in the tail end of Q4, so what was that last date that we used for the existing tax rate? And does the number that was released earlier this week change that if we use the same methodology we used to calculate this trailing rate?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, as you know, we do try to land the budget in November. And so we do use the November 12-month trailing index. It doesn't get influenced or impacted by subsequent information because, again, as you know, it's a balance scenario where we look at the amount of revenue we're generating, and we're also trying to keep it consistent with how we've done the application of that trailing index rate in previous years.
So the application in previous years is consistent, like despite the numbers that came out earlier this week, is consistent with what we had done, with what we're doing in 2022.
So through you, Madam Speaker, yes, Councillor, when we land the budget is typically where we lock in the 12-month rate.
And and any increase that we've seen since then would be picked up as part of the trailing inflationary number for the 2023 budget, correct?
That's correct.
So I'm just hoping that we don't get further behind of inflation. We're going to see what increase happened in the last 3 months in the 2023 budget. Should the direction be to keep it to inflation?
That's correct.
Can we talk about long-term like the last 3 years have been a slight anomaly that with the shortfall in revenue, particularly, and some additional pressures on our costs. When was the last time we sort of sat back and said, looking out a decade, looking out beyond, and looking at what council has approved, our state of good repair, our unfunded, and all the other policies and programs that we've said we would like to pursue as a city? When was the last time we sort of took a breath and took stock of that amount of spending and of service changes that will need to happen?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, we do the 10-year outlook on capital, as you know, because we do present a 10-year capital plan. So from a capital perspective, it is something that's ongoing. From an operating perspective, to your recent point about this being the third year of COVID, obviously we've been grappling and dealing with a very unique and obviously what we would hope to be an isolated scenario. So from a long-term outlook perspective on the operating side, we have not done a 10-year outlook. We do a multi-year outlook, but we have not done a 10-year operating outlook at this point. We are trying to anticipate the impacts of COVID. So right now, that is one of the key priorities for us, is to understand what are those pressures looking like for the next few years.
My last question, when was the last time council's been presented with a long-term fiscal plan?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I apologize, Councillor. I can't answer that. I'd have to take that offline and look into. I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford on item 1.
Yep, thanks, Madam Speaker. I have some questions on transit funding, particularly on the operating, but I'm getting the impression that should come on the next piece. So I will focus on the subtax class for small business, and either to the city manager or the CFO. Could you just sort of remind us and walk us through the provincial changes that were permitted and how Toronto pursued that and how it's landed here in the 2022 budget?
Through you, Madam Speaker. Yep. Through you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, I'm going to ask Casey Brendan to actually respond to that. He, as you know, I think he worked very closely with you He has been very involved in it, and I think he will be able to explain how it all rolled out.
Thank you, Heather. I am here. A sound check. Can everybody hear me?
You're good to go.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, and to Councillor Bradford, the province enabled municipalities to adopt a special tax subclass for small businesses based on eligibility criteria as set and approved by council and set out in the city's bylaws. So we did this. Council approved the small business subclass would apply. That approval happened in December of last year and is in place for the 2022 taxation year. Part of the province's plan for the small business class was that municipality, in implementing a small business class, could request that the province provided a matching rate reduction in the education portion of property taxes. So where the city and council had recommended and adopted a 15% reduction in the regular commercial rate for small businesses, we sought the provincial approval through a letter to the minister seeking their approval that they would match that reduction. They replied to us early in January that in fact, yes, they were prepared to match that reduction. And so the tax rate reduction applies 15% on the municipal portion of taxes and 15% on the education portion of taxes. So basically a combined 15% of the taxes that a small business property tax business would pay.
We'll come back to that. What was the challenge? Why was this sub-tax class for small business in Main Street? Why was that needed? You're not coming through.
The answer, the small business class was needed because it was felt that businesses, particularly as a result of pandemic, faced challenges in the level of property taxes they were paying. But really because there was a big inequity in taxes paid by commercial properties across the city. And the small business class was meant to acknowledge that small businesses sometimes have a more difficult time to operate to make ends meet. This acknowledged that it's harder to run a small business. They are more prone to upsets and irregularities in their finances, especially as a result of COVID.
Broadly, what type of savings would small business anticipate to see? Do you have an average number or an up to number that small businesses here in Toronto should expect to see on the city side, that 15%?
The average business property, as I said, if a small business class, depending on where you're located, if you're included in that class, it is a 15% reduction in taxes. So that again is determined by the current value assessment of the property. So we were looking at, and I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but we were looking at small business tax reductions of 900 to 10,000 for a higher valued property. A property valued at 5 or 6 million would see tax reductions of those numbers.
Okay,
And I
thank
know,
you. That was your last
Madam
question.
Speaker, I can't see the clock or clerks, just so folks know, we're flying blind here in terms of the times on questionings, and it would be actually really helpful to see that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. The clock is on CMP.
Historically, we have seen it in our WebEx portal, and so I'm looking at one screen, and I'm not looking at CMP as well. So it would just be nice if we could land that in a box here for the councilors questioning and speaking. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak on item 1.
Speaker, just on a point of order, Speaker.
Yes. Mayor?
This matter of the clock was raised at the last council meeting, and there was indicated there was some problem with it. And I just want to concur in what Councillor Bradford said, and I'll bet you other members of council do too, because what happens in my case anyway is my computer will go dormant, the laptop that has the clerk system on it. And so you end up then not being able to see any clock while you're speaking. And you can't turn during your speaking time and log back onto your laptop. So again, we did ask about this last time, and I don't know whether at some point we might have an answer as to whether it just, as is the case with committee hearings or committee meetings, we could put the clock up on the screen while somebody's speaking on this this screen here, the one that has the council members on it. And so it doesn't have to be done at this minute, but we did ask last time, and I guess it's been asked again this morning, and I hope maybe we can get an answer on that, and maybe we could just get it done if possible.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll get the clerk to respond on that. Because there is a difference with committee meetings because we have less on the screen than it would be for council. So I'll have the clerk respond.
Madam Speaker, at the risk of getting a little bit too technical, but as mentioned, there is a difference between committee and council, first of all. In council, we use CMP to maintain the speakers list. The speaker operates the timer through CMP. Our strong recommendation to members is during virtual meetings of council is to use 2 devices, and our clerk's IT staff can be made available to assist with that if that assistance is required. It's not currently technically possible to push the clock to the WebEx screen. We are working on it. It is a programmatic solution. It requires the time of developers, and they are working on it at the moment to take a look at what options are available. I hope that we might, in April, have some updates and some developments for you, but it is not technically simple. It's not that we're trying to be uncooperative here in the chamber. It's just that it's not technically possible to push the timer from CMP into WebEx. And again, at the risk of being too technical, the reason that's easy in committee is because we do not use CMP in committee to operate the timer and to maintain a speakers list.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Chair, it's Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor
I'm wondering
Fletcher.
if it might help because I did have the same issue as Councillor Bradford and the mayor last time. If you could just give us a 30 seconds or a 20-second call, and we know we're wrapping up.
Sure, and I try to do that, and I don't want to interrupt when someone is asking questions or speaking. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Pasternak. Item 1.
Yes, thank you, Madam. Yes, no, thank you, Madam Speaker. And my questions, I guess, are through you to the CFO about the property tax deferment and cancellation programs. And I'm wondering whether they remain robust and if you could somehow give a snapshot of the uptick on that.
Through you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, we continue to offer the same programs we did in a pre-COVID scenario. We did have an isolated year in 2020 where we offered additional programs. I can ask Casey Brendan to tell you, share with you some of the data around that.
Thank you, Heather. And through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor Pasternak, we do maintain our programs for seniors, low-income seniors and low-income persons with disabilities. These apply to property taxes. They apply to utility billings as well. Each year, we review the criteria for these programs, and you will note that for this year, on page 13 of the report in front of you in EX 30.1, that we have actually increased the income threshold amount by a 2.9% inflationary factor. So it's actually been increased from 2021 to 2022, and the new increased income threshold is 46,305 for the cancellation program and 50,000 for the deferral program.
So when it comes to alerting residents about this program, think unfortunately it's a well-kept secret, not by any deliberate policy, but people just don't know about it. When when they are looking to find out about it, is it put with their, is there a slip in there with the tax bill to allow them to introduce these programs to them?
Yes, Councillor Pasternak, through you, Madam Speaker. In fact, the tax bills are accompanied by a brochure that identifies the tax relief programs. Most of the information points to the city's website that gives the eligibility criteria for the program. Revenue Services also undertook through the seniors strategy, Toronto seniors strategy, that was a firm recommendation in the senior strategy that we would do a better job to get information about the city's programs for low-income seniors and low-income disabled out through messaging, through attending the senior strategies meetings. So this has been an ongoing communications exercise to make more seniors aware of these the availability of these refunds. So we've done public presentations, we've attended counselor sessions where necessary. So we are trying to get the word out. And you're right, we have between 6,000 and 8,000 applicants to these programs each year.
Okay. I'd like to switch very quickly to the city building fund. Now, those are dedicated revenues to transit and housing. Now, on the housing file, can that go anywhere? Is that the portable benefit? Is that state of good repair? Is that new builds? Or it's all of those things?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, the city building levy is intended to fund infrastructure expenses in the transit and the housing realm. So it is, in actual fact, more focused on infrastructure investments than it is on regular state of good repair. And the reason why, because that city building levy is in actual fact servicing the debt. So we're leveraging that levy. The monies that we take in is in actual fact servicing debt. And the debt we are raising is funding the large infrastructure projects. State of good repair is typically not financed because state of good repair doesn't actually have long-term lives, and we match our debt against the assets that we are investing in. So long, complicated answer, but primarily focused on infrastructure investments.
Right. So it can't be used for a portable benefit or some kind of landlord agreement for rent for subsidized units.
Yeah, this is your last question.
Through you, Madam Speaker, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for the questions. So we'll now go to speakers. Councillor Layton to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Speaker, I have a motion.
Okay. Councillor Layton, your motion is on item 2. We're at item 1.
I believe there was a different motion sent on item 1. I sent it through the CMP to clerks.
Just give me a second.
With respect to the long-term financial plan report.
I believe that the staff, just a sec. Okay, Councillor Layton, your motion is on the screen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'll try to be brief. The motion is that City Council requests the City Manager and the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer to provide an updated that should be long-term financial plan, or longer term, really, it should be the longest term financial plan during the 2023 budget that includes recommendations to address the backlog of state of good repair, unfunded capital projects, and other City Council plans and strategies. First of all, I'll take this opportunity because I have a little less to say on the motion to thank our city manager and our CFO for their work on yet another challenging budget. I'll acknowledge that, and all of their staff, Vincent, and the rest of the financial services team. To our chair, Gary, it's always been a pleasure working with him, even when we don't see eye to eye. We seem to find very useful ways of working together, and I'll extend that also to the mayor's office and Louis for his advice and guidance on some of the motions where we were able to manage some collaborative work. This is yet another challenging budget. I appreciate that. More and more, having served on the budget committee for 8 years, notwithstanding the last couple of years, it's never a good time to raise revenue. It's necessary. We won't be able to achieve all of our plans, all of our commitments, and including all of our state of good repair, unless we find more ways to bring revenue into the city. Year over year, staff manage to find efficiencies. They manage to address issues around some of the cost pressures. But I think if you ask any Torontonian on the street, if things have improved over the last couple of years, again, notwithstanding the challenges of COVID, I think they'd probably find a challenge to point to one in particular thing. There have been advancements and investments in some very worthwhile things. And we have seen some willingness on the mayor's part and council's part to invest more heavily through the city building fund. But as we saw in the 2018 long-term financial plan, that's not enough. It's simply not enough to achieve everything we have said we strive to be as a city. And if we say we strive to be it and don't actually put the resources in place where we can actually achieve that, I think we have done a disservice to our city and to the residents of our city. But there is hope on the horizon. Once the challenges of COVID are addressed, and I recognize that could be a slow process, we do have an opportunity in our next term of council to hit a reset button and to reevaluate what we want to achieve collectively as a city and as a city council. And I think it's a good thing to do at the beginning of a term. I honestly think maybe we missed an opportunity in our last couple of terms to really get a grasp of our finances and what we need to chart for a 4-year term, rather than committing on day one just to inflationary increases and not actually look at what that means to our long-term finances and what we would be able to achieve. So I think the motion I put forward is pretty straightforward. I don't think it's something particularly controversial, and I think it will serve the next city council well to have that conversation right up front and have a conversation about and a dialogue about what they want to achieve in their term of council, because hopefully they'll have a bit smoother waters from a budgetary perspective than we've had in this term of council. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Okay, so we'll put Councillor Layton's motion on the screen. His amendment. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On the item as amended.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Item is amended carries. Madam Speaker, the vote is 21 to 2.
Okay, thank you. So we'll now go to item EX 30.2, which is the 2022 capital and operating budget. So if you have questions, you can put your name on the screen. And as I indicated earlier, if you can identify what staff members that you want to ask the question to, so we can have the appropriate staff connected and prepared prior to your questions. Thank you. Councillor Ford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So I have a few questions. First, City Manager, to TTC, transportation, and if possible, trolley police service. So starting off, I think along the similar lines of Councillor Layden, in the last in the last item, around the long-term plan for COVID. You know, there's been a lot of talk about COVID being here for the next couple of years, or switching into an endemic. How can we, or how are we approaching future budgets, knowing that there could be significant shortfalls in other budgets?
I can begin, and the CFO can certainly follow. I mean, as Heather has done in this budget and previous budgets, we do forecast what we think our revenues and expenses might look like, you know, in the next year or few years. So multi-year budgeting, I think, is an excellent practice. Not everyone does it, that's for certain, but there's a great value in having, you know, a clear idea as to what your you know, what your constraints and strategies might be moving forward. So the motion that was just passed is, I think, very helpful. The other thing is, it's not just simply a matter of the pandemic and COVID and turning into an endemic. I think the behavior of people has changed and will likely not respond or spring back to exactly what it was prior to COVID, in the sense of, you know, the live-work relationship. You know, I think teleworking was present certainly prior to COVID. A lot of private sector, at least some, engaged in that. So what I worry about is what effect will that have on you know, our transit system, and in particular our revenues. So I look at that as something that won't change, I think, drastically. And then so with that's another reason, as far as I'm concerned, to want to kind of focus on how it is that we shore up those revenues that we've lost. The other thing too is I worry a lot about the online shopping and the effect that's going to have on small businesses, and you know, and again, you know, is that an area of concern for us? I would say yes. And you know, the click economy is changing Main Street. We know that. And so is there not an opportunity to have a conversation with upper levels of government in terms of any kind of tax support we might get through that? So those are a couple of areas that I would point as potential challenges and solutions, and hopefully that answers your question. Heather, anything I missed or you wish to add?
That's good, Chris.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murray. I'll move on to a question of transportation. So just about a month ago, or throughout this whole winter, we've seen significant challenges with weather. I know we have a report coming back, I believe in March, on a review of the big snowfall. In this budget you are putting forward to City Council, are you confident that if we see the same issues next year, before we move forward, that the budget is significant, or will suffice?
To the speaker, to Councillor Ford, yes, we have the budget for this year that closes out our contracts. And then as we discussed with council in December, we're coming back with an additional set of contracts for the next 7 to 10 years. And that budget is actually increased from the one we have now. And we'll be coming back to March IEC, as you mentioned, with a review of the January 17th storm response. And we will also be talking at that time about what modifications we might make to our process related to emergency storm conditions beyond the kind that we see on an average or normal year.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll direct my last question towards the Toronto Police Service. Seen on the Toronto Police Services Board, I know that we have had quite a challenge in bringing a balanced or balancing our budget this year. Could I just get some oversight comments by the chief and the service on this budget, and if there was any changes to the budget, any reductions to the budget, what type of impact would that have on policing in the city of Toronto?
That was your last question.
Hi, Councillor Ford. It's Ryan Teschner, the Executive Director of the Toronto Police Services Board. The Chief will be joining shortly, and thank you for your question. The budget that has been put forward and approved by the board has been described, I think, quite accurately as a maintenance budget. Most of the increase, in fact, everything except 0.1% of the increase drives off of the collective bargaining requirements that the service and the board need to fulfill in terms of the contract. The only other portion of the asked for increase is with respect to major case management and making sure that we have resources in place to comply with the provincial adequacy standards, and that we fulfill what Judge Epstein recommended in her report, strongly recommended, and was backed by members of the public who said that the service needed to prioritize missing persons investigations. The reality is this: if the recommended increase that was approved by the board is not allocated, it means that there will be areas of the service that the chief will not have the flexibility to invest in. So the budget that was approved has reallocation capabilities only based on the full amount. And so the ability to invest in neighborhood officers and expanding that program to up to 13 more neighborhoods, the ability to invest in expanding the hate crimes unit, the ability to stand up a major crime investigations unit to probe things like auto theft, all of those things hinge on the increase that the board approved. Absent that, those areas will have to be examined in an effort to make sure that we can still maintain our contractual commitments and fulfill the major case management requirements.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bradford.
Okay, thanks, Madam Speaker. And just for staff, I'm going to direct questions probably to our city manager and then maybe Josie Levita at TTC. So off the top, I'd like to get a sense of the share of funding of our TTC system. Do we have a percentage of how that funding breaks down? Farebox, municipal government, the city, province, and feds in terms of operating? Historically, pre-pandemic numbers.
I'm assuming Josie's on the line.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I'm burning clock here.
Yeah.
Good morning. Through you, Madam Speaker, is Josie Levita. On our operating side, essentially city funding is about 35%. We have about 92 million in provincial gas tax that's applied to the operating budget. And traditionally the balance has been through passenger revenue through our fares.
So is that roughly 65% or so that's coming from the fare box?
Through the yes.
And balance of the city of Toronto. And what is that number for folks? Is that 800 million? What's the number?
Yeah, so with this recommended budget before you'd be about 851 million from the city.
Okay, let's shift to the world and we're living it with COVID. Of the dollars that we're requesting from the province and the federal government, that number that we talk about, $1.4 billion cap, how much of that is going towards the TTC?
Heather has the specific number.
561 million of the $1.4 billion.
561 million. And sorry for the quick math off the top of your head, what percentage of that would be operating dollars for the TTC this year?
It represents 25% of our funding.
25% of our funding. Okay. Now, when we pull back and we look at peer jurisdictions, large cities in the North American context, in the US context, what type of funding do those transit systems, I get we're pulling back broad statements here, but is there historic funding commitments from federal or state governments and other peer jurisdictions across North America?
For you, Madam Speaker, yes.
Do you have a sense of what those sort of percentages look like? They're bigger than zero.
Clearly, they can range anywhere from about 25 to 50% more, depending on the particular transit authority and the state government.
So when we look at the challenges from a financial perspective that the TTC operating budget faces every year, the fact that that's on a property tax base here in the city of Toronto, the 800 some odd million that we put into that every year, and we're not seeing a nickel from other orders of government. What we've seen over the past 2 years here at the city of Toronto with those shortfalls as related to ridership being lower, does this potentially offer us a more sustainable funding model going forward, working with other levels of government to invest and fund in the operations of transit, not just the capital?
That's correct. It clearly shows that, we've been vulnerable as a result of the reliance on the fare box.
Okay, and have we, from a government relations standpoint on the city side, on the civil service side, maybe this is to our city manager, are we engaging in those conversations where clearly there has been a historic gap, and in fact, silver lining here on the pandemic is it's showing a more sustainable way of funding transit operations? Has that been communicated?
That is certainly the conversation amongst the GTHA and certainly across the country. And we have had direct conversations with Infrastructure Canada, communicating that our challenge is both capital and operating. So that is a point that all of us are raising with them.
Okay. Thanks, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Morning, Madam Speaker. Thank you. My question is for the chief. I think the chief was going to attend soon. Is the chief on the line?
I don't know if the chief is here yet. Is
Yes,
the chief?
we're both here.
Okay.
Oh, good. And I think Councillor Ford may have touched on some of my questions. I kind of missed them. But Chief, can you walk me through the police budget increase and what it represents? What's driving this $24.8 million increase?
Well, through the speaker, Councillor, our budget requests 24.8 million over last year's budget. It's at 2.2% of that increase. 23.4 million is solely the financial impact of the collective agreements for the service. So that leaves us 1.4 million, which we're investing in commencing our major case management requirements per Justice Epstein's recommendations. And in fact, it's a legislative impact.
Okay, so it's all the collective agreement and the Epstein recommendation. So what would happen if you didn't receive a full 24.8 million increase?
Well, it's that 24.8 million increase is providing me, it's a maintenance budget. It's a minimum amount that we require to operate. And many of the things that we will be doing as initiatives in 2022 are about redistributing and redeploying personnel. So again, it's hate crime, Vision Zero, 13 neighborhoods, 52 neighborhood officers. It's enhanced mental health training for our members. Those initiatives, based on what we're seeing as an organization and what we hear from the community, are our priority. If we don't have that budget, we'll have to evaluate each of those initiatives in terms of what we will be unable to do.
So, Chief, if Council, had to cut the budget, you're cutting frontline officers. council would fail to provide you with the resources to, respond to a situation like we had in Ottawa or an emergency situation. Is that correct?
We have a limited supply of specially trained people to perform the type of work that you speak of. And so when we have these type of events, we have to draw them from our front line. We have to draw them from our specially trained units or our specialized units. So for instance, our homicide squad, for example, we had a number of them that were working in uniform and deployed. This takes them away from their homicide work. It also takes frontline people away from frontline response, which can impact our time and response on 911 calls. So yes, it does have an impact, and it can be significant. And that's what I'm particularly concerned about, is the increasing response times we're seeing in the city.
Okay, so with your current staff complement, I understand there's some internal police resource allocation. So there's increased emphasis on more officers voted. A lot of things like my colleagues on council would say are priority city priority, Vision Zero, the hate crimes, which was mentioned in Councillor Ford's question, neighborhood community officers, which I've talked to you about, Chief, and the rising, auto theft. Can you provide a bit more detail on that?
Okay, Councillor. Listen, I'll start with the last 2 years. In 2021, I redeployed 2 to hate crime, cost of $300,000. 18 officers to Vision Zero, a cost of $3.3 million. Our centralized shooting response team, $8 million, 50 officers redeployed there. Our missing and missed implementation team for Justice Epstein's recommendations, $2.5 million. MCIT expansion, 9 officers, $1.2 million. That was 2021. In 2022, 52 neighborhood officers would be a redeployment of $8 million. An additional 2 in hate crime, $300,000. An additional 6 in Vision Zero, again, so important, $1.1 million. And the investigative support unit that we have to recreate, and you're seeing in the incredible number of thefts that we have, car thefts, is 13 officers and $2 million. And of course, the Gerstein pilot that we're financing at $522,000. So those are some examples.
And if I may, Councillor, those 2 years, 2021 and the proposed 2022, total just under $30 million of investments that are happening through reallocation without asking for any additional funding premised on this maintenance budget.
Great, thank you. That was my question. Thank you, Chief. I have one more question for MLS Carlton Grant, if he's on the line. Last question.
Yeah, this would be your last question.
Thank you, Minister.
I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, Carl, I know we talked yesterday. I know you're down 40 MLS officers, and we have a lot of conversation about the waterfront parks, especially in my ward with a lot of the issues there. You're down 40 officers, but you told me yesterday you have a plan to address that. That's correct.
Through the speaker, that's correct. We have an active competition ongoing right now, where we plan to fill 40 vacancies and have those positions onboarded in April.
Yeah, and you've helped me draft the motion. I know it's not needed, but I think it's what we moved to help you out. But I know you've helped me with that, but you support my motion.
Councillor Grimes, that was your last question. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Lai.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is for MLS Mr. Grant as well. Am I hearing that there are 40 vacancies in MLS, or what is the total staff vacancies in MLS?
Thank you for the question. We have 47 vacancies in MLS. The 40 that we're hiring is actually some temporary positions as well. So we are filling all of our permanent and temporary vacancies for bylaw officers. And again, we'll have those positions in place in April.
So the timeline is to fill these vacancies by April.
That's correct. I think it's important to note that there is always churn in this position, and we will be going out for another call again in the summer to hire for the fall. Again, there are positions in this budget as well.
What kind of training are you giving these new hire? Do you have a training program for them just to make sure that they do the right job, doing the job right?
Thank you for the question. Absolutely, we have a comprehensive training program that's delivered by our dedicated training team. It is in class for about 2.5 weeks, and then it is in the field for another 2.5 weeks.
So do you expect, my last question would be, do you expect the MLS performance standards to improve once these vacancies are filled?
Thank you for the question. Yes, service standards are directly related to vacancies, and when our vacancies are down, our service standards slip. So it's important that we have these positions filled.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the questions are for the CFO, Director of Transportation, and then Director MLS. The question I wanted to ask earlier, and I thought it could have gone either way. If we put out today to our residents, you know, these are the investments that are planned in our community, what is the caveat line? What is the footnote that we need to put in?
For you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, are you speaking about capital investments, or are you speaking about...
Correct, capital with the 1.4, just given that that's not secured. And if we were to put out a list of investments in our community, what do we say about the risk of those?
The risk is real. We, as of today, staff would have the delegated authority to initiate their capital plans, but unfortunately we have to pause them until we have a commitment. We aren't able to progress on state of good repair projects. There are larger projects, let's say transit, infrastructure programs that are funded from other sources. So there are some projects that will continue to go ahead. I don't want to lead anybody to believe that none of the capital program is going to be moving forward. It's the projects that are funded from capital from current, the 300 million that I mentioned, and the additional 1.1 is monies that should be going into the capital plan that are not yet reflected. So the state of good repair projects, as I mentioned, civic centers, community centers, recreational facilities, such as arenas, the tennis courts, etc. Those are the projects that are at risk.
So is the simplest way to say if it hasn't gone out for tender yet, it's at risk?
It is safe to say that the tendering process will be delayed, yes.
Okay. Transportation, my question is automatic speed enforcement. How do we fund this program?
Through the Speaker to Councillor McKelvey, automated speed enforcement is largely funded through our operating budget. Councillor McKelvey?
What happens to the fines?
I'm going to ask Susan Garasino to answer that question if she's here on the call from courts, because there she is. Thank you, Susan. You're on mute.
I think I've pushed all the buttons. Thank you. The court-ordered fines are collected by court services, and they go into the city's revenue stream as a cost offset for the program.
Okay, so that the program can be cost neutral.
Yes, currently it's cost neutral.
Okay, great. MLS, you answer some of these questions with Councillor Lai, but just to further clarify, how are you doing in terms of performance of response to rent safe TO projects? Complaints, service complaints.
I believe we're in the. I think that's in the briefing note, but I want to say we're in the low 80% response rate.
Okay, and likewise for multi-tenant.
That may be a little lower, and I meant to say this to Councillor Lai as well, that our service standards have also been lower over the last couple of years because of enforcing provincial regulations. Again, so we've been stretched more than normal.
Okay, and what new positions do you already have included in the 2022 budget?
We have.
And how are they assigned?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the question. We have 7 positions in this budget for bylaw officers and 1 supervisor for short-term rentals, and we have another 2 support positions in this for Cafe TO.
Okay, and then in terms of multi-tenant homes, how many are included?
There isn't a new ask in this budget. It includes a team of 6.
A team of 6, which is currently staffed at?
We only have 4 right now. We're filling 2 vacancies currently.
Okay, so when given that multi-tenant homes aren't allowed in my community, but we see advertisements, and who responds to that right now? So we know that these homes are illegal. We know that they wouldn't have fire safety, and they're being put out on the internet. Which group responds to those calls?
Through the speaker, the team of 6 would respond to those, and we'd work with our colleagues in Toronto Fire and Toronto Buildings as necessary.
Okay, so they do both that kind of preemptive as well as if there's already people in the homes, they cover both.
That's correct. They inspect the permitted ones, and they also do the investigation work on the non-permitted ones.
And for the non-permitted, do they do responses for property complaints as well and parking complaints?
That was your last question.
Yes, they would. Yes, they would.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Speaker. And so that staff can be prepared, I will have a few brief questions for our Medical Officer of Health, for Denise at SDFA, for Gord at SSHA, and Shanley at Children's Services, just so people are aware. If I could just start with Dr. DeVille, our Medical Officer of Health. And I know we have a significant increase for Toronto Public Health this year as a pandemic response. Does the budget that we are considering here today for Toronto Public Health provide the tools you've requested and include all the elements you've requested as part of our pandemic response?
Very briefly through the speaker, Councillor, yes.
Okay, and does that increased response, does it require additional provincial funding? And based on the last couple of years of our pandemic response, has there been an indication that that funding will come?
Also through the speaker, Councillor, yes, there are clearly COVID expenses, and we have reason to believe, based on our interactions with the province and our previous history over the last couple of years, that we should be able to recover those expenses.
Thank you. That's all for you, Dr. DeVille. You're off the hook. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Denise, on social development, at a high level, do we know what percentage of adults and kids in our city today are living in poverty?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Cressy. So yes, we do. In 2019, 20% of adults and 20% of children are living in poverty. That's an improvement from the 2016 census, where there was 25% of children living in poverty.
And now, do we have a sense, I mean, that's 1 in 5 adults and children. Is the percentage is that percentage different in other neighborhoods, in racialized communities, for example? Because we've seen this in the pandemic play out in other ways. Do we have a sense of disproportionate rates of poverty amongst other communities, whether that's racialized or Indigenous?
So absolutely, Councillor Cressy, since when we adopted the poverty reduction strategy, we shared with Council that poverty is racialized. It's also impacted by gender and disability. That trend continues to be very much the case, and it has worsened as a result of the COVID pandemic, as we've seen existing marginalization based on income and race and place and location be exacerbated by the pandemic itself.
Now, I know as part of our pandemic response, there's been a lot of focused and concentrated work around the pandemic response in some of those harder hit communities. You reference, 30% of racialized Torontonians living in poverty. The Community Partnership and Investment Program, that's the program where we provide supports to community agencies who are tackling some of the issues, including poverty on the ground. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely. We fund a variety of agencies that do poverty mitigation work, as well as support other city priorities like community safety, equity, etc.
And that Community Partnership and Investment Program, the CPIP program, are we providing them an inflationary increase this year to those agencies?
So in the base, there is a 1% inflationary factor increase within the base budget as well. Throughout the budget process, I know that there's been some questions about whether that has been enough, but there is a 1% increase currently.
And so if it were the will and desire of council to increase the amount going towards our community agencies through the CPIP program, would that help to alleviate some of the disproportionate experiences amongst those experiencing poverty through this pandemic?
Yes, Councillor, we've definitely heard and seen throughout the pandemic as we've depended on the partnership of community agencies to help provide and meet some of the most emergent needs of residents. So one of the things that agencies continue to say is that they need greater investments to be able to be part of the support for recovery, as well as the ongoing pandemic that we are still in.
Thank you, Denise.
Thank you.
Am I at 5 already?
Pardon?
Oh, sorry, I did not realize I was already at 5 minutes.
Yeah,
thank you.
you're actually at 5.5.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My questions are for the CFO, and it's around the capital backstop and our tax stabilization reserve. So other levels of government have extraordinary COVID-19 financial impacts. They use deficits and debts to be able to fund the COVID challenges. Can you explain why we as a city don't have that available to us in managing our finances?
For you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, as many know, municipal finance is different than provincial and federal finance in that our budgets must be balanced first and foremost. If we run an operating deficit, which we're not allowed to do, we have no ability to fund it because we're not permitted to, in actual fact, issue any debt to cover operating deficits, only for capital infrastructure expenses. And so in addition to that, we don't actually have the revenue tools to repay any operating financing, even if we were allowed to entertain deficits, operating financing. We don't actually have the revenue tools to repay it. Municipal finance also requires that for any debt that's taken out, not only does the interest have to be provided for on an annual basis, but the repayment of the capital also. So there would be a significant impact to the operating expenses on an annual and ongoing basis.
Thank you. Talk to me a bit about the tax stabilization reserve, what it is and how it is used for our capital backstop.
So through you, Madam Speaker, we've had a lot of conversations over the last few weeks about our tax stabilization reserve. The province and the federal government have been very interested in it. And we've shared very detailed information. So in a nutshell, we have money in a reserve. We have been putting money away for our COVID backstop. And I mentioned it in the presentation that we have set aside 1.1 billion. In addition to that, there is a small amount, which is just over 280 million, that would be deemed our uncommitted tax stabilization reserve. However, I want to highlight there are some amounts in our budget that will be used as an offset against that 280 million, primarily the refugee costs of 61 million, the supportive housing amounts of 27, and the 2021 funding commitments that have not yet been fulfilled. So we have just under 75 million in transit and almost just over 20 million in refugee costs. So when you take those away off the 280 million, we actually are left with 86 million of uncommitted tax stabilization amounts. Council has a policy to have a tax stabilization amount, a minimum balance of 2% of our tax base. So the 86 million falls short of having that 2%.
So if council wanted to spend more using the tax stabilization reserve as an offset, first of all, you wouldn't be supporting that, and it could have an impact ultimately on our capital program.
Through you, Madam Speaker, it would be very difficult to support it given the fact that we're not even in compliance with council policy. And I mean, we're limiting ourselves to being able to respond to any emergencies. So the tax stabilization account is not a viable option.
Okay, I mean, if that's not a viable option, are there other offsets that council could use in the event that they're looking at more spending? And I did move a motion back in at budget for a $3 million increase around cooperative purchasing arrangements. So would that be considered an offset that council could use? Are there any other options, reducing other budgets that you would be supportive of or something like that?
Through you, Madam Speaker. So, Councillor, yes, the cooperative procurement opportunity was something that I did share with Budget Committee at wrap up. We have committed and identified $3 million that I worked with the Chief Procurement Officer on. That would be the ceiling that we would be able to target for 2022. In addition to that, if there was a desire to spend, then we would have to look at program offsets or spending cuts from other program areas.
Okay, last question with regard to the $1.4 billion. I'm thankful that we got money from the other levels of government. We don't get that money or any part of that. What would this year's budget be looking like with regard to property tax hikes, service cuts, stuff like that?
So if we had not had a COVID reserve backstop, the $1.4 billion pressure would have been funded by either service cuts, decrease in expenditures, or increases in revenue. 1% of a property tax increase generates $35 million in additional revenues. So if you just do the math, 1.4 billion divided by 35 million would be equal to a 40% tax increase. So it would be a combination of either only tax increase revenues or potentially program cuts, or a combination of both.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Madam Speaker, my first question will be for Denise Campbell, and then my next one will be for senior services, whether it be Jennifer or Andrea. So Denise, given that we've seen several successful programs in our youth spaces across our city, and that over the past year we started a new one at Oakwood and Vaughan to support youth, many of whom are Black and other racialized kids in our community. First of all, would you tell us, has it been a worthy exercise at Oakwood and Vaughan? Do you believe that these programs have merit, such as what we have at Oakwood and Vaughan? And is there a risk that this youth space will close if it's not funded this year?
So thank you for the question, Councillor Matlow. Through the speaker, absolutely, we are in support of the program at Oakwood and Vaughan. The organization, FYI, worked with the community and with the young people to create a suite of services that support some of the key outcomes that are in our youth outcomes framework, like building healthy adult relationships and ensuring that young people have support for education and employment outcomes. The funding that we were able to provide them on a one-time basis last year got them started, but we certainly our funding right now is really critical to their ongoing place in the community and their programming.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Denise. And then for senior services, I'm just not sure if it's going to be Jennifer or Andrea. With respect to the seniors digital literacy program, given that I don't think anyone could argue, like now more than ever, there are more and more seniors, some of whom are not as acquainted with digital literacy, but have become more and more reliant on digital tools just to be able to function in society and escape isolation and loneliness, along with pursue whatever they want to pursue in their lives, like all of us want to. Could you tell us, why was it recommended in our Toronto Senior Strategy in the first place? Why do you believe it's important?
Thank you very much, Councillor. And through the chair, I'm going to ask Andrea Austin to respond.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I just want to thank you for the question. That was something that when we connected with over 10,000 people, seniors and care partners primarily, as we were developing the Toronto Senior Strategy, We heard again and again the importance of this type of program for seniors, particularly low-income seniors who are disconnected from the internet. So yeah, so it's been an incredibly important, we hear from seniors repeatedly how important that program is, and just the importance of funding it as part of the overall Toronto Senior Strategy.
Thank you very much. My last question will simply be that, do you know how much value the work you do provides seniors across our city, and how grateful I am to you? You don't have to answer that, but thank you. That's all, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Coe, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the police chief and deputy chief Demke, first of all, I want to thank the men and women of the Toronto Police Force for the incredible preventative work you've done in keeping our city safe under the threat of these very, very frightening things that are happening in Ottawa. So again, thank all the men and women out there on our streets, keeping our city safe in these tough times. First of all, when an extraordinary event happens like this one that we're facing right now, and you need extra police officers on the ground protecting our hospitals and our Queen's Park, etc. What's the cost of that in the budget?
Actually, it's significant, Councillor, and I can get Tony here to give you. We have a special code for what we did for this ongoing operation, and I can give you some specifics for the first 2 weekends.
Yeah, so Councillor, we do keep track of all these costs, and they are quite significant. So for the first 2 weekends of the protest, we basically incurred about $6 million in costs. That includes costs in terms of bringing people back, as well as on-duty costs that we've incurred. But we've also, we've had other services come and help us from Barrie and other services. So we're also keeping track of those costs. Right now, like I said, we're looking at about $6 million for the first 2 weekends.
Okay, thank you very much for that. The next question is about the epidemic of auto thefts. I know I talked to a police sergeant at 32 Division that just retired. He said in 35 years, he's never seen so many cars stolen in all his years as a police officer. Could you comment on the impact of this auto theft crime wave in the city?
Yeah, yes, Councillor, it's through the speaker. It's very, very significant. It's probably the highest I've ever seen as well. And you may recall me mentioning that in 2017, we eliminated our major crime task force, which was used to deal with this type of investigation that was beyond the capacity of a local division and involved organized crime. And so we did that as a cost-saving measure, and now we're seeing the results of that. And one of their focuses would be this type of auto theft. So we see the need to actually reinstitute that so that we can address this type of crime. And I have to point out, it's actually sophisticated, organized crime. And you see that in the results. Peel Region just had recently when they recovered several $1 million of stolen vehicles, and that was after a very sophisticated investigation.
And in terms of this year's budget and dealing with this epidemic of auto thefts, is this part of the increase you're asking for, or have you found the money to reconstitute the auto theft prevention unit from your existing budget?
It's within the existing budget, and it's simply a redeploy of existing resources.
And as you know, council passed a motion asking for more resources to deal with this auto theft outbreak. Have you received any information back from the federal provincial government to say that they would like to help coordinate the city's efforts, the Toronto Police Force's efforts? As you know, this doesn't recognize municipal boundaries, as the the cars are stolen from Toronto, go to Brampton, go to Montreal, go to Halifax, end up in Nigeria, et cetera. So have they responded to you at all in terms of saying they'd like to help?
I don't believe I've received any correspondence from the federal government. What I can tell you, provincially, we have the Criminal Intelligence Service of Ontario, and we work with our partners through that agency and receive funding to assist with these type of investigations. Recently, however, we never had the assets deployed to actually take advantage of those funds for the investigation, but we will now with the re-establishment of this team. And it just for your information, it's really a transferring of value again of $2.1 million to recreate it.
Hey, thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, questions?
Yes, thank you, and good morning. My first question is to Gord Tanner, and then followed by Paul Johnson, and I believe probably Denise Campbell. Question number one to Gord. There was I moved a motion which council supported back in November 2021, asking specifically about the costs needed to provide a housing subsidy so that we can move everyone who's currently staying in a hotel shelter program or a respite or a 24-hour drop-in into a pathway of housing for 1 year. That report was supposed to go to the executive committee in January, and I don't believe that it did. Can you give us a sense of when we can expect that number and that information? Because we are obviously in the middle of the budget process, and I don't have a lot of information to work from.
Through the speaker, thanks for their question, Councillor. So we were due to come to executive, unfortunately, due to the Omicron situation. We were delayed in that. We do expect to come back this June cycle to update you on your request.
Okay, thank you. So if your report comes back in June and the hotel shelters are slated to close, some of them in April, how do we provide subsidies and get people housed more quickly than that? Because if your report comes back in June, does that mean that we're not going to have additional housing allowances and subsidies until 2023?
Through the speaker, Councillor, no, we have a very comprehensive housing plan for 2022. We did refer a briefing note to the budget committee in terms of accelerating that plan and adding 300 more opportunities for housing for people leaving the shelter system. With respect to the transition plan in hotels, we will be coming through Economic Development, and Community Development Committee next cycle with an update on our transition plan with more details.
Okay, thank you. And so with the 300 potential subsidies that you're going to be, that's proposed, and I think the mayor has something in his motion that touches upon that. How many people will be left behind? Because obviously the number of people staying in respites and hotel shelters exceeds 300. So how many more people are not going to get those 300 units?
So through the speaker, Councillor, we shelter on a nightly basis around 7,750 people right now in the shelter system. Through our work with the Housing Secretariat, we actually have, 3,000 opportunities for housing over the course of 2021 and 22. And these 300 are in addition to that. So, that will, bring and promote opportunities for people to leave the shelter system. And we can report back to you further in June with respect to, that outstanding question that you'd asked. But we imagine and will continue to operate an emergency shelter system here in the city of Toronto to meet people's needs who lose their housing and otherwise have no shelter to go to.
Okay. Thank you. So, but it still doesn't sound like we're getting to the 7,050 units. Let me just move on to, just because I cut 5 minutes. Thank you, Gord, for your answers. Next question is for Paul Johnson and probably Denise Campbell. It might be a combined tag team effort. Throughout the pandemic, we've heard lots of concerns from the local downtown community about the state of their streets and neighborhoods, and BIAs have absorbed additional costs. For example, the downtown young BIA is about $800,000 probably out of pocket. So is the St. Lawrence Market neighborhood, claiming roughly the same quantum. What can we do to support these BIAs that are faced with additional pressures for enhanced operations, cleaning and maintenance of the streets, and at the same time make sure that those unnecessary costs are not passed through to their members who are experiencing financial hardship right now?
Well, through the speaker, I'll begin, and certainly Denise can add in. We've had some targeted meetings to look at what we call 90-day plans that will kick in starting March 1st to do exactly this, which is to look at some of those point issues to do with cleaning at the street level, but also some other activities that are about preparing as we transition from winter weather into the springtime, and also transition from having a lockdown scenario or very few people in the downtown to more people coming back, including university students, employees, and visitors to Toronto. So some of those costs can be picked up through the departmental work. We already have enhanced cleaning and some waste removal that occurs in these areas as a matter of course. And so Tracy and I continue to be in contact about how we can continue to make those things a priority as we move, and then evaluate and monitor whether that's having an impact, and see how we could continue those things if necessary beyond that 90-day period that we're looking at the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would say I have questions first to Energy and Environment, then to Planning, then to Shelter Support Housing Administration, then to MLS. So first to Environment and Energy. Hi, James. Welcome to your first council budget of many, I'm sure. In the implementation of Transform TO that was passed in December, there was advancement on a couple of fronts, one being the Toronto Green Standard. Can you tell me what division would be responsible for advancing the Toronto Green Standard at a more rapid pace?
Well, I'll start at a high level through the speaker. It's a partnership between Environment and Energy and Planning Division in terms of the advancement of the Toronto Green Standard. But Greg, I don't know if you would like to talk about the roles and advancement at a pace.
If I could, Greg, before I have a question to you about it. So why don't I'm going to stick with you, James, just for one more, then move over to allow Greg to respond. In Transform TO, there was a plan for the expansion of public transportation. Can you outline or indicate if the plan for the expansion of public transportation in Toronto is reflected in the TTC capital budget?
Through the speaker, I will defer that question to Josie in terms of the specifics to the TTC capital budget. Josie Levita.
Through the speaker, what's in our budget for our buses is about $894 million. That allows us to hire or to acquire both hybrid and e-buses and our associated charging systems.
Does that level of service reflect what was passed by Council in December for Transform TO?
That reflects the beginning of what we would need to do to start on that path, but it's only a limited amount based on funding availability.
Thank you, Josie. Over to our chief planner. Now, granted, your budget was prepared before Council had advanced the TGS, so I didn't expect you to have a crystal ball. Could you tell us, has your work plan adjusted in order to take into consideration the accelerated Toronto Green Standard?
Through the chair, we are in the process of looking at the work plan to accelerate. As council may recall, we're implementing version 4 of the TGS May 1st, 22. And also those staff are looking at the work related to new environmental policies in the official plan. They will then have to pivot, I hate to use that word, to accelerating the version 5 that council has asked us to look at in the December direction. And it may be that in year, we'll look at and ask in order to be successful in that for that acceleration to get achieved.
Thank you very much. That answers my question. I'd like to just move on to municipal licensing and standards very quickly. The question is, we heard in an earlier response that you're able to respond to 80% of rent-safe inquiries or reports. Can you tell us what time frame that is?
Yeah, so between councillors, I look at that, and it's we average 3.1 days to respond to a request, and in emergencies 1.5%, and I use an 80% number, and that was more akin to 2020, and in 2021 we were in the low 90s.
Okay, that's good to hear. What time frame would be acceptable for life safety related reports to regarding rent safe or rooming house calls?
Life safety, when it relates to no water, no heat, emergencies are done within 24 hours.
But that would be ideal, but we're at we're over that.
So again, our service standard.
Keeping our.
Mr. Cole, mute your mic.
Councillor
Thank you.
Cole, can you please shut your mic off, please? Go
They
ahead,
shut off
Councillor
for
Lee.
him, I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So as a number, you're right, it's 1.5, but as a percentage, it's 92%. So again, it is, you know, we are being responsive within that 24 hours, 92% of the time.
Okay, finally, my question is to Shelter Support and Housing Administration.
Last question.
We've been told that there's enough housing supports to address the challenges that the city's facing. What are then the challenges with us actually activating this supports? What is holding us back from addressing the 7,000 people in shelters and helping them get a rental supplement, for example, and then find housing? There's something in that process that's slowing us down. What is it?
Through the speaker, thanks for the question, Councillor. I mean, part of this is supply, obviously. You know, it is having the stock and the number of units available to move individuals out of the shelter system and into housing. You know, again, working with Abby and the Housing Secretariat, we have, you know, upwards of 3,000 opportunities, you know, over the next year to be moving the people out of the shelter system and into housing, and it's a process over time that includes preparing those individuals with ID, with income supports, understanding what their needs are to be successful in housing, and we are moving in that direction to expedite that process as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Councillor Bailao.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My questions, I think some of them are to the Housing Secretariat and then some might be to Gord. So I noticed that we had a briefing note, number 13, that actually compared the housing budgets from 2015. So could somebody confirm how much the city spent in operating costs in 2015 versus this budget?
Yes, through the speaker. So in 2015, the city invested 481.8 million in operating, and that in 2015 there was no capital funding identified.
And so when you add the COVID-19 spending to the operating cost, what is the difference between 2015 and today?
Through the speaker, just looking at the numbers, we're seeing a big difference kind of in total expenditure. We're seeing, I'm just having a look at the numbers here from total housing investments was around 665 million. And then in 2022, we see that number increase to 1.3 billion. So that's about a 370 million increase.
Okay.
That includes the COVID-19
Okay.
investment as well.
And you said that it was how much in 2015?
So in 2015, the total, and this includes the Housing Secretariat, SSHA, and TCHC, was 665 million.
Okay. So when you exclude the COVID-19, what's the increase? What's the percentage? What did we go from?
It was excluding the COVID, we jumped to just $1 billion. So it's about 300 million difference between in 2022 if you exclude the COVID numbers.
So are we taking more and more of the responsibility of housing compared even to the other levels of government, even on the operating?
Through the speaker, I think you can see the sustained increase that the city has invested on both the operating and the capital sides over time. That difference between 2015 and 2022 is significant, and I think part of that is due to, you know, having a new housing plan and having significant kind of ambitions and goals around housing that are quite different maybe to the ones we had in 2015. So yes, we're seeing an increased share from the city.
And you talked about the housing plan. Am I reading it right that on the capital side, we are covering 75% of the capital costs in the housing plan?
Through the speaker, in terms of the overall investment, yes, we haven't identified all of the costs yet for the housing TO plan, but we've laid out a very robust 10-year capital plan, which includes our investment in Housing Now,
Right
etc.
now, right now there's 75% of it.
That's correct, yeah.
What are the outstanding asks to the provincial and federal government in this area?
So we're looking for increased investments for supportive housing, for things that like RHI might fund. We are looking for investments from them to support Housing Now as well. So it's largely around the capital, but as you know, we have outstanding requests to the provincial government for operating dollars for our supportive housing. So those are the main areas of focus that we would like to gain some traction on with those levels of government.
Okay. And I just want to confirm again, the 300 units that we're talking about, that was also in one of the briefing notes. It is on top of the 3,000 that we had on our 2-year plan, correct?
Yes, that's correct. We had 1,000 Canada Ontario housing benefits, which we're trying to accelerate. And we also had a target of 2,000 new supportive housing units, and that 300 would take us beyond that total 3,000. So we'd be looking at around 3,389 units.
And can you confirm again?
Last question.
How much we're going to have available in the Mirror program this year?
So through the speaker, we have a carry forward of $10 million from 2021, and we have a new investment of $10 million for 2022, which gives us an opportunity to put out through an RFP $20 million fund for Mirror.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the CFO. So I've received a letter here. I guess it's from a community advocate to cut the police budget, and they like the money going into community-based crisis response models, youth programs, survivors of gender-based violence, food security, overdose response, and affordable housing. Now I'm looking through the budget papers and I see we are funding all of those. Now it's hard to add up all of them, but it looks like excess of over $1 billion we're putting into the programs they're advocating for. Is that a correct assumption?
Madam Speaker, Councillor, I'm going to ask Denise Campbell, who natural of all those.
Thank you, Heather. So through the speaker, you're right that this budget includes a number of investments across many of those lines. So for example, community safety, there is over $12 million committed to both the crisis support service pilots, as well as enhancements in the community crisis response program. It's the first of a 2-year commitment. There are investments in equity, there is investments in housing, and as you heard earlier, there is a 1% inflationary increase for the community funding program, and perhaps interest in increasing that. So I think a number of those lines are in the budget as presented.
Yeah, that's what I saw. So it's hundreds of millions if you include the housing pieces as well. Thank you, Denise. My next question is for the city manager, and I'm encouraged by the mayor's statement yesterday that we're getting our public service back to our city hall offices. Now we need the private sector back as well to get on the TTC, because if you look at our problems before us, a third of it is about TTC. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is there a plan in place to encourage the banks, the financial institutions, the insurance companies, the tech sector, medical's already been down the whole pandemic, to get back to really reopen downtown and get people back on the TTC and start using shopping downtown as well, whether it be restaurants or retail?
So through the speaker, the good news is that we're aware of what they're doing, and in some cases what they're not doing. And certainly the city, as the mayor pointed out, is demonstrating its leadership. And we're going to learn more about what the provincial government actually has in store in terms of bringing its staff back. So in terms of the best spokesperson, I think, in our entire organization for encouraging those areas that you just mentioned to get back to the office is the mayor. And the mayor, I think, yesterday started with that, and I imagine it will continue to be a communication that he will do over the days and weeks ahead. And as you know, right now we're working through the specifics of our return to office staff, and so we're going to be working with management and them to, you know, as we're understanding more and more about the restrictions or the loosening of restrictions that will enable people to come back and perform successfully in our organization. So, but yeah, I think the mayor's done a good job and will continue to do so, and encouraging others to come back.
Thank you. Next question is for police services, if they're still on the line. Chief Rimmer, if you're there. Thank you for your wonderful work for the city, especially in very difficult times. Recently, council passed a motion encouraging police services within their spending envelope to put more resources into this hate crime unit. And my understanding, the staffing complement there is about 8 people. And I'm just wondering, based within your envelope, what we can do about increasing that complement and making sure that we have more vigorous investigation and enforcement against a hate crime in our city.
That was your last question.
Yes, Councillor, through the speaker, we have increased the number up to 8, and really what that allows us to do is they also coordinate all the hate crime investigations that are ongoing in the city. So each of our respective divisions also participate in those hate crime investigations. But by increasing that capacity in our intelligence unit, what it allows us to do is when we see those connections, or we see, you know, the repeated crimes being conducted by individuals or groups, we can now target the intelligence investigative team to conduct those investigations rather than leaving it in the hands of the individual division. And I think that's one of the greatest enhancements this is enabling us to do by getting it up to that number. And so it's going to be an additional enhancement this year, and that's what we're hoping to achieve by that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chief.
Councillor Thompson, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. I have questions for economic development planning, and I hope to get to MLS. My first question through you, Speaker, to the Chief. And Chief, let me just comment, as it's been stated already, on the amazing job you and your team are doing in terms of protecting the city, and most notably the work that's been done in the last couple of weekends. Chief, there's been an increase with respect to youth crime and that are in most instances capital crimes. We just had this week in my community, we had a young boy, Jaheim Robinson, was killed at David and Mary Thompson. I wanted to find out, Chief, how will this budget assist you with respect to dealing with some serious problems with respect to youth crimes, 13, 14-year-olds and others having guns and are using these guns to affect the lives and in fact to kill people. So can you help me with respect to that? And I have another one, part two of the question. The schools are talking and communities are talking about having officers back in school. And that's not a decision for council to make per se, but it is a decision for boards and the community to make and ask the police. If that were to take place, would you be able to have the ability to pivot within the context of your budget to be able to offer assistance to the school boards should they be asking? So those are two questions. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councillor, through the speaker. And first of all, I want to thank you and several of the councillors for their comments because it gets passed on to the membership and they appreciate the acknowledgement of the good work they've done in the last couple of weeks. With respect to the gun crime, and we've noted here that we're seeing this much younger people getting involved. You know, our current budget, again, only gives me the flexibility to redeploy existing resources. There's no increase in strength. So it allows us to keep the focus that we have on gun and gang violence, which is not only from the enforcement standpoint, but is all the prevention work that we're trying to do with our Project Engage, as well as with our public safety response team and all the bail compliance checks they do and conversations with families to divert. And then, of course, it's the continual work that we are doing with the city on Safe TO, and that side of it's being led by Deputy Demke. So we're going to continue to do that. We see great success in the future of the collaboration with the city that's never been better, and that's where some of the organization needs to be. What's the other question? The second part of your question?
It's a school board if they were to ask.
Yeah.
And I do have to ask economic development and planning some questions. So if you could be
Okay,
brief,
I'll be very quick on that.
Thanks.
I'll be very quick on that. That was, we did have officers in the school. We felt it was an excellent program. Meeting us on the ground and talking with us is always better, that interaction, but it was a decision by the school board for us to not to be involved. So it was a few years back that we were removed entirely from the schools.
But if they were to come back, would we be able to pivot to help them if they were to ask?
We would certainly revisit that, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Chief. My next question through you, Speaker, is to economic development. I wonder if economic development could give us a brief overview with respect to the support that's being offered through this particular budget. And Speaker, I'll just ask my question there, and I'd like to ask a question of planning. So if economic development could be brief, that'd be very helpful. Thank you.
To the Speaker, Deputy Mayor, EDC is definitely implementing various programs for small business supports through the Main Street Recovery and Renewal initiatives. We are focusing our efforts on entrepreneurs, on small businesses, and we want to make sure there's an opportunity for them to strive and to recover through the programs that we're doing to provide training, grants, incentives, advisory services, enhanced access to space. We really are trying to support also the small business property tax subclass and have other supports in the works.
Thank you very much. My next question is to planning. Mr. Lintern, we've had several complaints from the development industry in terms of indicating there doesn't seem to be enough planning staff. We've also seen situation in Scarborough where a number of the planning staff have left and have gone to other jurisdictions who are paying them more and requiring them to work less. I'm wondering, how does this budget help you with respect to bringing more staff online to respond to the need from the industry?
Through the Speaker, Deputy Mayor, the budget includes additional planning staff in a few of our disciplines, including a dedicated team to advance all of the approvals that Council is considering in the Golden Mile, which is one of our large change areas in the city. And we are also working with all of the development review divisions who are all engaged in a hiring effort with support from P&E to get our vacancy level down. There will be, and there are challenges, you pointed them out, with retirements and a lot of people making decisions about what they want to do with their lives right now. So we're working through those challenges, hiring quite a number of people just recently, even in the last 45 days. But though that churn will continue, and we can't underestimate the effect of that on the organization.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thanks very much, Speaker. And I don't have questions for the chief, but I also just want to add my voice to thanking him and everyone there under his command for superb job in the face of the potential large protests, and note how much money you've saved by spent $1 million, but saved multi-million dollars, as we note that Ottawa will be buried under debt for they're dealing with this crisis. I am going to ask a number of questions about electric vehicle charging, please. We all know I'm very interested in that. And I'll just give you a few of them. When will the rollout start for EV charging? That's one question. I also want to know about the revenues for permit parking and what the total revenues are for permit parking, both from the purchase of permits and for the fines for permit violations. And also adding in, there's 3 new permit parking areas were added in Toronto East York, and Councillor Perks' ward, Councillor Bailau's ward, my ward. And what are the what's the revenue for that? So I hope someone knows those answers. I'd also like to know from the general manager if you have an idea of what will be the impact of the removal of the ability of permit parkers to park overnight in green P lots, if that's been considered. And I have another one for seniors on fixed incomes. Seniors who successfully applied for property tax, water, and solid waste relief program, can they get charged? Can they end up getting charged interest and other fees if there's delays with their paperwork, upwards of $19? It's quite a bit. So thank you. Those are my questions. EV charging, permit parking revenues, impact on removal from TPA lots, and charges for seniors for the relief that they've sought. Thank you.
Through the speaker, it's Barbara from Transportation. I'll start on the first 2 and then hand over to others. So on the EV charging rollout, Councillor Fletcher, I believe we will be installing an additional 7 or more charging stations in 2022, working in partnership with Toronto Hydro and the Parking Authority. We'll also be working over this year to look at how we can expand and transition that program into 2023. So there'll be more to come in 2023 on that. Let's see, for the parking, permit parking, as of the revenues as of the 3rd quarter, it looks like 10.6 million for monthly and 4.8 million for temporary. That's a general bit there. That's close on the revenues for the as of the 3rd quarter for 2021.
2021. And then what about the fines? You don't know that yet.
I don't have that information.
Okay.
I don't know if anyone else, if Courts has that information or anyone else has that information.
Can I just be clear, is that 7 or 17? Because it was 17 that the mayor had moved. Yep.
17 is the EV charging.
Okay, you said 7.
Oh,
So
I'm sorry, I meant
is it
17.
7 or
I just
17?
missed a critical one there. My apologies.
Yeah, just the 10 less. We need those 10. And the impact of removing from the TPA, I know it's a budget matter for them to get revenue, but now they're going to have an issue with nobody can go in there even though they have a permit overnight. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of that, and we know that there's pressure in many areas where we have existing on-street permit parking, and we know that again is an issue that's something that we have to kind of work through with the TPA, and I don't really have any specific issues, but we're happy to follow up with you on that.
Yeah, I'm going to move a motion for that. Okay. And then just around seniors on fixed incomes, because they can apply for a property tax, water, and solid waste relief program, and then they may be a bit late, or there may be something happen, they can't get online, it's all with paperwork. What are the charges for that for seniors? And have you considered that isn't really helpful if we're trying to have relief and they're spending quite a bit of extra money having to cover that? Not you, Ms. Gray. Somebody there that has to answer that one.
Is anybody here to answer that question?
Madam Speaker.
Revenue services.
Madam Speaker, it's Andrew Flynn, the controller. Certainly, Councillor, if there was a successful application and there had been interest charged, we would certainly look at backing that out. So if there's specific circumstances that I can look into for you, I'm happy to take that offline.
So this is a standard practice though, isn't it?
So
Charge interest.
I see Casey has.
That was your last question.
I'll be specific.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I didn't get that answer. Sorry. You talked through it.
Can you just repeat that answer?
Certainly, Councillor, there would be a standard charge that if somebody hasn't paid their utility or property tax, but if there is an adjustment later, we would go back and credit that amount to make sure the interest is charged on fees that are no longer collected thereafter.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I dovetailing on some of the questions that Councillor Thompson asked about planners. Last time I checked, we had about 150 planners exclusively committed to reviewing development applications. How many more are we getting that will be exclusively committed to reviewing development applications?
Through the Speaker, Deputy Mayor, with respect to the additional staff that we're seeking in the budget, exclusively devoted to development applications, 11, and there's one staff related to the work that we've got to do on the community benefits charge, which kind of relates to development applications. And there are staff that are related to working on our employment landscape conversion project.
So thank you for that. I guess this would be a question of finance. What was our uplift in this budget on land transfer tax?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Deputy Mayor, the land transfer tax, if you recall during the budget process, I acknowledged the fact that we were moving towards having the land transfer tax success and surplus from pre-COVID times directed to the capital plan. So this was keeping our land transfer tax at pre-COVID levels of 800 million, funding the operating plan, as well as moving the additional 150 of land transfer tax towards the capital plan. So this was something that we signaled a few years ago, that we needed to become less reliant on MLTT for funding operating activities and directing it more towards capital.
So we got an additional 150 million in the land transfer tax this year. How much did we get?
Are you asking in 2022?
Last year, how much did we get? How much are you figuring for this year?
So through you, Madam Speaker, Deputy Mayor, we haven't finalized the 2021 numbers, but we were close to $1 billion in land transfer tax. So we've used what we had in November to build this year's budget. And we
okay, so no, you're close to $1 billion in 2021. Fair enough, I get that. Then what did we get in 2020? How much did we get? Subtract one number from the other. That's the number I want.
Through you, Madam Speaker, Deputy, I'll have to double check on the numbers specifically, but I would say that the increase in 2021 was approximately about 200 million over our 2020 experience. And remembering that in 2020, the real estate market did take a hit because of the surfacing of COVID.
So, but we haven't gotten all the numbers in, so it's going to be over 200, right?
But please, I just want to clarify that in
understand.
2022, we are directing the MLTT, a portion of the MLTT, to the capital plan.
Okay. So we got 200. So that 200 uplift, did that go to the capital last, or last year. Is that what you said?
So it is part of our 1.1 billion COVID backstop. When we overperformed in MLTT, we asked for council approval to direct it to a COVID backstop. And that is part of the 1.1 billion that I mentioned earlier this morning.
Okay. Next question is a housing question. Can you separate out the additional operating money that's been committed to the housing file and separate out between COVID and non-COVID to come to a number that will be the going forward operating pressure for the additional money that we're spending on housing?
Through the speaker, Deputy Mayor, if you're referring to the total amount that we're spending on operating, so without the, in 2022, we're anticipating spending 1.3 billion on operating. And that
In
doesn't
2022?
include, that's correct, yes.
Okay, and does that include money that's COVID related?
The 1.3 billion does, yes. So it's 300 million in the COVID related expenditure, and that includes the Housing Secretariat, TCHC, and also
300.
SSHA.
So that 300 minus 1.1, did you say 1.1?
That was your last question.
It's 300 million for COVID related activities.
Okay, well, thank you, Madam Chair. I can't ask any more questions, so I'll stop.
Thank you. Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Speaker. My questions are for the Chief Financial Officer and start with the police budget relative to the cities. Could you tell the council through the Speaker how the percentage represented by the police budget as a percentage of the city's total budget has changed over the last 10 years?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, police service to respond to that. They would have the comparisons readily available. I don't have those in front of me.
All right, well, I don't want to waste time because I'm not sure they would have the comparison to the city's overall budget. Do they have, if you know they have that, I'll ask them of it. But
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'll try and be helpful. It's Ryan. Over the last 10 years, the Toronto Police Service budget as a proportion of the city's budget has decreased by a total of 3%. Over that 10-year period, that translates to $640 million of capacity, if you will, that decrease in proportion has given back to the city.
That's very helpful. Thank you. My other questions for the Chief Financial Officer would concern the debt, something we don't talk very much about. But inside the recommendations within the budget, there are some very important recommendations with regard to borrowing authorities for the year ahead, the year that we're in. First of all, can you tell us what the maximum amount is that is authorized? And it's done by way, I think, as council members know, of delegation to the mayor and to the debenture committee and yourself. But you're a member of the debenture committee. What is the maximum amount authorized for this year?
Through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, it's 1 billion. That amount was set at the onset of this term of council was $1 billion a year.
And how is the timing of that borrowing decided upon? Maybe you could just tell us briefly about that.
There's no magic number to how that timing is decided. We look at the markets. We look at who else is in the market, the competition that is currently going out. We look at the different types of bonds that we're issuing in the sense of green, social, conventional. So the timing of it this year will be unique because of the election. We will, in actual fact, try to take advantage of the lower interest rates before interest, which is the prediction in the latter part of the year, as well as trying to get most of our debt issued in the first part of the year because of the election.
Okay, what governs, first of all, on that point of the timing and assessing all those different market conditions you referred to, I assume you have a team of people that help with that, and I think their track record has been pretty good at timing the market as well as one could try to do to get good results for the people of the City of Toronto.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have an amazing team, and you are correct. We, in actual fact, have over the last 3 years experiencing COVID, have had tremendous success in entering the markets right at the right time to oversell each of our placements every single time.
Okay, what governs the maximum amount? When you set that number of $1 billion and make that recommendation for approval, what governs that?
There is a council policy whereby debt servicing costs cannot exceed 15% of our tax base. And debt servicing costs includes interest and principal repayments, which we're legislatively required to do. And so what we do is we look at our 10-year capital plan and we spread out our financing costs. We have different terms, 10-year, 20-year, 30-year, and we ensure that we're within that 15% each and every year of our 10-year capital plan.
I just have two more squeeze in here. Thank you through you, Speaker, to the Chief Financial Officer. Would you be favorably disposed to seeing us alter that policy at this stage? It's set at 15%. And do you think that would have positive or negative consequences to altering that percentage?
So through you, Madam Speaker, Mr. Mayor, we are changing our debt limits this year, not in the sense of a percentage, but we are increasing the amount we're going to be borrowing. So there was a slide in the budget presentation that indicated that we'll stay within our 15%, but we are doubling our borrowing authority by increasing our debt capacity to $2 billion, because we are going to take advantage of our recoverable debt scenario, which is the city building levy primarily. But to increase beyond that, there are many market conditions that need to be considered. Capacity of holding municipal debt. If we were to increase our debt capacity this year, it would take us above our 15% threshold over the 10-year period. So it is not something I would recommend.
And my final question through you, Speaker, would be this. If somebody said we should borrow 100 million more, or pick a number, I don't know what number you might be able to give us an estimate on, but for every 100 million or every 500 million you borrow, do you have any estimate as to, or even a ballpark estimate as to the financing costs that incurs that have to be made up out of the operating budget? How much would it cost us to borrow an amount like that? And then people can do the math in their own heads.
So, Mr. Mayor, if we were to increase it 500 million, it's an easy round number to go. Because we would be exceeding that 15%, there is probably up towards a 5 basis point premium that we would in actual fact have to pay investors to encourage them to participate in our debenture. That could be upwards of 10 million over a 20-year period. So again, depending on the term of the debt, it could be anywhere from, $200,000 to $500,000 on an annual basis.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. We'll recess to 2 o'clock. This meeting is now resumed. Members, before the lunch recess, Council was asking questions on the Mayor's second key matter, item EX 30.2, on the 2022 operating and capital budget. Members, I'd like to ask the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer to address Council at this time to clarify an answer to an earlier question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The mayor was asking around the carrying costs of increasing debt by 500 million a year. I was speaking to the premium, which would be anywhere into 2 to 5 basis points. However, I didn't get a chance to answer what the actual carrying cost, the servicing of that debt would be on an annual basis. So the way we do our debt is we look at 10, 20, and 30-year terms. If we took the average and we were servicing 500 million, it would probably be in the neighborhood, we're doing very rough calculations, in the neighborhood of about 40 to 45 million on an annual basis to carry an additional 500 million on top of the $2 billion that we've proposed. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to clarify.
Thank you. Before we proceed to speakers on the item, I wish to remind you that City Council has adopted the tax rates and the revenues they would generate under item EX 30.1. That means that motions that affect the tax rates and the amounts to be levied will not be in order during the debate on item EX 30.2. Any motion that proposes an amendment to the levels of expenditure must also provide an offsetting amount. I would like to address the issue of requests for separate votes on parts of the item and provide some guidance to members. Under Council's procedures, a member can ask for a separate vote on distinct propositions. If the chair agrees that a matter can stand alone, a separate vote can be taken. With the exception of those portions of the budget where members have declared interest, I will not entertain a request to vote separately on a motion of the budget if a lost vote would result in an unbalanced budget, as this means the proposition does not stand alone. If a member wishes to delete or amend something in the budget, the member should place a motion to amend the budget and identify an offsetting source of funds where necessary during the debate on this item. Okay, we will now go to speakers. We can clear the screen. Mayor Tory to speak.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. And I have some motions which will be put up, and I will go through them in a moment. But I want to, before mentioning some of these motions, or really one motion that has several parts to it, I want to just indicate to members of council through your speaker that there's some good news received today in that the federal government has made an announcement about $750 million being made available across the country for transit only. So it only deals with the transit portion of this. And so what we now have is some money that's been put on the table by both the federal and provincial governments. The federal money requires the province to match, which the provincial announcement more or less does a match this amount. And it brings us, you know, some distance along on the transit part of this. And as members will know, the transit part is a significant part, but by no means all of the shortfall that we have in a lot of the rest of the shortfall is related to shelter costs and other kinds of things that have been covered by previous amounts of money provided by the other governments to help with COVID relief. And so I welcome and thank the Government of Canada, especially Finance Minister Freeland, who I spoke with yesterday, and the Prime Minister, who I've spoken with several times about this, and Intergovernmental Affairs Minister LeBlanc, who I've spoken many times with about all of these things for that. And as I thank Premier Ford, Minister Mulroney, and Minister Bethlenfalvy at the provincial government, these are positive steps. I told them I was going to describe it as a solid step forward, but it doesn't conclude those discussions. They go on, and I will be carrying on to talk to them about the balance of what we need, and I'm trusting that there will be a receptive audience for that. On the motion, Speaker, these motions arise out of $3 million that our very capable staff found for us through some further efficiencies on procurement and the like. And I just want to run through them very quickly, and people can have a look. They'll be distributed. $3 million they found for us, and these motions take up $2.885 million of that $3 million, and they include a $250,000 gross and net increase to the operating budget for the 519. It includes 300,000 gross and net to account for Safe TO and the Brave expansion of programs like the Brave. And I want to thank Deputy Mayor Thompson for his advocacy on that. I want to thank Councillor Carroll and others who have spoken to us about an increase in the SDFA Toronto Strong Neighborhood Strategy of 150,000, which I'm proposing to you, 250,000 to finance the Oakwood Bond Youth Space. Again, Councillor Carroll, we had some good conversations together with other councillors who recognize the citywide benefit of a $340,000 proposed increase, gross and net, for SDFA to increase by 1% more the CPIP funding increase that was planned for the budget. Thanks to Councillors McKelvey and Lai for their advocacy, along with others, we would propose an increase of 500,000 gross and net, 7 operating positions to be added to the municipal licensing and standards to help with rent, safe TO, multi-tenant housing, and noise bylaw enforcement. An increase of 185,000 gross and net to the Shelter and Housing Administration operating budget to ensure that all of the menstrual and incontinence products could be made available to clients of the shelters, respite sites, and drop-ins in the event there are any gaps that are found over the course of the year. $400,000 gross and net for the operating budget. And I want to thank Councillors Bilow and Crawford for their advocacy in that regard to help with organizations outside of the city core that are helping to build culture and the arts outside of the city core, where lots of funds are allocated, of course, and quite properly so. And finally, with thanks to Councillor Ainsley with his advocacy on behalf of the Library Board, 500,000 net, 0 gross to the 22 operating budget of the library to ensure the complete elimination immediately of overdue fines on material borrowed. Speaker, I don't have much time left, but I will just say that I think these are appropriate things to do. They've all been things that have been discussed in deputations and by members of council in our discussions with them. Yes, indeed, Speaker, it is a COVID budget. There are some very, very stark financial realities that faced Councillor Crawford, myself, Chief Financial Officer, the City Manager, in embarking on this budget a year ago, and they didn't get much better over the course of the year because COVID was still with us. And so we did that. And, you know, when I see these references to people saying about how ambitious the budget is or is not, my ambition has been very clear throughout this. And it's the only responsible ambition you could have in putting a budget together in times like this, in the midst of a huge crisis, unprecedented in the history of the city. And that is to make sure that we do exactly what we have done. We have responsibly managed the finances. We have maintained services. We have supported people when they needed support. We have financed the largest vaccine campaign in the history of the city. But most of all, we've kept the city stable, supported people, supported the continued operation of the transit system with help from the other governments. That is what we have done. That was a considerable task to be undertaken by the city administration, and I'm proud of how well we've come through that. And I think if we do come through and we have the kind of robust recovery that puts us back as strong as ever, then we will be in a position to proceed with the kind of work we were doing to produce what was at the time the fastest growing, booming city, respectful city that was trying to make big efforts, and successfully so, I think, to ensure that no one was left behind. And so I'm hopeful we can resume that work very, very soon. But we've got to get through this period first. And I'm deeply grateful for the patience and the cooperation of the people of the city in seeing us through this period. And I'm proud of the fact that we've come through it so well, as attested to by our credit rating agencies. We will continue to be responsible in the management of the finances of the city, and we will proceed forward to work just as hard on the recovery so that the city will in fact be as stronger than ever come not too long from now. So, Speaker, thank you very much, and I commend these motions to all members of council.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Do you see my name there, Speaker?
Yes, I do, but we don't have your motion ready, so I'm just going to the next speaker, Councillor Matlow.
Fair. Thank you.
Councillor Layton.
I saw your name there and I wasn't really quite ready there, Josh. I'll jump right in. I have a motion as well.
And read your motion.
I'm sorry, I don't see it on the screen. That's my challenge. Thank you very much. The first motion, that City Council Continue to urge the province of Ontario and Government of Canada to sign an agreement regarding Canada-wide early learning and childcare. The second motion. This is a motion to municipal licensing and standards that the city direct the executive director of municipal licensing and standards to review the user fees associated with RentSafe and look to increase the amount of the user fees and ensure the increase will generate the general revenues needed to the expansion of RentSafe TO with a report due back before the budget launch in 2023. Social Development and Finance, that the city direct the Executive Director, Social Development and Finance, and Administration to proceed with the implementation of the next phase of the Fair Pass program as quickly as possible. Next, please. Parks, Forestry, and Recreation, this is an allocation of Section 42 funds for the addition of lighting at the Christie Pitts Skateboard Park. SSHA and the Housing Secretariat, that the City Council direct the General Manager, Shelter Support and Housing, and the Executive Director, Housing Secretary to report back to City Council in the second quarter of 2022 on the outcomes of the initiative to expedite the 300 additional housing opportunities for people experiencing homelessness and to include options for further expansion of the program of opportunities in 22 and 23. Next, please. Or that was my last one.
That was your last one.
Thank you very much. I did some last minute edits based on the mayor's motion that was circulated, and I was pleased to see the mayor come forward with this motion that addressed several of the shortcomings that we responded to and discussed during the budget committee. All the recommendations to make the improvements were accepted there, but I'm glad to see that several are here and included in the mayor's motion, because that I think will help address and ensure that it passes. While I would have liked to see some of them go further, I appreciate the mayor's efforts in this regard to stick to his commitments around taxes and the challenges that we're facing with respect to both the national pandemic as well as other challenges that the city is facing from many corners. The budget, as brought forward, does make some core and key investments. And one of them I'm going to focus on just very briefly is around reconciliation. And I think that this speaks to the commitment of both the public service, the city manager, and all of council, when we would like to increase, despite the challenges that we're facing financially, increase our commitment and respond to the national outcry and to try to start to rebuild the relationship with our Indigenous peoples in the limited role that municipalities have. But I think we've taken that very seriously through this budget and previous ones, and I'm quite proud of the city in that regard. And I thank the city manager and mayor for their commitments. Where I would have liked to see, let me start here. There's a song that goes that's called "Next Year" by Donovan Woods, a great songwriter and great storyteller. And the message of the song is that growing up, he kept saying it wasn't the right time. We'll get to that next year. Brighter years, brighter days ahead. And I appreciate this last three budgets have been a challenge, but the references and rhetoric that we hear in these budgets or in the last couple of years is reminiscent of what we have heard in the past. And I moved the motion on the last item because we're going to need to get past this. We can't just keep putting off difficult decisions because they're difficult. And I agree that this year is particularly difficult, but we have heard that before, that we should just delay having these very real conversations about the city we want to build, about the systems of support that we have in place for those least fortunate, the amount of affordable housing we want to build, the significant infrastructure and transit upgrades we want to make, the fight against poverty, the fight against climate change. If we don't start having the dialogue about what uncomfortable changes need to be made to our budget, we're simply never going to have them. And we just keep passing it on to future generations. I hope we can have that very real conversation soon. Again, I'm pleased to see the mayor's motion come forward. Would like it to go further, but I appreciate the constraints that that the mayor's under in this regard.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Matlow.
Thank you. So I have a motion to move. Oh, you know what? I no longer need to move this motion given what the mayor has incorporated. So if you could go on to the seniors digital literacy motion. Thank you. So first of all, on the first motion that I was to move, but I no longer have to, I want to acknowledge the mayor and his staff for recognizing the importance of the For Youth Initiative program at Oakwood and Vaughan. It both changes lives and literally could have the potential to save lives, as so many of our youth programs do throughout our city, our youth spaces. So I just want to acknowledge the mayor and his staff for their willingness to both listen and to recognize the deep value of what we provide to creating more resilient communities. And then the motion that I am going to move, because I didn't see it incorporated in the omnibus, is for the seniors digital literacy program. And I recognize that it didn't find its way into perhaps what has been proposed today, but I do believe that it's important to recognize its importance. More and more seniors have become reliant on technology, and I don't have to really explain in much detail to you why. I mean, the whole world has had to become reliant on technology overnight in ways that many people are not accustomed to or not very comfortable with, and in particular, lower income seniors who, for the first time, have found themselves, whether it be employment, school, or the mere need to defeat or escape isolation and loneliness, which also has a direct effect on people's health, are more and more reliant on technology to be able to just function in their day-to-day lives. And this program, through our Toronto Public Library, has been able to provide more and more seniors with opportunities to be able to learn how to be successful in that area. So I think it really would be a shame to not fund that this year. While we are emerging from this pandemic, that reliance on technology isn't going to go away overnight. And I expect that many people are still going to have to be reliant on technology, at least in a hybrid mode, and certainly when showing symptoms, completely, at least for a temporary period of time. So I'm doing my best just to convey to you that I do believe it's important. I think that we would have more of a complete budget if this was incorporated. And, if the mayor or Gary Crawford or anyone, Councillor Crawford, anyone wants to run with it, and I'm happy to see my motion become redundant, and, whatever you can do to support it, I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. City Council direct the General Manager of Transportation Services and others to explore the feasibility of adding staff resources to the 2022 budget to further support the implementation of the additional 25 automated speed enforcement cameras that we voted on last month. Two, to add resources to support the implementation of the 25 automated speed cameras. And third, to prioritize the filling of staff to support these positions in automated speed enforcement in 2022. And all of this is on a cost neutral basis. This is my 4th year on the budget committee, and I want to start by thanking Chair Crawford, especially for his patience with me in year 1. It is a great way to learn about everything that's happening in the city by being on the budget committee, and the first year is certainly overwhelming, but I've really appreciated working with him and learning from him over these last 4 years. Likewise, thank you to the CFO Heather Taylor and Stephen Conforti for all their great work in answering my questions. And a special thank you to Stephen, who 3 years in a row came out to town halls in our community to answer residents' questions. Likewise, this year, Mayor Tory came to a budget town hall in our community, and I'd like to thank him for his motion today, in particular addition of the MLS officers for rent safe and multi-tenant housing, because we do need to make sure that people are safe and that they're living with dignity. Budgets are about numbers and priorities. And I'd like to share some of the priorities that I see in this budget related to infrastructure and environment, both across the city and in my community of Scarborough Rouge Park. Vision Zero will see an investment of $64 million across the city. And this is the greatest single year investment that we've made in this program. In Scarborough Rouge Park, this corresponds to the addition of 8 additional school safety zones that will be installed this year. The cycling network plan will see $20 million across the city. And in my community of Scarborough Rouge Park, this means that there will be an upgrade of Lawrence bike lanes between East Avenue and Rouge Park. We are also starting to incorporate the concept of complete streets into our transportation projects. In my community of Scarborough Rouge Park, this means that as we upgrade Port Union Road this year, it's going to see the addition of raised separated bike lanes on both sides of the road. This is an investment of $9 million over the next 2 years. The Energy and Environment Division will receive $60 million in capital and operating funding this year to implement our ambitious net zero plan. Importantly, they're looking to hire 37 positions. So we need to get the word out there so that we can hire the best and bring them to the City of Toronto so that they can do their important work to establish a carbon budget, develop emission standards for buildings, enhance standards for new buildings, and much more. With respect to new buildings, the City of Toronto is taking our commitment to be net zero seriously. In Scarborough Rouge Park, we're investing $77 million in our new community and childcare center. Importantly, this community center will be Toronto's first net zero community center. And last but not least, the budget includes $2.5 million in operating funding for litter cleanup, invasive species removal, and student internships in our ravines. And thanks to co-funding from the ICIP and the DMAP programs, in our community of Scarborough Rouge Park, we're going to see trail upgrades and repairs in Highland Creek, Port Union Waterfront, and through our PF in our budget at Nielsen Park. Most important number, though, of the day is $1.4 billion. And this is the amount of money that we need to ensure that we can fully realize all the great things that are included in this city budget. And importantly, what we haven't touched on enough is that this will correspond to 12,500 jobs across the city. And Toronto is the economic engine of Canada. We need to get this work done. We need to keep these capital programs going forward. And while I'd like to thank the mayor for all of his hard work in that intergovernmental advocacy, I do think that we all have a role as councillors to play in this as well. And that's why I highlighted the projects in our community of Scarborough Rouge Park. And I will be sharing those with our MPP and our MP, because I think we all have a role to play in sharing what these important investments are so that we can ensure we get that much needed funding to move this forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just have a few brief motions that I'd like to move to arrange local section 42 allocations for some significant park projects in Ward 19, Beaches East York, if we can put those on the screen. Just to be clear with folks, these are all through the local bucket of section $42 that we've received and dedicated parkland funding from nearby developments. And these allocation shifts are not going to impact all the big detailed work that finance and our budget chief and everybody has been doing on this year's budget. The first one, of course, we're looking forward to welcoming our new East End neighbors through the assembly and opening of the Trenton Modular Housing Site up in Stan Wadlow Park area. And in advance of that, we're putting some funds into new upgrades for the adjacent park and lighting. This motion allows us to align those local funds and get that work going and provide similar allocations to 2 other priority park projects. One will be a community garden at Oakcrest, and the other is upgrades to the Bob Acton Park. So that's exciting. And I've been advised from our staff at PFR, this is the best place to get these things done and moving forward. So thanks to them for their help with those motions. With that, I'm going to offer some more budget commentary, broader thoughts here. And, you know, I think when we reflect on the past 24 months, none of us really would have imagined that we would still be in the midst of grappling with the pandemic, although we see light on the horizon as we are moving forward and coming back to reopening. We are still very much dealing with a sustained COVID impact, pandemic impact, and that's been reflected in the Omicron wave in the first few months of 2022. As we heard this morning and throughout the process, our staff at finance, our city manager, our budget chief, and the mayor, we are still dealing with the fallout of COVID-19, and this is a COVID budget that, of course, reflects that. On the city's end, and budget committee and the staff have done that work to find $1.6 billion in savings, to be wallet conscious, just like many Torontonians and households across the city have had to be over the past couple of years. And, you know, in doing that, we've really had to distill what the priorities are, what the areas of impact are going to be to help us build a more connected and more equitable city going forward. And I think it's a thoughtful budget, and I do appreciate the sort of omnibus motion from the mayor off the top there that goes even further to find more opportunities for impact in all of the important service sectors that Torontonians really rely on. And I think thematically, that's something that I come back to year after year in budget conversations with you folks here around the council chamber and, of course, back home in the community. And it's the idea that the city is, of course, that level of government that is closest to folks' lives. You know, the federal government, of course, we talk about Arctic sovereignty, you know, foreign affairs. Those are all very interesting and heady issues, but they are quite removed from our day-to-day lives. The things that we're talking about as local councillors, you know, it's our sidewalks, it's our park space, it's affordable housing, it's transit and keeping the trains running and the service on time. It's stuff that makes a big difference in our day-to-day experience as Torontonians and folks in Ontario and Canadians. And so that being said, we remain the level of government that has the least opportunity, the least flexibility when it comes to generating revenue efficiently, effectively, transparently, and equitably. We just have not historically had those tools at our disposal to be able to do that. So that's why I think, you know, it is so important, as Councillor McKelvey was touching on, and I'm sure many of our colleagues to follow, that $1.4 billion gap right now, in light of all the things going on and in light of the fact that Canada's recovery runs through the heart of the city of Toronto. It's imperative that other orders of government meet that challenge, meet that moment with us, step up and make sure that we continue to fund those vital services that so many Torontonians depend on day after day. You know, with that in mind, I think I just want to highlight the piece that I was talking about earlier and the questions. And it's the work that we've been doing on the TTC side of things and the $561 million that we are investing as a city, you know, to make sure that we have operating dollars for transit. That's going to allow us to bring the service levels back up to pre-pandemic levels. Mobility is access to opportunity across the entirety of our big city. And it's so important that we have the buses and the trains and the streetcars running at full capacity so folks can get back as we open up and get back to work. It does underscore the need for those historic
10
gaps
seconds.
for federal government to be made whole. And we have a roadmap now. We've been doing it for the past 2 years. When we look at our peer jurisdictions across North America, there is a role for other orders of government in those operating dollars to get Torontonians to where they need to go. And in fact, a much bigger conversation about regional transportation, how we move across the entire GTHA. The TTC is the cornerstone in the center of that, and we need all levels of government to step up and help us get people moving again. Thanks to the budget chief, of course, and our mayor and everybody for all their hard work on this and the staff side as well. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Lai to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to begin by thanking staff and my fellow councillors on the Budget Committee. And as a new member of the Budget Committee, in addition to dealing with department budgets, there was a learning curve on the process. And with that, I really like to thank our CFO, Heather Taylor, and Steve Conforti by guiding me through this process. And you've done a very good job for the city. And it is, in my view, that we involved residents of Toronto. And I also like to thank those residents who took the time to depute and to give us input on this budget. It is it's not easy to get any kind of a budget process. It's about balance. And I think this is a very balanced budget in light of the fact that we are under COVID, and it's a COVID budget. And we really wanted to maintain important service, even though in some areas, and we wanted to keep our taxes increased to the current rate of inflation. In my ward, I'd like to thank my residents in giving me all the inputs so that I can speak on your behalf in putting the capital budget on the Steeles Avenue widening into the capital budget. They have been waiting for the last 17 years to have this done, especially in the Morningside Heights community. And now it's back on the capital budget. And the other point I wanted to raise about my ward is about the putting more resources to the municipal licensing services so that we can deal with the multi-tenant housing. And as my resident put it, we should put the horse before the cart, and so that we can actually deal with some of those illegal rooming houses in the area. Also, I know that there is a shortfall of $1.4 million, which I think our senior levels of government would have to help us. And I really was very happy that the federal government has announced about the $750 million in hope that the province can match on transit. And everybody, we have to work together. And especially, I'd like to thank the mayor and his office in the ongoing advocacy for the city, and through any kind of channel, including the FCM and other channels. Really, really thank you for the hard work of our mayor and his office in securing these funds. And I will support Mayor Tory's motion on the additional expenditure of the $3 million, and in particularly strongly support like I said, the additional resources to MLS and in the area of rent safe TO and multi-tenant housing, which remains an important issue for many of my residents. And ensuring enforcement of our bylaw is important. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have four more motions I'd like to move. Could get down. The first motion is that City Council place $1 million in a reserve for the creation of the Office of the Toronto Housing Commissioner to be offset by decreasing the operating budget of the Toronto Police Services by $1 million. My second motion is that City Council increase the operating budget for shelter support and housing administration by $10 million for the purpose of increasing the number and/or size of rent supplements to be offset by decreasing the operating budget of the Toronto Police Service by $10 million. My third motion is that City Council increase the 2022 capital budget for transportation services by $50 million for additional Vision Zero and complete street projects and any staff necessary for design and implementation, with an offset to be funded by debt. And my fourth motion is that Toronto City Council increase the Toronto Transit Commission capital budget by $45 million for the purchase and overhaul of vehicles with an offset to be funded by debt. That City Council request the Toronto Transit Commission to issue the necessary tenders and purchase orders to eliminate the forecast 2022 backlog of vehicle purchases at overhaul. And that finally, City Council requests the federal and provincial governments to each contribute $45 million for the purchase and overhaul of vehicles. I do want to begin by acknowledging the incredibly hard work of so many members of council, the Toronto City staff, particularly Ms. Taylor and her team, in developing a very, very difficult budget in extraordinarily hard times. I want to add to that an acknowledgement of the great number of Torontonians who have held press conferences, town halls, emailed our offices, and demanded, among other things, that we eliminate library fines, that we increase the funding for the Mura program, and that we increase the number of municipal licensing and standards officers for the Rent Safe TO program. Without those very passionate and vital community voices, we wouldn't have the budget and the motions in front of us that we do right now. Those Torontonians who take the time to get involved in the development of our budget and to advocate for the things that they believe we need are truly leaders in our community. I want to begin by disagreeing with something that the mayor said, that the budget that's presented to us because of the times we're in is the best that we can do, and that we should accept that. Given that we are in COVID, we can't do more. Frankly, anyone who makes an argument that a budget is the only budget you can pass is shirking the responsibility for the choices they are making. The budget we have in front of us, just as every budget we have ever had, is a matter of choices. And I choose differently than the budget that was presented to council by the executive committee in some key areas. Specifically, I think that it is more important to give the police 99% of what they asked for and to house an additional 1,000 people than it is to give the police 100% of what they asked for. Similarly, I believe that our now 3-year outstanding commitment to get a housing commissioner to ensure that council's stated position that we believe housing as a human right is implemented is something that we should put in the budget. I know that the final report on how to structure it hasn't come yet, but we expect it to come this year.
10 seconds.
My motion makes it possible to hire that person and get them started within 2022. Don't have time to address the other motions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford, you have a question? 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, with regard to your two items, I think it's close to $100 million for debt.
Yes.
First of all, have you spoken with the CFO and received consent from her on those motions?
What I did, Chair Crawford, I asked the CFO if she could explain for me how much room we had according to the financial control bylaw for additional debt. The answer I received was 500 million. And as you can see, the motions that I put forward total only 1/5 of that amount. So yes.
Thank you. And the CFO talked, and I think the mayor actually asked these questions, that not only if we increase the debt level, chances are, I believe it goes above our 15% debt level.
No, it does not.
It does not.
No. I need to be clear about this. I asked the CFO how much room we had. She told me we had, in 2022, we had $500 million in room. My motions total 100,000. Sorry to have to correct you about that, but it's very important we establish that as fact.
No problem. Again, I don't have the opportunity to speak with the CFO. With regard to that debt increase, and I understand what you just said, but there are servicing costs that will be going to this, that will impact the operating
budget. And again, we at this point do not have any room for added costs on the operating side. I just want to make sure you're aware of that.
So, Mr. Budget Chief, the questions that the mayor asked indicated that if we increased the debt by $500 million, the annual cost would be between 40 and 45 million. By increasing it by $100 million, the impact will be an increase in future years of $8 or $9 million, which would translate for the average homeowner to $8 or $9 a year. I think that's imminently affordable. Further, we just, on the previous item, approved a motion by Councillor Layton to ask for a long-term financial plan to come to the early in the next term of council. That long-term financial plan would presumably look at options, alternate revenue tools, different funding arrangements with other orders of government, etc., that would easily make that affordable.
Thank you. My last quick question, again, I'm going to ask.
Last question.
Last question. So you mentioned $8 and $9 million that will be impacted yearly. So what is the offset? What is the offset in the operating budget for us to be able to afford that, what you said, $8 or $9 million in debt service and costs? Where is the offset? You need an offset as part of the budget.
In future years?
No, this year.
Oh, sorry. Well, first of all, the 8 or 9 million would assume that we had issued that debt on January 1st. Clearly, that won't be the case. So it would be, on the order of, I don't know, $2, $3, $4 million this year. If you want, I can amend my motion so that we take that money out of the, I'm forgetting the name of it now, the reserve we create. Oh, I'll look it up. It's the same source as Councillor Matlow used for his motion. Sorry, I'm forgetting the name of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I did ask if the motion.
Okay, that was your last question.
And just a point of order, Madam Speaker.
Yes, point of order.
Again, as written, I would request for you to review that motion and any other motions similar to that it is actually technically at this point out of order.
Yes, I will.
And Madam Speaker, on a point of order,
I will be reviewing that. Thank you.
Any necessary
Councillor
amendment
Perks,
to bring it
please.
into order.
Councillor
Okay.
Perks, please. Councillor Robinson, you have a question to the
Sorry,
speaker?
Speaker, I made a point of order. Could you?
Oh,
tell
I'm
me if
sorry, I
you're
didn't hear you.
accepting that?
Yes, Councillor
Oh,
Perks?
okay. Sorry, on a point of order.
Yes.
As I said to the budget chief, if the CFO feels that we need a 2022 operating offset to make my motions work, I will happily work with the CFO and the clerk to add the 2022 operating offset to bring it into order. Okay?
Thank you. Councillor Robinson, question.
Sorry, did you, is that okay?
Yes, just give me a minute, please, Councillor Perks. We have another question for you. Councillor Robinson.
Actually, it was the same point that Councillor Crawford is making. I don't believe the TTC motion is in order because it's you can't finance via debt. You need an offset. So it's really along the same lines. I was going to ask a question about the TTC motion, but this is out of order. And if you could rule on that. If you could
sorry, I have to disagree with you.
I'm not asking you. It was a point of order.
Oh, I'm
to
sorry.
the chair.
The speaker told me you were asking me a question.
Yeah, it's a point of order to the chair.
So
Could you
I don't
rule on
understand
these
how
votes?
it is you're on the floor now.
It's a point of order to the chair. Could you rule on these motions, please?
Okay, Councillor Robinson, what I'm going to do is give the opportunity for Councillor Perks to speak to the CFO. Yeah, to revise this motion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bylaw, you have a question? 3 minutes?
Just a quick question. Through you, Madam Speaker, to Councillor Perks. With regards to the Housing Commissioner, Councillor, why $1 million?
That's actually based on a motion that we considered, I believe, either last year or the year before, where we asked staff if we were able to hire the housing commissioner, what would be a ballpark amount of money to establish that office for a half a year operation. The city manager at that time suggested around $1 million. That may or may not be an adequate amount. It may be too much, but we can certainly deal with it in a variance report later on if it's too much.
Okay. So, yeah, so we don't know the structure of this office. We don't know if council is going to approve it this year or not. You're assuming that you're actually putting a budget on something that council has not approved.
So it works both ways. If I don't put it in the budget and a report comes back, I know that there's a study underway about how to structure it. And the report comes back and says, here's how to structure it. You know, it'll cost this much and it should report this way and so on. But we haven't allocated any funding. That means that we won't be in a position to begin recruiting somebody, to begin setting the office up, or any of that stuff until we approve the 2023 budget, which means it will be, I don't know, a year or 15 months before we're in a position to get started. By doing it this way, just if I can finish, by doing it this way, we put ourselves in a position that a report comes back June, July, saying this is how we'd like to set up the office. We have some resources to get going so we don't lose that year.
Okay. And we had set aside some money that we are using for the study that is currently being done. Do you know if there's any money left? Do you know if that we used everything?
So what I do know is when the budget was launched, I asked the city manager if there was any funding available to start the office up in 22, and the city manager told me no.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm stuck asking the councillor, the mover, this question because I don't have the opportunity to go back to staff now. Is it your understanding that the TTC does not actually service its own debt? Its debt is derived from city debt, and therefore the servicing issue is not really a TTC issue so much as a city issue. Am I remembering that correctly?
You're remembering that exactly correctly.
Okay, and on these projects, you know, money's cheap right now, but it won't be 2 weeks from now when the Bank of Canada meets. Have you endeavored to find out the motions that you're moving? Are these likely to be shovel-ready projects such that they could be tendered now and the debt could be incurred now?
So what I've done is the same as what we did when we purchased the additional streetcars. We did not at that time have secure funding from the federal and provincial governments. So we said, we're putting our money in and the TTC is issuing the tender. We dare you to back out of buying these streetcars that we need. So what I have done is try to allocate money to the TTC so we can put up our third, requested the TTC to issue tenders, and requested the other orders of government to provide their funding. This is for vehicle purchases, which if you note in the operating notes, page 26 of the TTC operating note, capital note,
right?
That's the amount that the TTC's current vehicle purchase plan is short in the budget that's in front of us. So the TTC wants to buy these buses. Chair Robinson and the other members of the commission voted for that,
right?
But council doesn't have a budget to pay for it. Right. So I'm just putting that money in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, clarification of the motion, 3 minutes.
Madam Chair, so you have two motions that are recommending being offsetted by debt, so for a total of 95 million.
Yes.
But the debt is also over the 10 years to keep it at the debt ceiling. So what would be cut in future years to accommodate for this so that we could still stay below that threshold?
So first of all, we haven't set budgets for 24, 25, 26, 27, any of those years. So I don't agree with your premise that there would have to be offsets. We could, for example, move property tax increase of an additional 0.25%, and that would cover the cost of carrying this debt. Just as an example. Alternately, we could finally get the report that city staff have been trying to bring to us for 8 years on a long-term financial plan, but which the executive committee has consistently referred back to staff. That long-term financial plan could bring us recommendations for additional revenue sources, for different ways of delivering services, different financial agreements with other orders of government. It could bring us all kinds of different things. So I reject your premise.
But understood, but we have a 10-year commitment and a 10-year plan to stay within the 15%. So to be balanced for this
yes,
budget,
as I
don't
just
we have
said,
to cut
as I
100
just
from a
said,
future
the
year?
long-term financial plan that we have been asked, that city staff have tried to get to council, would it, because of the motion Councillor Layton moved on the first item, would, I hope, come, say, in the first quarter of the next term of council and would make recommendations for how we could do this. The other point that I think is worth bearing in mind, if you want to hang your hat on the 10-year capital plan as in front of us right now, you are committing to $23 billion shortfall in the TTC's capital plan. You are committing to a growing and huge state of good repair backlog in transportation. And I'm certain, Councillor, you wouldn't want to make those commitments right now. You're also committing, final point, you're also committing that this council will not be in a position to deliver the things that are in the Vision Zero plan. You're giving up on Vision Zero.
In the
Okay, Councillor McKelvey, your last question.
Now recasting about ability to deliver. So how do we know? How do we have capacity to deliver on this? So, and we've been underspent in previous years. So if we allocate this, we have no guarantees we can actually deliver on it anyway.
So what the effect of putting it in the budget would be on the transportation piece is it allows the transportation staff to design and tender contracts. They may or may not get those contracts delivered in 23, but they would have a budget which they could carry over as they do when projects are late into future years.
Thank you.
Yes, you're quite right. We might not get it done in 23. This initiates the projects so they get delivered eventually. If we don't do it, they never get delivered. In terms of the TTC portion, it's the purchase of vehicles. That is not something that we have ever gone out and said, we would like to buy the vehicles, and the market has said, oh, we can't build them.
Thank you. Mayor Tory.
Well, Speaker, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions of the councillor through you, if I could. First of all, I just wondered if you'd like to correct the record with respect to the purchase of the streetcars, because I think it was a bit mischaracterized. We did not say we were going to go buy all the streetcars and dare the other people to cancel it. What we said was we would put up the money to buy the 13 that our money would buy, and that if the other governments came to the table, then we would buy more streetcars with their money that they contributed. So we did not in any circumstance. Sorry.
Mayor, Councillor Perks, Councillor Perks, please allow the mayor to ask you a question. Councillor Perks.
Okay.
Okay, Mayor.
So I just wanted to ask you if you would correct the record that we didn't dare anybody to do anything. We didn't go out and commit ourselves to streetcars for which we didn't have any money. We put up the number of, we ordered the number of streetcars we could afford and said we'd order more if they gave us more money, which we did.
Very well. Mr. Mayor, I completely accept your characterization.
Well, it's just
one of the
fact.
problems, yes, fine. one of the problems of being limited to 5 minutes to discuss a $13 billion budget is that, you know, it's not possible to give a complete history on every part of the budget that you're talking about. So yes, your characterization is absolutely accurate.
Okay. My other question, and it segues quite naturally off what you just said about how many minutes. And look, I don't set the rules on how many minutes you get to consider the budget. We've actually had weeks and weeks to consider it, but we have 5 minutes to speak. I agree with that.
Yeah.
So my question is this. Do you think it is the best way to make decisions for you or any other councillor, but for you to come forward as you've done in this case through the speaker and add $100 million, just $100 million to the city's debt, just like that? And what you've now conceded, which wasn't originally acknowledged, $5 million of operating expense to finance that debt for this year, rising probably to 9 or 10 million for next year, without any knowledge whatsoever as to where that money would come from. Do you think that is the right way? Whatever good causes it supports, do you think that's the right way to budget and make decisions in a city that is having its financial stresses due to a pandemic and other things? Is that the right way, in your view, to make decisions and to allocate and to incur $100 million in debt just like that with a motion no one had seen before, just on the floor of this council meeting?
Sure. Yes, absolutely. I do think it's the right way to do it. We collectively are about to today spend $13 billion. We're about to do that. And I'm making, you know, I'm adding, 1% to that. So I think it's absolutely good and sound a way to operate, that members of council are allowed to do things like say, why don't we actually implement the vehicle plan that the TTC has already approved? I think that's sound and good. I didn't make it up. I drew those numbers out of the financial information in the briefing note provided to members of council by financial planning staff on how much short we were on vehicle purchases compared to what the TTC asked for.
Thank
Similarly, oh, okay. Well, I had more, but
thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Pasternak.
Madam Speaker, I have a point of, sorry.
Pardon?
Madam Speaker, I did have a point of order after the questions of the councillor, please.
I'm sorry. Okay, point of order?
Yeah, I'd just like you also, again, to rule and to look at, speak with the CFO to rule Councillor Burke's two motions out of order, because it does in fact take us beyond our 15% debt ceiling, and that is against city policy. And again, as you're deciding on whether or not to rule those two out of order, can you confirm with the city manager and the CFO on that? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You're asking council to decrease the operating budget for the Toronto Police Services by $10 million. Now, we're currently before us is an incremental increase of, I think, 22 million. Are you saying you want to lower that to an increase of 12 million? Or are you going back to 2021 and you want to take the 10 million off the base amount there?
The former. So the police have asked for a total amount. I'm saying take 10 million out of that total amount, and the effect would be, as you described it, that their increase would only be actually 11, because I have two motions, one for 10 and one for 1. So they would be left with an $11 million increase.
I'm wondering if you've spoken to police services, how many officers will lose from that motion?
No, I have not. And further, Councillor, 2 points on this. City Council does not determine the line-by-line expenditures of the police service. We don't say you have to take this money out of officers, or you have to take this money out of, you know, any other portion of your operating budget. We don't do that. That's the sole and exclusive purview of the Police Services Board. Second point, in just about every budget year that I can remember, you have voted for budgets which have directed various divisions and agencies to find their savings within their currently allocated budget. So for example, year after year after year, Parks, Forestry, and Recreation is told you have to absorb any inflationary cost associated with your budget without making cuts to services, but by finding internal efficiencies. My hope would be that the Toronto Police Service, which has never been subject ever to that kind of budgeting, would be able to do that this one time.
So, Councillor, are you aware that earlier in this budget debate,
Okay,
police services
last
calculated
question.
they've incurred about $640 million in cuts over the last 10 years?
No, that's not what they said. You're mischaracterizing the answer. The answer was the statement made by the chief of police, if I recall correctly, was that if the increases to the police service had kept pace with increases at the City of Toronto, things like our total investment in Smart Track, then their budget would have, adding up every single year in the last 10, come to a total of 600. So about 60 per year.
I think I'm out of time.
Thank you.
Speaker, the CFO and I have been texting back and forth. I'm going to take a moment and chat with him.
Okay, I have a question to ask
okay.
you on your motion.
Sure.
So the motions that you have related to the police. So what you're doing is asking that we take off 77 police officers off the street, because that will happen if your motion passes. So you're okay with having less officers on the street, with all the protests that we have downtown Toronto and all the homicides that we have in the City of Toronto? You're saying that's okay?
Budgets are about choices, Speaker.
Well,
They're
I mean, that is exactly what will happen with your motion. So you have to think before you move your motion.
Who's the speaker? I'd like to be able to answer my question.
Okay, answer the question.
Okay. Budgets are about choices. What I am choosing to do is to provide rent supplements for about 1,000 people so that they are not living on our streets, and only giving the police 99% of what they asked for. You might choose differently. You might give 100% of what the police asked for to them and say that those 1,000 people can continue to be homeless.
Well,
it's a choice.
What my concern is safety of the residents of Toronto. If they don't feel safe, and when you have people shooting each other in the middle of the street,
do you have a question?
That is my, no, that's not.
Happy to answer.
I'm done with asking you questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Grimes to speak.
Madam Speaker, I believe Councillor Crawford had a point of order.
Okay, Councillor Grimes, we are going to deal with it later in the meeting, please. You're up to speak.
Okay, you asked after questions. Okay,
yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion I'd like to put on the screen.
Pardon?
I have a motion, yeah. The motion is the City Council Director, Executive Director.
Yes, the motion is on the screen.
Yeah, the City Council Director, Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards, and the Chief People Officer to prioritize hiring to fulfill existing municipal licensing and standards bylaw enforcement staff vacancies in 2022. I heard my questioning of Mr. Grant. I had a chance to talk to Carlton yesterday. The motion is probably not needed. I know Carlton's all over this, but I'm hearing loud and clear from my residents that this is a very important department. But minus 40 positions is alarming. I think even once we fill these 40 positions, we could, probably do with a whole bunch more with all the issues I'm dealing with on our waterfront, from dogs to fireworks to housing. It's pretty important. But I know, after speaking to Mr. Grant, he's on top of it, so I'm going to move that if it helps him. I do want to thank the mayor going through this budget. Someone said over the last 3 to 4 years, we've been just dealing with COVID issues, but the mayor's been out there. You heard the announcement he made today on the 750 million from the federal government. He's in constant contact with the Prime Minister, the Premier, and the Minister. So I want to applaud the mayor for taking us through this budget, and to Chris Murray and his staff. As you hear, we're short a lot of staff, but Chris Murray and your team have been amazing through it all. And to Councillor Crawford leading the budget once again. I don't think anybody has any idea how much time and work it goes to the people that sit on that budget committee. So thank you to the budget committee. And another one I want to point out is Councillor Joe Cressy, who's been fantastic on the COVID file, working with the mayor out there every day representing the city. I think we've led not only the province of Ontario and cities, but across the country. People watch what we're doing. So kudos to Councillor Cressy. But just not the MLS staff. I'm surprised how many staff we're losing. I think if you're talking to the planning department, we have young, it's just not senior staff. We're losing young planners to other cities. Every week I go to call a planner, they've left, or another staffer from another department. We seem to be losing them. So I don't know, Mr. Murray, if we have to have a look and see if we're, what the cause of that is, and we're not paying enough, but a lot of people leaving the city is kind of alarming. So I hope we can take that on. And then last but not least, I will not be supporting any motion to decrease the police budget. When I saw that 24.8 million, I think was the number, I kind of was a little bit alarmed, but after talking to the chief, and you heard the chief answer those questions today, it's quite clear. There'll be consequences if we start decreasing that budget in any way. And, I'm not hearing any of my residents tell me to decrease the budget. They want more officers. They want community officers. They want, there's people stealing cars in our neighborhood. They want more officers. So I was quite satisfied the way the chief and his staff answered the questions on the police service budget today. And there's no way I'll be supporting anything to decrease that budget. So with that, I'll be sort of supporting the budget, and with thanks to the mayor and his office and Chris Murray and his team. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I only have one motion that the clerks already have. It's not a financial impact motion. It's a forward-thinking motion. Newsflash, this is an election year for two orders of government. And rather than look at it as, it will hold a danger from now and every council session for the rest of the year to politicizing matters, but it also provides us with an efficiency that can happen between council and staff. When we go out into the hustings, we tend to walk every street in our wards. And what we come back with in our minds is basically a facilities condition index, because we've walked every street. We've stood ankle deep in where the potholes are. And one of the most mystifying places to monitor and inventory that is the very local roads we tend to focus on. The smaller or local parts of the road. We spend $25 to $30 million a year on state of good repair on those roads, but it's hard to keep them in inventory. And so what I'm asking is that, staff give us the most up-to-date picture of that as we're coming back in the door in 2023, before we adopt that very quick post-election budget, that they meet with every councillor who is in office by then and show them their best intel so that they can look it over and say, what's missing here is street X, Y, or Z. I stood knee deep in a pothole on that street. It's more pressing than this one that I see towards the top of the list and meant to be done in 23, 24. I think those are valuable conversations, and letting them know now, make sure that whatever resources they can apply to that task and that report throughout this year be very, very helpful to us. So that's it for my motion. Madam Speaker, I appreciate Councillor Perks's motion. I think it's wise for us to look at our financial position against the market and decide when it's wise to spend money. Yeah, we've adopted this, that, or the other thing, but frankly, I think our staff should have been coming to us. I know they're busy with COVID, but finance staff could have been coming to us throughout this year. We have been hearing the jungle drums beating and the alarm bells now telling us that Bank of Canada is on the move and they're about to start raising rates. And we will look back in a couple of years and say, we let 10, 15 years go by with the cheapest money Canada will see for a long, long time. And we didn't really go for it. We don't have the revenue sources to service the debt, but we're going to have very little resources to service debt if even at our below prime advantage, it becomes less and less affordable for us to borrow to get the work done that we need to get done in our capital program. So I appreciate what Councillor Perks is moving, but what would have been far better would be to, knowing that the financial position of the nation is about to change, that as he suggested, that long-term plan and our true financial and investment strategy was before us in a committee standing, so that we would have had the opportunity to really make sure that we're doing the most prudent thing in the face of financial markets. And that opportunity hasn't been provided. And so it's very hard to see taking the risk on those motions today. I'm going to be hard pressed to vote them. And with respect to the police budget, Madam Speaker, it is disingenuous to say that they have never been asked to absorb inflation. It was the budget committee that I sat on. I well remember having a very angry and pointed conversation with Chief Blair, because he did have to be treated exactly the same as every other agency. We've laughed about it since, but my goodness, he was angry the day he was told, yeah, you're going to absorb inflation and return your surplus to the general account, just like everybody else, because we're in dire straits here, back in 2009. And they've done so 5 or 6 times since. It really contributed to, absorbing inflation. Yes, there's a contract increase sitting
10
on top
seconds.
of the budget, but they have 5,000 officers. They used to have 5,561. And now is not the time to be disingenuous about their financial picture.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion. I believe the clerk has it, and all the motion does is basically something similar to that we've done for over the past couple of years as it relates to COVID, and this just extends it and does it again this year, another COVID year, and I'm hoping people will support that because it's very useful for people. It just gives them a little more time to sort of think about their situation and so on. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy to speak.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I don't have any amendments to move. So let me begin by thanking our city staff for their relentless and hard work on the budget front in a relentless and hard year that we've had. To the budget chief and members of the budget committee, this is heavy lifting, especially in this year, and they always do it with dignity. And I have to acknowledge the budget chief's manner and character in that regard. To the mayor's office for the solutions and collaboration that they have worked on in this process, and we saw that in the motions that the mayor moved, and to our residents, those who came to our downtown town hall, those who emailed and called our office, those who deputed at committee. I was thinking the last couple of days leading into this budget meeting, and this is my final budget at City Hall, and I was reflecting on that. And I was also, in that context, reflecting on the moment we are in as a city as we deal with the budget. It's a moment, 2 years into a pandemic as we're moving on to a transition out of a pandemic. But we find ourselves in a moment where tensions are high, where patience is low, and most importantly, where so many of the pre-existing inequities that were in our city have been exacerbated. And so when I reflect on that, it strikes me that we have 2 fundamental objectives as a council right now. The first is to hold our city together. That is a fundamental objective. And the second is to lead a strong and an equitable recovery. Those, when I reflect on it all, both my time here and my last budget, in this moment we're in, that's it. Holding the city together. Listen, in a time of instability and challenge, it's easy for resentment and hate and division to thrive. We're seeing that play out in Ottawa and across our country right now. And it's in that context that our role, collectively, our role is to hold this city together, to fight that impulse for division in tone, in governance, and in policy, to hold this, to stitch this city together. And that other objective, to build back better in a more equitable fashion. You know, this pandemic has been hard on all Torontonians, but harder still on those who were already struggling. The numbers paint that picture. You know, one in five adults and children in our city live in poverty. 1 in 5. 30% of racialized Torontonians live in poverty. That's unacceptable, and we need to do a better job. 14,000 people are on a waiting list for supportive housing, and 7,700 people are in our shelter system every night. That too is unacceptable. And so we have to beat COVID and recover, but we need to address the inequities as part of that. And this budget, listen, this is a pandemic budget. Costs are up and revenues are down. That's a pandemic budget. We have a $1.4 billion shortfall we need the other governments to help us with. You know, I've been part of budgets in the past where we fought over cuts, and I've been part of budgets in the past where we fought over tax increases. This is a pandemic budget. We know that. But a pandemic budget is not an excuse for inaction. And that's why I completely believe that just as we hold this city together in tone and governance and policy, that we also do everything in our power to tackle inequity. Because tackling inequity, it's not an outcome, it is a process, it is constant work to provide pathways out of shelter, to provide grants to community agencies to tackle poverty. That is daily, relentless work that we must collectively roll that rock up a hill. And so I will be supporting motions moved by the mayor, as well as motions moved by others to aggressively pursue that model of recovery that's more affordable, that's more livable, that's more sustainable. And I will tell you in closing on it that after 2 years
10
of this,
seconds.
as a city collectively, that what gives me hope is the way in which we responded collectively to this pandemic, that we can use that same common purpose to respond to building back in a more just way through this budget, but also going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have 2 motions. I think they're in one screenshot, if I could have them placed. Not a big ask. It's not even financial. It's just to ask the CFO just to look to ways on how we can explore and expand our open data to include more programs, including the rate-supported budgets, and to see if we can overlay some geography into that data, like we do with some of the other data. And the other half of it was to look at some of our revenue sources in ways that we can expand that open data. If you go online, you can see what we've got, and there's a big difference between what is there and what is available deep in those budget documents. And, you know, I think we can have better government, better transparency, and better tools if we try to invest in that. I've always in awe at the complexity of the budget process year after year, and this year is no different. I mean, the staff found over $100 million in savings. And in turn, that has been used to fund a number of previous council decisions throughout the year that were very, very big investments that really didn't have a funding plan, at least not one that's approved. You know, a couple of big ones that we didn't talk much about. I mean, cybersecurity in the city is in there. Those type of investments are really important for the function of government and people's confidence in government. Crisis response, another really big piece, something that is going to forever change the way that the city and its government operates. There are some motions here, though, that I will support, and there are ones that I will not. And, Councillor Perks has talked about improving public transit, a laudable idea. Maybe the motion could have just included the line, add 25 cents to the fare and see what that gets you. Probably a lot of buses you could get if you increased it, but that wasn't moved, and really I'm not sure that I can support that motion. I won't be supporting any motions to reduce the police funding. And the reason for that is, look, 2 weeks of people coming out and making strong claims and asked to defund the police. I base my views on the 50 other weeks of the year that I hear from constituents, friends, family members that have relied on great service from the police. I'm sure everyone's office, not a week goes by where you don't get a call from someone that says, there's this speeding going on in the street. Can you help get someone out here to write some tickets and improve the situation? Or councillor, I couldn't sleep Friday night because there was this street racing going on all night and these awful loud mufflers. I mean, I remember the picture someone sent me of someone on a motorcycle and they had put duct tape over the license plate. And, these are nuisance calls that affect the quality of life in the city, and they're down that list because the police are busy responding to life safety calls. I think if you speak on balance to most residents, they want more service. And so trying to erode that is not something that I could support, nor does it reflect, I think, what people want to see from us as a council. And there is one item I just wanted to spend a moment on because it's a matter of principle. There is a proposal before us in another motion to stop library fines. And I disagree with that. It's not about $500,000 of money on a $14 billion budget. It's about the principle. It falls in that category of parking fines, speeding fines. Part of it is the indignity of paying it. It's a reminder of your civic duty. And, I think the fines are 15 cents and 35 cents a day, and there's a cap on them if you look at the city's website. They're a lot less than you would find at a university library. They're higher there. But it's just this little chance to be a reminder that, you got to return those materials because the next person needs them. And, the fines may be $1 or $2 because you're a week or two late. That just reminds you for next time to do better. And I'm not really convinced that it somehow tips the scale. There's an easy way not to pay the fines, just return the stuff on time like you're supposed to. So I just don't like what it says. I just don't like the way it leads that, maybe people will start to slip away from their civic duty or being considerate of others. And I think it's a small ask to keep it in there. So
10 seconds.
I'll ask to vote against that particular element. And I thank you, Speaker, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Bailao to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion that staff have asked me to move. It's a long motion that they've drafted. It is with regards to a tender that we have out for the Wallace Emerson Community Center, and staff have asked me to move it because they need some amendments authorized by council to proceed with that tender. Madam Speaker, I too want to thank our budget chief. I want to thank the committee for an incredible amount of work, our staff and our mayor for putting forward the last touch on a lot of good initiatives that he brought here today to be added to the budget as well. Thank you for all your work. This is another difficult year, another year that we are waiting for the federal and provincial government to come to the table. It is encouraging to hear the news that the mayor gave us this afternoon, saying that the federal and provincial government are starting to come to the table. And I really hope that they do realize that in order for us to start recovering from this, they need to leave us in a good situation. And it's really important. But I think it's also important that when we talk about building back better or what we're going to be dealing in the next year or two is going to be very different, and the challenges are enormous. I think that we have to recognize that there's a new reality. First of all, I don't think the bars is going to be gone by the next year when the budget is going to be discussed. Hopefully it'll be a new reality that we all are going to have to create mechanisms to respond to this global pandemic. We're not responding to the global pandemic in a way that it's going to be gone by the end of the year or in a few months. It's going to be here. So how do we create resilience in our society and in our city? And we need to be part of that forward thinking and seeing what we need in order to maintain open, our services available, economy going. How do we live with this virus? We also have to understand that there's other orders of governments with massive deficits as well. And that's going to come down sooner or later. So that's also a new reality. There's also new realities that people are living. The work from home was coming as well, but it's been taken to another level. People are moving around and even in our province like never before. Families are leaving Toronto. So all this are challenges that we're going to be facing. I was happy to see Councillor Layton's motion. I think it's really important at the beginning of a new term to have that discussion about the tools, the revenue tools and the finances, so we can have the conversation taking all this into consideration. But I think that this budget does have really important points that set us in the good path. Councillor McKelvey talked about all the investments in infrastructure and environment that we're doing, really important. The work that we're doing on reconciliation, anti-Black racism, really important, setting us up for success. The SAFE-TO, our community response unit that we're investing, really important. And housing, Councillor. Housing, which, you know, I'm passionate about, but I think it's one of the biggest challenges, but also one of the biggest opportunities that we have. But as you could see by my questioning, more and more our municipality is taking the burn for housing. We went from 665 million on our operating costs in 2015 to 1.3 billion dollars this year. Yes, there's 300 million dollars due to COVID, but even if you take that COVID, it's 1 billion dollars. We are committed to respond to this, but the reality is, if we want to set up this city for success, if we want to continue to attract talent, if we want to have good quality of life, if we want to have equity in the city, if we want to attract investment, we need people to be able to afford to live in the city. And that's why there's so much investment that we've done, but we need the other orders of government to come to the table. We are the economic engine of this country. We need that to be recognized through the different programs, and this is part of it. I also want to call your attention for the 300 extra units that we're going to be adding to the next 6 to 12 weeks. And as of April, another 1,000 housing allowance rent supplements that are coming through the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit. Work is being done. We need more, but this municipality has definitely stepped up. We will continue to do so, but we need our provincial and
10
federal
seconds.
partners to be at the table with us. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Thompson, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Speaker, I'm not sure why my name is there. I was putting it down to speak. I don't have a question for Councillor Bailão.
Okay. Councillor Ford, do you have a question to Councillor Bailão?
I do, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Ford, question. Go ahead.
Yeah, very quick, Madam Speaker, through you to the Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor, you said in your comments that this motion is staff supported, or did you say staff
drafted letter by letter by them.
and they, sorry, so they drafted, but they're supporting this.
Absolutely. They asked me to move it. They asked me to move it. They need this in order to get the contract out.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thanks a lot, Speaker. And as usual, this has been a difficult budget year and our committee's worked so hard. so many people have attended and citizens have come to give us
Councillor Fletcher, do
their
you have a
opinion.
motion? Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, I do have
Yes.
some motions. Thank you, Speaker. Appreciate that. Couple of little ones. This is just a follow-up, please, on the fact that seniors feel like they're getting dinged for not being as efficient, well, even low-income seniors. So I'd like to hear that answer and straighten that out, because I've had a number of people get in touch with me about that. It seems like a good thing. And the second one actually has to do with permit parking. And let's just know exactly how lucrative permit parking is for the city by community council area. And that is, of course, related to one of my favorite topics that you all know about this term and this budget, which is electric vehicle charging. I know that I'm very pleased that the mayor put in 17 spots. I don't think that goes far enough for permit parking. There are, I'll acknowledge, quite a few electric vehicle charging stations. They might be in Green Pea, they might be in private, but where I come from, most people have to park on the street and there's no support for them. And yet they're paying a pretty good chunk of change in tickets and in permits a year for a very little service. So I will wait. I believe that Toronto Hydro is going to step up and they're going to make this a reality, but I do think it's very slow. I think as far as our climate change plan is concerned, for people in neighborhoods that want to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and the particulate that goes with gas-fired engines, that this is really the way of the future. And we have to grab it, and we have to do it, and we have to do it as fast as possible and accelerate it. So whatever has to happen there, we will. Let's see how much money permit parkers are paying and if they're really getting any service for being allowed to park on the street and getting tickets for parking there pretty regularly. I will thank our committee, Councillor Crawford. I'll thank the mayor for, again, just his leadership. This is not a cuts budget. I've been through some cuts budget, and so have some of you. 2011 budget was a flaming mess, and we had to recover and maintain and save so many programs. This isn't a high spending budget. We're not throwing money around. It's pretty much a stand pat pandemic budget, because even though we can see light at the end of the tunnel, we will be in the aftermath of the pandemic. And I think that as we go along, we will find so many issues related to the pandemic in the day-to-day life of the city. We already see the impact on the TTC. We don't know when transit ridership will come back up. We don't know when offices will be filled again, if ever, in the same way. We don't know what's going to happen to small businesses that have been hurt so much during that time. We don't know what's going to happen to people that lost their rental accommodation, were evicted during the pandemic, and we just don't know if our homeless number are going to grow exponentially. I believe they have during the pandemic, and we've been swimming as hard as we can against the tide to make accommodations for these vulnerable people in our city. There is also just the fallout of 2 years of either not working or not having an income, of being not in school, not learning, going back to school, so far behind. There will be many social issues here, my friends. And we also have this growing rise of the right, which is very frightening. Yes, they had swastikas. Yes, they had many things and hatred in the core of their group, in the bosom of their group. It needs to worry us. And I did thank the chief for saying thank you for not allowing into our city, and the mayor and our chief Peg, not allowing these folks to take root, but they're still interested. So we need to be vigilant, because we would be spending a lot more on the police budget. Let's just think about that, what Ottawa is having to spend to recover from that convoy in the middle of their city. We can't afford that, actually. So preemptive is where we have to go.
10
so I
seconds.
just think that this is a difficult time. We have big issues, big responsibility. There is no new normal, because nothing is yet normal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I just have a question, Councillor Fletcher, on your motion. The permit. So, reading your motion, are you looking at increasing the permit fees?
No, I
No?
just want us to be clear what, how much is coming into the transportation budget from permits, from tickets related to permits. You know, if you're on one side of the street 10 minutes too long and it's not the permit side, you now have a $80 ticket. If you park there without a permit overnight, you've got a big ticket. In across the border, perhaps, and people are parking overnight with no tickets. So there's a bit of a disparity, but let's just see what the contribution that permit parking makes in our various community councils and to the transportation budget. And really my point, as I mentioned, is we're paying a lot of money to be able to park on that street. And are they getting the services for that? It's a contribution. I'm not saying all of that, but certainly is a major contribution. And I think that it should be recognized. And this is particularly around EV charging. In 2016, I started asking for it. It's 6 years later. And we have 9 spots in permit parking areas.
Right.
I'm sorry to stay rubbing on this, Speaker, but it really annoys me.
Okay, thank you. Just one last question. Does that include front yard parking permits?
No.
No? Okay.
No, it doesn't include front
Oh,
yard.
okay,
no.
thank you. Thank you.
Because if you have a front yard, you can plug you can plug something in. If you have street parking, you cannot plug anything in to your home. There is the problem with people that pay a lot of money for permits in this.
Right, thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do not have a motion, but I'd like to thank the CFO, Ms. Taylor, of course, our budget chief, Gary Crawford, the budget committee, and of course the mayor. As someone who sat on the budget committee for 4 years, I know how much work that is. I think looking at what's before us here, the writing is on the wall and has been for some years, that we can no longer rely on just the tax base to fund the kind of programs that Torontonians expect. We can no longer, or we cannot really go down a road of major service cuts because the people in Toronto expect high levels of service. And one day the cupboard will run dry. The well will run dry the other 2 levels of government, and they will say, we have our own problems. You have to sort out things on your own. There's two things that are before us that I thought were important to really emphasize. The TTC represents about 1/3 of our problem and 9/10 of our solution. And getting people to get back on the TTC is really the key when you've got 65-70% of your revenue coming from the fare box. You've got to back. And I'm very pleased with the mayor's announcement yesterday, where we're getting our public service back. Now, the numbers are respectable, and they'll be on a hybrid, but it sets an example to the other levels of government, who also have employees in Toronto, and of course, the private sector. And we need a robust effort to get the banks, the tech sector, legal, service sector, and of course, the insurance industry, to get their employees to come back downtown, not only to boost revenues on the TTC, but to help revitalize much of the economy downtown. The other area where we have to put more effort into is planning and hiring the planners that we're missing. Planning is a major part of activity, economic activity in the city. It's a major part that we build the city. There are housing issues that we have to resolve through building. We obviously get the development charges, Section 42 funds, Section 37 funds, and of course the Section 45 funds. And it's crucial that we fill those vacancies so we can process files, not skirting a public consultation, because our local communities have a right to voice their opinions of the various applications before us, but making sure that our calls are answered and that these applications are processed. And if you're looking at both planning and ridership, it's hundreds of millions of dollars back into our coffers at no pressure on the tax base, And of course, it reduces our dependence on the other levels of government. The other thing we have to start doing is being more robust in unlocking our Section 37 and Section 42 funds. I find that it's increasingly difficult to spend those funds because of the restrictions around them and the finite resources that our capital group have in managing and processing those various projects. It's very hard to spend. It's very hard to get those projects going, but hundreds of millions of dollars are sitting in escrow in our Section 37 accounts that we'd like to spend. So what we've seen, I guess I'll just touch on the police budget for a second because it keeps coming up. And it perhaps is one of the thinnest budgets, police budgets per capita in the Western world. And the people in our various communities are wondering, where are the police? We never see a police car. We never see them on patrol. This house was broken into 3 days ago and the police still haven't arrived. We are so thinned out by police. And I realize it's a big ticket item. But when you look at what many of the people who are advocating for the defunding of police want the money to be spent on, we're doing that already, as was highlighted earlier in these discussions. Community-based crisis response, youth programs, survivors of gender-based violence, food security, overdose response, affordable housing. That's the list I was sent, as well as all of you, to take hundreds of millions from the police budget and put it into those programs. We're spending hundreds of millions on those programs. Could we spend more? Of course, we can always spend more. At the end of the day, I think what's key here, one of the big takeaways, is federalism is working, and it's working because of this mayor. Historically, the federal
10
government
seconds.
does not look to cities as a viable order of government, and it's changed. It's changed because of this mayor, and he should be commended. So we worry about the veneer of society, but under this budget, the center can hold. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion to speak.
Thank you. I just have one short motion, if clerks can put it up. The City Council requests the Chief Planner and Executive Director of City Planning to report to the Planning and Housing Committee in the second quarter of 22 on strategies to retain and attract planning staff. So first of all, I think this is a very responsible budget and all things considered, a very good one. So I'm happy to support it. I was, like many other councillors, I've been concerned about the shortage of community planners to properly deal with the flood of applications we've received. And I initially started trying to solve the problem by finding more funding and working on areas like increasing the fees to bring in more revenue. And then in conversations with the planning staff, came to understand that the problem isn't so much that we don't have the funding to hire staff, is that we have trouble filling the vacancies, and we have the private sector scooping a lot of our very good people. So I'm not sure what the strategy is. It might be, I think as Councillor Grimes said earlier, maybe we're not paying enough to some of our really good people. Maybe we need to provide better, faster opportunities for promotion. I know in North York, we lost a very good person to the private sector who I think would have stuck around if the filling of the senior position there had happened a lot sooner, and he was a prime candidate for that. And we do have a very good person in that position now, but we lost somebody I think very valuable to the city because they just got tired of waiting around and got a great offer to go work somewhere else for a lot more money. So I just think we need to think what we need to do, because just saying, well, we can't we can't compete with the private sector, and just carrying on that way isn't a solution. I hope the chief planner and his staff can suggest something practical. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I'd like to begin by, I have no motions. I'd like to begin by thanking certainly the mayor for his leadership, the budget chief and members of the budget committee, city manager Chris Murray, and Heather Taylor, the treasurer and CFO, and Stephen Conforti as well, and others who have actually worked diligently to allow us today as a council to bring forward a budget. And as it's been described as a pandemic budget, I do agree with that, but it's an opportunity budget as well for us to build back stronger based on the fact that we have so many challenges in this city. And this budget seeks to address many of those challenges. Challenge around transit, homelessness, challenge around providing affordable housing for our residents, and the great work that Deputy Mayor Bilau is doing there. She ought to be commended for that. We have challenges dealing with mental health issues. We have programs in this budget to look at the pilot opportunities to help. We have social challenges. We have challenges with childcare. We've got a variety of different challenges with this city and its budget. And of course, we need a lot of help in order to ensure that we can advance as the city that is the engine of this country. But what do we have here? We have the opportunity to respond in a pandemic and also to help ourselves. Clearly, we can't do it alone, but we have the ability, as the treasurer has pointed out, we have $1.1 billion to help to backstop us. But we know that that has come from prudent management, and we have actually obviously saved over the years in order to acquire those funds. And we know if we spend that all in a rainy day fund, we are going to be challenged. So that's why the work of the mayor, and certainly the mayor's leadership, has just been in so many ways has been fantastic for this city. The mayor will continue to work to obviously with the other levels of government in order to help with respect to the resources that are necessary. I also want to say that this budget speaks to, and through the questioning that I've asked this morning to Ms. Blackman around economic development, what we are doing for businesses, small businesses in the city. There's a whole roster of things that she listed, and I want to thank her for that. The chief planner, basically we talked a little bit more about the issues facing planning, and I know it's been mentioned by a number of folks today. Mr. Lintern has responded to that. The concern I have, we have Golden Mile, we have in my ward and Councillor Crawford, and we have huge concerns with respect to having the planners to be able to address the challenges and opportunities that it presents in terms of development in that area. I just want to take the rest of the time to talk about two specific things, Speaker. One is the BRAVE program, and I want to thank the mayor for and everyone for working together to ensure that those fundings are in place. It's a provincial responsibility, but again, it's something that the city has to take on, and it's a challenge for us. And of course, that's going to be helpful to us. I want to turn my attention now to policing. I know that there's been motions that have been moved to reduce the police budget. As you may recall, Speaker, in 2016, I moved a series of motions to reduce the police budget by approximately $24 million. It was about 2.4% at that time, which is similar in nature here to what is being said. It was a different time at that point. I know that the police, in bringing forward a budget, they have taken the time in terms of collaborating and working together, and I want to thank them for that. I want to thank the Chief Raymer. I spent an hour with Chief Raymer and some of his folks from policing, and we talked through the budget. We talked through why the numbers are the way they are. Just this week, Speaker, I have a young boy was killed in a school in my ward. At a meeting last night with a parent-teacher council, what we're talking about is perhaps officers back in school. I asked the question earlier today, Not that I'm advocating for that. I don't know if that's what we actually need. We need a series of things to help us, quite frankly, but that's something that residents were talking about. And so I wanted to make sure that we asked that question to see whether or not the police can pivot back. And I know that the policing budget here, it really is about statutory employment obligation and collective bargaining agreement that really has to be met. It was said that the police haven't really done much to address the issue in terms of reducing the budget. As a former member of the Police Service Board, I was there when we negotiated with the then Chief of Police a 10% reduction. And in fact,
10
at the time,
seconds.
we were able to get a 4.7% reduction as well. So a lot has happened in policing. This is a good budget because it addresses a lot of problems that existed before the pandemic. And it is something that's going to help us to move forward and build back better and stronger. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to ensure that the public understands the incredible work that goes into this budget. I mean, it's bigger than almost all of the provinces except Quebec and BC, perhaps. So it's a huge, huge job for people for days and days and days and months. And Councillor Crawford and his staff and incredible commitment. And they do it with passion and feeling too. It's not just numbers. You know, Councillor Crawford is very, very sensitive to the needs of people. And that's reflected in his approach to the budget. I also want to commend the mayor because he's almost done too good a job in guiding us through this pandemic because he makes everybody feel everything is fine. And we don't see all the work behind the scenes and the challenges of trying to get 3 million people vaccinated and trying to deal with the day-to-day pressures of City Hall and people needing help and housing the homeless. And it's just an incredible job that he does. And therefore people think, oh, well, the mayor take care of it. But, you know, it takes a real village at City Hall to do all this work that his leadership sort of directs. So I want to really try and emphasize that. I also want to say that, you know, if we're looking at the police budget, I know one of the councillors talked about, well, they want to call the police about speeding or loud noise at night. Well, when they call my office, they call to say that their child can't walk the street because they're being shot at. You know, try that on for size. They won't leave the house at night. You know, their car gets firebombed in front of their house by, you know, a criminal element that was incited by someone on social media that was threatening one neighborhood of Toronto against another, as you all know, Councillor Nunziata. So this is the reality the police deal with. And if I did not have the police of 32 Division helping me with the issues I've had in Lawrence Heights, I don't know what would have happened. You know, touch wood this year, because, you know, we've had a high level group effort here with the mayor and the Toronto Community Housing and the Deputy Chief Demkew and Chief Raymer. We put in a safety plan that has worked. Again, I don't want to say that too loud, but, you know, we've had a real reduction in incidents, much less than I've seen over the last 20 years. So, but that took all the community agencies, Toronto Community Housing, Toronto Parks, and the police. They're a critical partner in dealing with the reality, because you can have everything you want, but when, you know, it's like someone says, you think you got a plan until somebody punches you in the nose. In this case, you think you got a plan until somebody shoots you in the face. You know, that's the reality that the police deal with. And they've done an incredible community policing job in Lawrence Heights. But that took resources. It takes boots on the ground. And that's why in this time, we need to keep partnering with the police as they deal with all kinds of things. Imagine where we would be without the police out front in this situation with the threat we have of occupation like they have in Ottawa. Where would we be? What would the cost of that be if we didn't have the preventative coordinated efforts of our Toronto Police Services in preventing a takeover of our hospitals and our downtown. So that's the reality. Sure, we could cut it, but what would the consequences be? And then I'll say, don't forget, the thing that's critically transformative in this budget is the investment in the Toronto Cahoots crisis response team, where we're going to have first responders trained, medically equipped to deal with crisis situations. Because right now, the police are responding to those. Mental health, drunkenness, substance abuse, all these things, you know, the fentanyl epidemic. The police can't do it. That's why at least we're investing in the Cahoots program. And I think that's going to be an amazing step forward as a result of the investment of $11 million in this year's budget towards the Cahoots program. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam is the next speaker, but it's my understanding her motion is not ready yet, so I will speak. Okay, I want to thank the staff and special thanks to the chair of the budget committee and all the members of the budget committee. You know, it was a very difficult budget this year with COVID, and I think that we were able to bring forward a balanced budget. And I do support the mayor's motions that he's brought forward to this committee. But I will not support Councillor Perks' motion. Councillor Perks attended the budget meetings and asked questions to all the departments. But unfortunately, I guess he couldn't attend the police when the police services made their presentation. So he didn't have a chance to ask the chief and police services question. It's too bad because if he was there and listened to the presentation on the impact on his budget, I think maybe some of his questions would have been answered. By moving the motion by Councillor Perks, it would reduce the number of officers we have on the street. Now, I know in Councillor Cole's ward and in my ward and Councillor Ford's ward, where we have a lot of violence, we have a lot of homicides. I have 14-year-olds. I have children that have been shot at in a playground. Yesterday, I received a call from residents that there are a number of auto thefts on their street. We want more police officers. Every time I meet with the tenants that live in the Postad building and Toronto Housing building, when we've had a homicide, the parents are yelling, we want to see more police officers. I've had the mayor, I've had the chief at some of these meetings, and the thing they hear over and over again, we don't feel safe in our community, we want more police officers. And that is why this budget is adding neighborhood officers in communities to expand the neighborhood officer program. Now, I can tell you the positive that's happening with these neighborhood officers. The ones in my ward, they walk through the community, they speak to the residents, they speak to the businesses, they actually give them their name and phone number if they have any issues to contact them directly. They're engaging in the community. We have Project Engage that they meet once a month with tenants in different community groups. And they're doing all that. And they're not adding in their budget any officers to their budget. All this is officers being deployed within their budget. If you cut their budget, you're cutting police officers. We cannot afford to do that. Our residents in the city do not feel safe, and we're sick and tired of the homicide and the shootings we have in our ward. Now, the last two protests in the last 2 weekends, we had the downtown councillors commend the police officers on the job, wow, job done, on having a peaceful protest. Can you imagine if we didn't have police officers at this protest? What would it be like? It would be like Ottawa. We should be thanking the police services for having such a peaceful protest in the last couple of weeks and making our community safe, thanking city staff, thanking emergency services, TTC, everyone that participated in that. We should be thankful for that. Not wanting to cut the police budget. Every year we hear the same thing. At either one councillor, another councillor. It's not just defunding the police that we heard at deputations at the budget committee. They want to get rid of the police. It doesn't matter how much money you put into these services. They don't want the police around. So I will not support any motion that cuts the police budget. If anything, my community wants more police officers on the street. So I urge members of council not to support that. And I will be supporting most of the motions that are here. I have to review some of them. But definitely, Councillor Perks' motion is a no. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm assuming that the clerk has my motion and it's ready for the screen. And thank you to the clerk for their patience. We had a lot of back and forthing. My motion is largely to try to support what many of you are doing, which is to support your local communities, but also to support the downtown recovery efforts, which I've spoken at length about in previous meetings. And so the first thing I'd like to do is try to meet the needs of those community members where they are by trying to support our BIAs, which are doing everything they can to maintain beautiful streets, beautiful, clean, safe communities. So there is a portion of that speaks to it. And another portion of my motion actually, sorry, I'm just trying to get it back on my screen here. Another portion of my motion is actually specifically to try to address some of the challenges that we see with respect to rapid housing initiatives to try to get people out of the shelters and into permanent housing. I have a portion of the motion that also speaks to
Councillor Wong Tam, sorry to interrupt, but you have a number of motions. You need to read your motions out.
I can't see the screen, Madam Speaker. That's why I don't know. It's not showing up on my screen.
We're going to display them if you can please read them. Oh, just introduce them.
Okay, fantastic. So we're now on 14B, so I see it now. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Sorry about that, folks. I was really struggling to find out what was on the screen. And then we can move on to the next motion. We've got a series of them. It's going to very quickly eat up the time. Again, we're just trying to ensure that we can work with our local service providers when it comes to building pathways to housing and emergency responses. Asking city staff to help us develop rapid relief when it comes to food security. Sorry, Madam Speaker, this is not working well for me because I can't see it at all. There was a report right before the end of the council term, the council year, that specifically talked about eliminating $16,000 for the penalty interest payments for those who were not able to pay their deferred property taxes in time. Thank you very much. Next motion, thank you. Oh, this is just. Yes, and this motion is specifically asking the province of Ontario to amend the legislation so that we can end the current practice of paying officers while they're suspended or facing criminal charges or disciplinary offenses. It could save us up to $12 million. Also asking the Toronto Police to consider phasing out the mounted unit, the mounted horse unit. And then my final motion is specifically asking the city staff to come up with a feasibility plan to try to develop a strategy for the Dan Harrison Revitalization Housing Now initiatives, and to submit potentially build a business case to submit a bid on properties that have just come up for sale, which literally Craig Teal staff just alerted me to. And they can report back directly to City Council before any offer is being made. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, councillors, for your patience. I really apologize for how clumsy that execution was, and it had a lot to do with the fact that I've been struggling with seeing images and the text on the screen. I just want to thank city staff for all their hard work. I do recognize that the budget is a colossal amount of work. We all know that, especially for those who sit on the budget committee. So by way of saying that, I also want to extend my thanks to the budget chief and to all the good members of the committee. I know that you folks have worked very, very hard, and especially during a very condensed period of time. It is not easy trying to rifle through $14.6 billion worth of spending, operating dollars, and $47 billion worth of capital, and you do it in 4.5 weeks, which isn't always the case. It hasn't been historically, but it is kind of the way things are done now. I wish it was not the case, because I do feel that the citizens don't get as much time with the budget. I know myself as a councillor, you basically see it the same day that the general public sees the budget, and there really is not a lot of time to respond. I also want to thank the mayor for his motion. I think what he did to tee it off was fantastic, talking about how to invest in programs that were underinvested, how to expand services so that residents in the city can be supported. I think it was also very critical for us to just note that it's the beginning and it shouldn't be the end.
10 seconds.
There was just $3 million allocated, and the mayor's motion sort of gobbled it all up, which meant that the rest of us trying to support other programs had to find other creative ways to do it. So hopefully you folks can consider supporting my motions as well. Thank you very much.
We do have a question for you, Councillor Bylaw, clarification of the motion.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Motion 14G on the properties on Sherbourne. You're not telling them to go buy it. You're asking them to explore, correct? We don't know if this is a good business case or not.
Correct, Councillor, and thank you for your question, because it does give me a chance to sort of explain what transpired during the lunch break. I was briefed by Teal staff that they were just alerted that those properties finally came up for sale. You will know, as well as councillors who've seen those previous reports, we've been chasing those properties now for close to 6 years, and the seller was never willing to sell, but now it's being openly marketed. There is going to be an opportunity for a bid. The deadline for the bids will go in on March the 11th. The next city council meeting is March the 9th. So between now and then, I've asked staff to build a feasibility report, identify the funds that may be available, and then come back directly to council on March the 9th before you do anything else, which will then give council a chance to comment on whether or not they should proceed with an acquisition offer.
Will we see a business case as well, a price unit? Are you expecting that as well?
Yes. Yes.
Part of, okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. With regards to the BIA's support, and I think that we need a strategy for the downtown. I'm just wondering, how does this all fit in with the work that economic development has done? Why hasn't this been done as part of that work? Like, how do we all that have BIAs that have been suffering as well in different circumstances that the downtown, how do we explain that there's a motion in the floor of council that puts all this money while a strategy is being developed?
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor. The vehicle that has been supporting our community has been through the Downtown East Action Plan. It was a 5-year strategy approved by council starting from 2018 to 2023. I think that when the plan was first drafted, pre-COVID conditions and before we started to see some of the challenges that we see in the downtown, it may have been enough to get us to where we need to go, which would have been an elevated sort of shopping, dining, entertainment experience, opportunities to supplement some of the city's basic level of service. Many of the downtown BIAs will tell you, and I'm sure that the mayor, the deputy mayor, as well as yourself, of course, the deputy city manager and the city manager all are aware that the downtown BIAs right now are picking up a significant volume of cleaning and maintenance charges that
One
they
more-
did not have budgets for.
One more question,
And they're
Councillor.
asking for that help.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
trying to fit in. Can you explain 14B to me? Because I'm a little bit confused about 14B.
Okay, that was your last question.
Yeah, thank you for indulgence.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Madam Speaker, may I answer that question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. To your question, Deputy Mayor, that motion is really trying to ensure that there is some sort of community collaboration and understanding on how to prioritize opportunities for additional beds, whether it's hotel expansions or housing. And oftentimes the community has, and service providers, to be quite honest, there isn't a fully coordinated effort on where people are coming and going. So we wanted to give staff a chance to better coordinate how to get people off the streets into shelters and through the shelters into permanent housing. That's what I hope that motion does.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, do you have a question for Councillor Wong Tam?
I do, Madam
Okay,
Chair,
just a sec.
and I
I'm
know
just
that-
trying to scroll up the names. Okay, just one sec.
Okay, no
Councillor-
worries. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson, 3 minutes.
Thanks. Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Wong Tam. And I know that Deputy Mayor Bila was asking you the bulk of the question around obviously the funding for the BIA and so on. But I'm just looking at this, and I think you indicated that there is a significant difference from what you're proposing here with respect to what economic development is coming up with respect to a comprehensive plan. So what makes this area so unique?
Well, it is the premier shopping and dining district of Toronto. I think that we can all recognize the economic output of this portion of the city. Is the major industrial workspace cluster. It also happens to be the financial heart, plus a major tourist draw. One of the things I want to parcel off is that the Downtown East Action Plan actually sits in the Social Development Finance and Administration portfolio. It doesn't quite sit within ECDEV, although there is, of course, opportunities to collaborate. But what we found is that the service levels that the city are offering, so for example, your basic cleaning and your basic garbage removal, what we found is that it's just not enough for a very busy part of town. And we have been hearing from the BIAs that, for example, the Downtown Young BIA is that they picked up an additional $800,000 worth of additional maintenance and graffiti and vandalism costs that they didn't necessarily budget for. And they've been trying to sort of get to the stopgap, and they're really struggling because it's ballooning out of control. The same thing has happened with the St. Lawrence Market. They broke down a cost for me that they were also picking up roughly $800,000 annually of additional costs they've identified that were lost through the community. You'll recognize that I'm not asking for a full dollar-to-dollar recovery. They are still going to be increasing obviously their budgets, but I thought that we could give them a hand through this one-time opportunity. They will not, it won't get them exactly across the finish line, but I don't want them to feel, and I don't think anybody really wants them to feel like they're doing the city's work, because much of the work that they are putting those dollars.
Councillor Wong Tam, it's only 3 minutes for questions, and you've taken 3 minutes for the answer. Councillor Thompson, do you have another question?
I just wanted to ask.
Yeah,
yes,
I mean, you have to make your
so
answers a little shorter because the members only had 3 minutes.
I will try.
So I just wanted to ask, so you've seen their budget, the expenditure that they've made with respect to.
For 2 years.
Speaker, there's a.
Somebody has their mic
Sorry, there was some
on.
other noise.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead,
I just
Councillor
wonder
Thompson.
have you seen that the budget, the months that they've spent to validate this? And I'm just curious as to, you say it's a one-time now, but if we open this door, would they not be expecting additional funding from the city? Because as you pointed out, they're actually doing supposedly work that the city should be doing. And I'm just wondering, isn't the city doing that work?
No, the city is not power washing the sidewalks for the BIA simply because of human feces or vomit. The city is not removing graffiti on private property. The city is not replacing garbage bins fast enough when they're broken. In the downtown core, we have broken garbage bins, we have damaged lampposts, and oftentimes it takes, to be quite honest, months if it ever gets replaced at all. And I've actually watched the BIA, not just in their executive meetings with Paul Johnson or DCM, but they've actually submitted communications to this meeting, to the budget committee, and I think to the executive committee, outlining their concerns. And this is just a constant request. We didn't meet their requests in the previous two budget, but literally going into the third year of the pandemic, I think it's time that we try to address their concerns and give them some of those dollars.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Wong-Tam, are you aware that if every councillor moved motions like this, it would be a cost center of over $80 million?
I'm aware that not every councillor represents an area that is going through the struggles that we are.
It's fine. It's fine. Thank you. So you are aware that if everyone did this, it would be about $80 million.
I've been on the floor of council for about 11 years, and I have seen all sorts of councillors move all sorts of dollars from general accounts for projects in their communities because they didn't have enough Section 37 or 42 funds.
So yeah, actually, that's a good segue to my next question. So they're not for specific projects. I mean, I did give some Section 37 to my 2 BIAs, but those were for specific public realm capital projects. Wouldn't it be more prudent to fund specific projects rather than get stuck with operating?
Councillor, that's an excellent question. As you know, Section 37 has restrictions, and one of those restrictions that it has to be purchased for hard infrastructure, brick and mortar type of equipment type of purchases. Unfortunately, we could not use Section 37 to support the BIAs for their operating dollars, and what they're asking for is not capital. What they're asking for is operating expenses. And specifically, none of this is going to buy us new flagpoles or flowers. Like, this is all literally maintenance and security, making sure that there's good public order. This is not policing work. This is specifically around making sure there's a safe and clean environment in the core.
I'll just wrap up with a couple more quick questions. Now, you mentioned a few city services that these commercial outlets or retail outlets are doing. Are you aware that they're legally obligated to do some of these services, including cleaning the garbage in front of their store or scraping away the ice or shoveling? If graffiti is on a private building, they have to remove it. These are not, we're not burdening these businesses. They're supposed to do that stuff.
Councillor, I think if you took a walk in the downtown core, what you would be seeing is a lot of storefronts that have been boarded up, properties that have been abandoned because of the fact that owners have been locked out. And what has gone into those places have been folks who are perhaps loitering or setting up drug dens. It could be needles, it could be human trafficking. What I am trying to do, and I hope we can have your support, is to send a message to the core business proponents that they're not going to be in this on their own.
See, it's already
and that City Council is here to support them and recognizing how vigorously you defended the police
Thank
budget.
you, thank you. We're way over 3 minutes.
It's supportable.
Councillor Cressy.
Thank you. Councillor, I have some just points of clarification on 14B and 14D. 14B, this is to consult with the downtown east and west BIAs and other organizations around the prioritization and distribution of enhanced housing and shelter capacity. What does that mean? Are you talking about consulting before we choose emergency sites?
No.
What does this mean?
It does not mean that. I'm sorry, it's not clear. What we heard from the local service providers is that oftentimes there may be someone who they would like to get into a shelter bed or a hotel bed, but those beds are not held for them. And oftentimes we are wanting to house the local community that's either street involved or underhoused, and we want to give them access to the facilities that are in the community. So therefore, if you happen to be within the catchment area, we want to get you into housing, into a shelter bed as quickly as possible. So if there is a direct track or referral system that will allow us to be able to help people who are in the community, that's what that motion is intended to do.
Okay.
But it doesn't give anybody, for example, the
I get.
Yes, sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, I guess I just find the language, if the intention is here to create an entry point in for referrals, because it also references downtown west BIAs, and I'm downtown west. And so that's not clear to me from the language in that motion that this is speaking to a referral system, as opposed to being misinterpreted by some and perhaps even staff, that they have to consult with all of these groups before we select a site. And that concerns me, if it's interpreted by any as that. So I wonder if you could work to amend it so it's clear that this isn't about consultation before we choose emergency site, which is where my concern would be in the downtown west.
Absolutely. If there's a way to clarify that so it doesn't give local communities, and if your worry is veto power, then I can assure you that that was not my intention. It was literally to try to get the local communities to better collaborate.
Okay.
Thank you.
On 14D, and if I might, just one last question is, 14D speaks to a food security relief fund for grants in the downtown east and west. Does this fund exist? Because I'm not aware of this fund, and I'm not aware, I know there's a food strategy update coming from SDFA shortly, and I'm not aware of this fund in that. So
what we've learned in the downtown east side through the various different tables that were convened during COVID is that a number of organizations, including food banks that were not the larger ones, but the smaller ones, the drop-in facilities, they were all very quickly overwhelmed by the demand for service, and yet they didn't have necessarily a correlating increase in resources. And so we had put together staff as well as those who were asking for supports, but they were not able to help them. So what staff says was that they should go talk to the food bank, the large, the after harvest, second harvest food banks, and so you're basically asking small nonprofits, not-for-profits to go talk to other not-for-profits, and we got a letter of 18 faith leaders who submitted a letter to us and said, it would be great if the city could coordinate their effort, but also to increase an opportunity for them to draw from.
Thank you. You're at 4 minutes. Councillor
Sorry.
Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. Through to the councillor, 14F talks about asking the Police Services Board to consider phasing out the mounted unit. I just wondered if the councillor has ever seen the mounted unit in action. And I don't mean, like in a parade or letting kids pet the horses, but I mean using them in a crowd.
I was on the streets for the G7, so I have seen those mounted units when they needed to sort of demonstrate a show of force. Also, as a downtown resident where we have regular parades, many times do we see the horses. I guess the fact that, the mounted unit is largely used as a I would say a public relations vehicle. What I hear from our local communities is that they want to see police officers on foot, on bicycles, and preferably out of their cruisers. But I've never met a resident of any sort that has asked for mounted units in our community. So many of the other cities, I'll just finish off on this part. Many of the other cities have actually eliminated their mounted units because they have found them to not necessarily be a good investment of dollars.
Has the councillor ever been ordered to shelter in place because of a civil disruption?
We have had those orders here at City Hall.
So is it fair to say that the mounted unit sometimes is used to disperse a crowd and to deal with the situation. And I just wondered if there was no horses, how the police would do that. If the councillors prepared, for what other measure they would take instead of a horse, an ATV or some other equipment. I mean, could the situation be worse?
Hypothetically, it may be, but Councillor, I just noted that both in Ottawa, there was no presence of a mounted unit to dismantle that convoy. With the Ambassador Bridge blockade, they didn't necessarily, I didn't see any horses being used there to dismantle that blockade. So where I have seen those horses oftentimes used is if they're literally just walking the curb lane of Toronto. I do think that, as a child, I really enjoyed seeing those horses. They were kind of fun to look at. But now that I understand how community-based policing and neighborhood-oriented policing works, I just don't think they're necessarily the best use of our dollars.
Would it be a fair assessment to look a little further and say that some of the cities that disbanded their mounted unit have now brought them back?
I don't know that information, but if you say so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker, through you to the council. Just want to get some clarification on 14A. As you noted, Councillor, we're kind of coming into year 3 of the pandemic, and obviously our small business community main streets have faced unprecedented challenges. With respect to the operating dollars for BIAs, have you had an opportunity over the past 2.5 years to go to the Economic Development Committee and table this for discussion there to get staff's input on that?
The type of work that we've been doing in the Downtown East has been exclusively through the Downtown East Action Plan and through the Downtown East Leadership Table. It actually does not go through economic development. It goes through SDFA. And interestingly enough, it's housed under tower renewal. And so I think it probably is worth revisiting to see if it actually should be placed there. But so it's to your point, no, I haven't gone to ECDEV because it doesn't sit there.
Yeah, so that's an interesting point of distinction. I see that you have SDFA here in the budget. I'm just wondering, since so much of it, nearly $1 million here that we're discussing, is directed to the BIAs in your ward, would it make sense to talk to the folks in economic development that actually deal on the day-to-day with those BIAs and the other 80 BIAs across the city?
Yes, so to that extent, I have spoken to staff in economic development on several occasions on what could they do more to support the local BIAs. They are aware that there are significant requests and demands for service levels around elevating the experience. What they have suggested to me on several occasions is that they can't really do much more because there isn't much more money. And so they've asked us to consider grants through the digital, through different, I guess through the FedDev Ontario dollars.
Yeah.
They've asked the BIAs to go apply for that. The challenge there is that the fund is anywhere from $25,000 to $100,000, which the BIAs absolutely should apply for. But there's no
most of that stuff, I'm just watching my clock, most of that stuff is directed. We do grants for capital work, we do the storefront revitalizations, we do digital main streets, but operating dollars, when you went and spoke with economic development about this for these 4 BIAs in your ward, summing a total of nearly $1 million here in operating, what was the feedback that you got from staff in the BIA office on a new proposal to inject nearly $1 million of operating dollars for those 4 BIAs?
So first of all, I think that all the staff who work in the BIA office will recognize the undue hardship that these local BIAs have gone through. And so
they all understand.
Yeah, so there was absolutely no disagreement. Oftentimes they've been left with the ability to not be able to help. And they have expressed that they repeatedly have said that the BIAs are on their own. I mean, not exclusively in such language.
Just a point of clarification on that piece that you just said there, and I know I'm out of time, but certainly no one's disputing the challenges. Did you get the impression from the economic development staff in the BIA office that they would support operating dollars to the tune of $1 million for 4 BIAs in your ward. Was that the impression that they gave?
So just to give you,
That's your last
thank you.
question.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to give you an example, even through the Downtown East Action Plan, there are funds that flow to BIA specifically to hire outreach workers so that they can divert crisis calls that are nonviolent. We've been doing this for several years, well before the crisis response unit. So I think the important thing for folks to recognize is that the city staff have recognized that there is a very difficult challenge that is existing on our main streets in the core of the city. The Downtown East Action Plan is the vehicle that those investments have gone into, but there just hasn't been enough given the COVID pandemic and the outcomes that we've seen.
Thank you.
Respectfully, I'm just saying
Thank
that
you.
doesn't really
Thank
answer
you.
the question, no. But the
Councillor
question was,
Carroll.
does the economic development staff in the
Okay,
BIA office
Councillor
support
Bradford.
the allocation
Councillor
$1 million
Bradford, you're way
for
over
operating?
time.
Yeah, they told the BIA
Okay,
to go apply for.
Councillor Bradford, Councillor Wong-Tam, you're
Okay.
way over time. You're 5 minutes. Councillor
The
Carroll.
ECDAB staff told the ECDAB staff.
Councillor
told
Carroll
the
has
BIA.
questions,
Speaker.
Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thanks,
Sure.
Madam Speaker. And it's a follow-on on the last question. You appreciate that quite apart from economic development staff, you just demonstrated in your answer that this is not just COVID. The wording in the motion says this is not just COVID, but other operating pressures. And you just described that this has been happening for some time and will go on for some time. You're asking finance staff to take a one-time capital contribution and attribute it to the operating budget.
Yes, and because the BIAs have been bearing those costs now.
And what do you want them to do the next year? And what would they do the next year?
Well, I mean, obviously, there's going to have to be some tougher conversations if, we continue to go into lockdown, we continue to see social decay, we continue to see storefronts that are boarded. We're going to need a different strategy for the core of the city. I'm hoping that, we have some time to bounce back. We talk about building back stronger, building back better.
The question for me is not so much, because you've said discussion in the following year. So the question for me is not so much, do the BIAs approve of using this one-time funding for this? Do they approve of us cutting it the very next year if there is no funding source for it?
They have asked for support this year. They have not said, give us this money in perpetuity for the rest of the existence. They have been asking, and actually the Downtown Young BIA has been submitting communications on these issues for several years now. And they've been asking for several years support even before the pandemic, because they feel like they've been carrying on additional costs that should not be theirs. That, Ryerson University security costs has gone up. I'm not asking for money for Ryerson University. Cadillac Fairview, the operator of the Eaton Center, has seen their security costs go up into the millions. I'm not asking for them. I'm asking for our BIAs, which are maintaining public realm improvements.
Right, but you don't have an operating source for the funds. So 14D, I'm struggling with, because it gives, not only doesn't give a funding source, it doesn't give a cost. So we don't know how much you want. We don't know how you want to fund it. And we don't actually know what the duration of this is either. It looks like a motion that conventionally would appear on an agenda and have a report back. Because so little is known, you would say, and report back so that we knew what we were doing next. Is that the intention here and the date's just been left off?
You know what, Councillor Carroll, that is a really very helpful observation. If it's causing some confusion, then absolutely we can have a report back date or even a report back place. So I would certainly consider that a friendly amendment, and we can have it come back, through the first quarter of 2022 through Economic and Community Development Committee.
Thank you.
And you understand that in the, oh, sorry, am I out of time?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, I was
Okay,
gonna ask about another one of them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mayor Tory, question.
Yes, just through you to the councillor, Madam Speaker. First of all, I acknowledge, because I've been in some of the meetings with some of these BIAs, that they have needs and they have been making investments to help us to secure the areas. But do you think this is the best way for us to address what is a problem that exists in more than these areas, just to sort of randomly, without, as far as I can tell, certainly no consultation with my office that I'm aware of. It sounds like very limited consultation with the BIA offices and very limited consultation with anybody, that this is the best way to bring about a consensus behind this kind of allocation of money.
Mayor, I'm really glad that you raised that point because as you have noted, your office and yourself has been involved with numerous conversations and meetings with the BIAs. They've tabled these requests with yourself, myself, the city manager, the deputy city manager. There has been communications sent to your office as well as CC to a number of division heads. I know I've received a copy of mine. They've been largely attention to the city manager and yourself for some consideration. And I know that it was also placed before the budget committee. So it's not that they have not been asking for, it's not that they have been entirely silent until now. They just have not necessarily had a motion moved on the floor on their behalf until now. But I do want to just recognize how important it is that we lean into the requests. You have supported them, and I know that you organized, I believe, a cleanup effort at the end of 2019. A city crews went out on top of Young Dundas Square, and there was a demonstration that the city was going to help. But the feedback I got from the downtown young PIA is more of that. But if the city staff can't do it, then allow them to do it, and they're just asking for resources to enable that.
Thank you. Speaker, through you, can I assume that you support you actually tweeted that you commended the police on the efforts of last 2 weekends ago, and probably last weekend as well,
Yeah,
and that you also support the recommendations of the Epstein report? And can I just ask you, how do you reconcile that with the fact that you're trying to do away with the mounted unit that was deemed to be important for the search for missing people by the Epstein Commission? They specifically spelled that out. And that the chief framer said to you at Budget Committee that the mounted unit was worth, at times, when you're trying to deal with very difficult crowd control, the 10 police officers. 10 police officers, that's what he told you. And now you're bringing a motion saying we should abolish that, leave the missing people in the wetlands and the ravines and so on, not to have those horses help look for them, and leave the crowd control issues to some other 10 police officers, which I suppose you would cut.
Unfortunately, Mayor, that's a mischaracterization of my motion. My motion is simply asking the police chief to consider the phasing out of the mounted unit. I'm not asking him to do it. I'm asking him to consider it. And obviously, policing is starting to change. We see that there's a modernization of the force. And I know that in many of those community meetings that you attend and I attend, people are asking for police officers to be in the community, not necessarily being on mounted police horses. So whether or not the police chief, obviously listens to myself or to city council, we leave that to his discretion, which I'm sure he'll also report back to the board if he decides to move in that direction.
Thank you. So I do have a question. So Councillor Wong Tam, you are aware that we have 83 BIAs in the city?
Madam Speaker, yes, and I'm very proud that we have so many
Okay,
businesses
so
within
it's
areas.
not just downtown BIAs. We all have BIAs that are suffering through this pandemic, correct?
If those BIAs have communicated their wishes to
Well-
have their operating dollars offset with city support, then absolutely we should consider supporting their request as well.
But when you're speaking, you're speaking as though your BIA is the only BIA and the most important BIA in the city because you want to allocate funds to the BIA. My second question is that you are aware that the mounted police were at the protest in the last couple of weeks as well.
Yes, I saw them walking north and south on University Avenue.
Right, okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The first thing I would like to say is there's one thing that we haven't talked a lot about today is the tax rate. And we're going to hear about it. Get ready for it. There are going to be calls coming in. You know, a number of us have been on this council for a long time. I can't remember 4%. I don't think I've ever done 4%. We've ever done +4 on this council. So, we're not really talking about it that much at this council, but I did want to kind of recognize that this is, our residents are gonna have some significant concerns. I would like to say, what I notice here, this is the second wartime. We like to use wartime speed. So this is like the mayor likes to use that term, which is true. This is like a wartime budget. I think that most people would say that applies as well. But I think as we move forward, we have to move toward peacetime spending. And, this type of, spending that it can't continue on some of these things. We've got to, and what I am also noticing is there seems to be a theme. If I were to pull some of these themes together, is we need to get back to basics. And this is what I see when I hear from councillors like Councillor Nunziata and I think Councillor Grimes. People are talking about the police budget and how important the police are. That's getting back to basics. Our residents support the police. There was a time a couple of years ago where there were some, members of the public and councillors that wanted to take runs at the police. But fundamentally, there is support for our uniformed police officers. And I think as we go forward, we're going to have to deal with that. I agree with the councillors who said that that residents want more police officers, not fewer police officers. And then that narrative also continues again in a similar vein, where we see, and I support, the hiring of more MLEOs in our in the municipal investigation area. We haven't done anywhere near as good, and ever the department was gutted about 12 years ago, and we never actually really recovered from that. So, but once again, this is a place where getting back to basics, this is what we're seeing. I fully support that. And the one thing we haven't talked about, I think we're going to have to come back, is our crumbling infrastructure, and that's our roads. And I think that if on the capital side, I'd like to see more money being spent there. And finally, I probably don't have a lot of time, but I did want to comment about Councillor Wong Tam's motion about giving special treatment to the downtown. I think she needs to get out of the downtown and understand that there are garbage cans broken in the rest of the city. There's graffiti all over this city. There are businesses that are doing worse in the suburbs and closed and shuttered businesses. And this arrangement that for some reason that there should be special treatment for the downtown would be received very badly by all the small businesses right across the city that are suffering as much, but I would predict even more. So I'm supporting, by and large, the budget. This budget is in line with the rate of inflation, and I think it's generally a responsible budget. So, and I've always supported a rate of inflation budget. That's what this is. But as we move forward, we've got to kind of go back to basics and go and start thinking about peacetime spending. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson to speak.
Thank you very much. And I've got a motion I'd like to place that City Council endorse the TC's request to the Government of Canada for funding under the Federal Zero Emissions Transit Fund for fleet electrification. And the City Council direct the City Manager and appropriate staff to work with the TTC to support this request as a key component of the approved Transform TO strategy. Also, along with that, there's a second one, again, for City Council to support the City Manager and relevant staff to support the TTC's outreach to the provincial and federal government to identify opportunities to accelerate the adoption of innovative new technologies that meet our shared environmental objectives and the TTC's commitment to a zero emissions fleet by 2025. 2024. So, or 2040, sorry. So the TTC, as many of the board members, the commissioners who are on city council are very aware and have all been collectively pushing for, is trying to totally green our transit system. And one of the initiatives is this wonderful federal government program, the Zero Emissions Transit Fund, which quite frankly is amazing. And we're looking for 50% matching funds for up to 400 zero emission buses and 513 charging stations. So the TTC is seeking 350 million in matching funding. And this is very exciting. We also continue to work with the other levels of government on identifying, pursuing opportunities to accelerate the program, because all of us want to collectively do that on the TTC board, and including exploring promising new technologies like hydrogen fuel cell electric buses. So our fleet procurement plan will result in full fleet electrification by 2040, in line with our Transform TO targets. And that would result in annual emissions reductions of 250,000 tons of carbon dioxide. So this is exciting, and significant infrastructural upgrades are required for the TTC to be able to operate a fully electric fleet, including charging systems, and of course the power grid upgrades, which is very important part of the plan to avoid disruption to service. And it's really critical that we have the charging systems proactively installed prior to the arrival of the new buses. But last week, just days ago, the TTC board approved a landmark agreement with Power On, a subsidy of OPG, Ontario Power Generation, for the accelerated delivery of the fleet electrification infrastructure. So it's a very exciting time. And I want to echo all my colleagues' thank yous to the staff for pulling together the 2022 budget. And I hope you'll continue to work with the TTC on the above noted motions. I also want to thank Councillor Crawford, and of course the mayor and the mayor's office, and everybody who's really worked very hard for a very long time. It seems like it's almost a full year in the making, the budget. So thank you to all of you. I think it's also important to recognize the significant intergovernmental funding support that we've received since the beginning of the pandemic. And I would like to thank both the federal and provincial partners for their funding, the funding that was just announced over the last 2 days for public transit. And quite frankly, throughout the entire pandemic, their support, both levels, have been incredible. And we really appreciate it. And we want you to know that. So we look forward to a continued partnership with both the provincial and federal government on transit funding. And lastly, just to speak about the budget, I know this is going to, maybe when people get their tax bills, aren't going to be thrilled, because it feels like a very big increase, and that's due to inflation. But I think the Deputy Mayor said it best when he said getting back to basics. That's certainly how my residents feel. I call those core services. Getting back to basics is core services. And I think we have to continue to prioritize our core services. The services our residents rely on us to deliver every day. So I'll end my comments with that, and thank you for your support of my motions, I hope. Thank you.
Councillor Ainsley to speak.
Thank you through
Okay,
Madam Speaker.
just a sec. They're not quite ready for you. Oh, okay. So while we're working on Councillor Ainsley's motion, I believe Councillor Wong Tam, you want to pull out some of your motions?
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. Let me just get this ready. Because motion 14B was not well written, I apologize for that. I'm going to withdraw it simply because I believe staff are going to, they plan to do this work anyways. We've gathered a lot of data through the Downtown East Action Plan. Rather than trying to wordsmith it now, I'm just going to withdraw 14B. I'd like to amend 14D, and this is
Hold on,
largely.
hold on, hold on, hold on.
Oh,
Just slow
sorry.
down. Okay, so you're withdrawing motion 14E?
No, 14B. B as in Bob.
Okay,
baby.
just one, let me get it all together so we can take, okay, 14B, you're withdrawing, correct?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I'd
Okay,
like to do
so
that.
Council Wong Tam is withdrawing 14B. All in favor? Show of hands, carried. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd
Okay,
like to amend.
just one sec, hold
Oh.
on, hold on. Fourteen. Okay, are you, Council Wong Tam, are you revising 14D as in dog?
Yes, I am, Madam Speaker. Specifically with Councillor Carroll's helpful suggestion to have a report back.
Okay, so your amendment is, do we have her at the amendment? Okay, so we're gonna make the change. Okay, thank you. Are you withdrawing any more?
No, that's it, Madam Speaker.
So on 14D, it's been amended, the underlined portion. Okay. So it's there. Okay.
Madam Speaker, would you mind asking Councillor Ainsley to review email that we've just sent to him from the clerk's table to confirm his revised wording?
Councillor Ainsley, staff has just forwarded the motion that you wanted to present, so can you just confirm that that's the correct wording?
I'm doing that right now.
Councillor Ainsley, have you received it?
I received it and I sent it back.
Okay, thank you. Okay, while we're waiting for Councillor Ainsley's motion to be amended, Councillor Perks, on your two motions for 6C and 6D, do you at this time want to present your revised?
Sure. So I want to begin. So I've revised the two motions and brought them into a single motion. And I'd be happy if you post it. It does three things. First of all, it offers an operating offset in the event that the debt is issued early in the year and we need to balance the operating budget. I've conferred with the CFO, and while she doesn't recommend this, she does say it is in order. And the other thing that I've done is to make sure that the 10-year capital plan never goes over the 15%. I've moved some transportation spending back from 23 to 25, and then reduced an allocation in 25, which is a preliminary estimate for the 4 smart track stations by $100 million. All of that keeps the 10-year capital plan in order, although obviously next year we could revise this and things back as long as we find other sources of funding or increase the operating.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Ainsley, we're ready for you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, colleagues, I would like to move the following motion, which is an amendment to motion number 3 of Councillor Matlow. And I want to thank the clerk's office for all their work in doing it. I think everybody recognizes how important the seniors digital literacy program is at the Toronto Public Library. So what this motion is doing is using $115,000 gross, and which is the funding for 2 full-time operating positions in 2022 to support a pilot of the seniors digital literacy program, which is going to be introduced in September, which has the support of the Toronto Public Library in Toronto Community Housing Corporations, as described in recommendation number 4 of the Toronto Senior Strategy. So that is the motion. I want to thank, once again, clerks for all their work in making sure they had the proper wording of that. Thank you to Councillor Matlow for all your work with the seniors in the City of Toronto, for the tremendous opportunity that the Toronto Public Library has to run this pilot. It is one of, I sit on the board of the Toronto Public Library, and this is one of our priorities for this budget year. The other one was eliminating adult fines, which is something that's being done right across North America. And thank you to Mayor Tory for moving that motion on behalf of the Toronto Public Library Board. To the budget, I want to thank Mayor Tory, Councillor Crawford, Chris Murray, Heather Taylor, Stephen Conforti, and all of their budget team. You know, this is a $14 billion budget in the middle of a pandemic, which has, I'll say, many opportunities, but also many hurdles. And, you know, often people say to me, you know, why do you have to raise my taxes? And I say, well, there's 2 reasons. We have inflation that we have to deal with. There are costs that the City of Toronto faces, and we have to pay those costs. They go up every year. They're outside of our control. And the second part is we live in the largest city in Canada, and this is an ever-growing city, and we try to provide the same services to people right across the city from one end to the other, which is very important. And then we have other services that we need to provide for the neediest. And I'm very supportive of the motions that Mayor Tory put forward, library fines in particular. As I said, I sit on the Toronto Public Library Board, and we need to help the most valuable, most vulnerable in our communities across the city. 47% of those people that have fines in the Toronto Public Library system are actually our residents that are in neighborhood improvement areas, both adult and children. And when you're trying to get ahead in life, if you have a fine, that shuts down your library card, that shuts down your ability to use any of the resources in the Toronto Public Library. At the other end of our spectrum, seniors in our Toronto Community Housing Corporations trying to reach their families, have a sustainable standard of living, need digital access, which the Toronto Public Library provides, but seniors also need to understand how to use that access. So we're looking at a pilot project. I know that this will be the key priority for the library next year, so I'm asking for everyone's support. And I'm going to continue advocating to each and every MP and MPP that I see, because we have a number of costs which are very evident in this budget that we're either carrying on the back of the property tax or trying to find unique ways to pay for, once again, on the back of property tax or through partnerships, or we're not paying for at all. But they're solely the responsibility of the federal and provincial government. I know that they have provided a lot of financial support, and that's much appreciated. But once again, as a municipality, if we want to succeed and properly make sure our residents are taken care of, we need the federal government and the provincial government to come forward with the proper tools to make sure that we're funded properly. So I'm going to continue to advocate for that, as I do each and every day, every time I cross paths with an MP and an MPP. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, our last speaker is Councillor Crawford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as you know, this is my 8th budget as the chair of the Budget Committee. It has been a privilege and honor to serve as the chair of this committee. As the city manager mentioned, this is the last budget of this term, and this is actually the 3rd budget that we have felt the impacts of COVID-19. I do have to make a few thank yous, of course. Mayor Tory for his leadership, for his vision, his compassion, and everything that he has done for the city over the past 2 years during the pandemic, and of course his 8 years as mayor. I want to thank the Budget Committee for their commitment and diligence, as well as my other colleagues who have participated in the budget process. I want to thank the residents and the groups from all across the city who participated as well. They were a keen and important part of the process. And I really want to say to all city staff, my office and the mayor's office included, for their keen analysis, unshakable resolve, and quite frankly, the heroic work that they have done in preparing this budget over the last, and in fact, over the last 2-3 years. As we have heard, this is a COVID budget. The challenges of preparing a budget shaped by the constantly changing circumstances of a pandemic and its associated financial realities and unknowns has been significant, and we can all agree with that. But in spite of this, this budget is responsible, it is responsive, and it is thoughtful. It protects existing services, it prioritizes our investments, it takes care of the residents of the City of Toronto, and it supports economic recovery. But again, as we have heard, this budget is technically balanced, but on paper, I guess it's not, because we are still relying on $1.4 billion from the other levels of government. Very pleased to see and hear of the commitments that are coming or have come from the provincial federal governments. But again, it doesn't get us up to the 1.4. I'm confident, as is the mayor, that will happen over time. But again, when we're looking at the budget as it is and the decisions that we're making right now based on that, it is balanced with a capital backstop. That capital backstop is actually part of our tax stabilization reserve. And as the questions that came out with the CFO, and as we get into voting, I cannot nor will I support any motions that impact the tax stabilization. That tax stabilization is our backstop. In the event that we don't get the full support from the other levels of government, that money's already gone. In fact, it's going to impact our capital expenditures. And to have, whether they're small amounts or large amounts, any money that impacts the tax stabilization, I cannot support. In fact, I think I would go as far to say as any motions that impact our tax stabilization reserve are irresponsible, and I won't be supporting any of those. And again, when I go down the list of motions that are coming, I'm pleased that Councillor Ainsley has amended Councillor Matlow's motion. Again, initially it was talking about the tax stabilization reserve. I can't support that, but the amended motion I can. I can't support any of Councillor Perk's motions. You know, they deal with the tax stabilization, and these are significant amounts of money. Again, I think those are irresponsible. And I think part B of his motion that I just quickly saw defers important projects of this city. And we can't be doing that at this point in time, especially on the floor of council at the last minute. Again, when you're looking at 14A, of Councillor Wong Tam, same thing, deals with tax stabilization, and I can't support that for that reason. And also her 14C, again, eliminating the payment of penalties for 50 properties. I can't support that in my role. Madam Speaker, we have always had differences of opinions, ideology at this council. It's an important part of the democratic process that we work on behalf of the residents of the city. But, you know, I think more so over the last 4 years, but in specific, the last 2 years, our common foe is the pandemic. It is not each other. And I think over the last 2 years, we have recognized that. We have standard united as a city council under extreme circumstances, and especially this budget. Yes, there's differences of opinion, differences of ideology, and we don't support absolutely everything. But I think on a whole, we have come together as a council to support each other, and I think the city and this budget. So I want to thank everybody who has participated in this budget over the last, 9 months to 10 months as we've been preparing it. And again, thank everybody for their support. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to break for 10 minutes for an opportunity for us to put the motions in order and give members of council the order. Okay, 10-minute recess.
Speaker, on a point of order.
Point of order?
Speaker, I had indicated in my speaking, and I did send it to the clerk in advance. I wanted to vote separately on the mayor's motion 1B point I only, which is the motion concerning the libraries.
So the mayor's motion for 1B.
1B.
I.
Part I.
Part I.
Which is
You
the
want that,
library funds.
you want
Yep.
that voted on separately, right?
I do, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And Speaker, in a similar vein, it's Councillor Cressy, if I might. On motion, this is Councillor Wong Tam's motion 14F. If that could be voted separately too, please. There's 2 items in there. If we could have those voted on separately. It's
Yeah.
item 14F.
Yes, okay, we will do that. Thank you.
Thank
On 14F, Councillor Wong Tam's motion to vote on number 1 and 2 separately. Okay, is everyone ready? Okay, we'll put the first motion on the screen, which is Mayor Tory's motion 1A. Do we want a recorded vote?
Record everything.
Okay, record everything. 1A.
Madam Speaker, as long as there's a rule that whoever requests that we record everything had better be logged into the CMP.
Good point. Okay.
Councillor Robinson, are you able to vote using the system? Councillor Robinson, were you able to vote? I saw you try, but.
Yes, I
Okay.
was.
We have not received the vote, so in this instance, I'll just ask you to state your vote, and then hopefully on your next vote, it will come through.
Okay, affirmative.
Thank you. Speaker, motion number 1A carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Thank you. So our next motion is motion 1B by the mayor, and Councillor Holliday would like I to be voted on separately. So we'll vote on I first, recorded vote.
Speaker, part I of motion 1B carries. The vote is 24-2.
Okay, on the remainder of the mayor's motion 1B, recorded vote.
Speaker motion 1B carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Our next motion is motion 2D by Councillor Layton, recorded vote.
Councillor Fillion, please. Motion 2D carries. The vote is 25 to 1.
Motion 16 by Councillor Ainsley, amending motion 3 by Councillor Matlow, recorded vote.
The amendment, motion number 16 carries 25 to 1.
Okay, our next motion is motion 3 by Councillor Matlow, amended by Councillor Ainsley's. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, please, and Councillor Wong Tam. Motion 3 is amended, carries 22 to 4.
Next motion is motion 5 by Councillor Bradford, recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, please.
Affirmative.
Motion 5 carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Motion 6A by Councillor Perks, recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, are you able to vote using the system?
I keep on pressing yes, and I don't know what's happened.
Okay, could you state your vote, please?
Affirmative.
Thank you.
I guess we don't have to record everything anymore, right?
Motion 6A carries. Sorry, does not carry. The vote is 7 to 19.
Oh, we were voting on, Councillor Cole, we were voting on 6A.
I know, I made a mistake. I meant negative. Can we open it? Councillor Grimes, move to reopen.
Okay.
Move to
Madam
reopen,
Speaker.
Madam Chair. Move to reopen.
Speaker,
to
Speaker,
reopen.
I'm happy to move reopening of the item. It's approved.
Madam Speaker, I would also like to reopen 3 as amended. I incorrectly voted on that as well. if
Oh
possible.
my God.
Okay, so
I'm
let,
sorry, I was gonna wait
okay,
until
hold
the
on,
end, but
hold on, let's do 6A first. Councillor Perruzza is opening to reopen, that's on 6A, because Councillor Cole voted incorrectly. This is on the Toronto Police Services budget. So let's reopen. On favor? Carried. Okay, let's go back and vote on 6A, which is Councillor Perks's motion. Recorded vote.
Just stand by. Madam Speaker, when we take another vote, we have to reverse out something in the system. We're just doing that right now. Voting panel is now open.
Okay, so we're voting now on 6A.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor
I'm
Thompson.
trying to get back on CMP, and so which vote are we on now?
We're re-voting on Councillor Perks's motion 6A on the police services.
In favor, thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Cole, how do you vote, please?
I'm in the negative.
Speaker, motion 6A does not carry. The vote is 6 to 20.
Okay, so Councillor Bradford has asked that we reopen item 3, Councillor Matlow's motion that was amended by Councillor Ainsley. So can I have a motion to reopen item 3?
I'll move that.
I'll move, Madam Speaker.
Councillor
I
Ainsley?
move the prevailing side.
Move it.
Okay, Councillor Carroll will move that to reopen. All in favor? Show of hands, carried. Okay, so now let's revote on Councillor Matlow's motion number 3 as amended by Councillor Ainsley. Recorded vote.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please. And Councillor Cole, how do you vote?
I'm in the affirmative. My iPad is not working.
Speaker, the revote on motion 3 as amended carries. The vote is 24-2.
Okay. Our next motion is motion 6B.
Thanks, colleagues.
Motion 6B by Councillor Perks. We'll put the motion on the screen. It's the operating budget for the Toronto North Police Service. Recorded vote.
There we go.
Councillor Cole, please, how do you vote?
I'm in the negative.
Speaker, motion 6B does not carry. The vote is 6-20.
Our next motion is motion 6C by Councillor Perks. Recorded vote.
Speaker, when we get to motion 6D, could we have it on the screen for a little longer? I think there was a part, I made a note about possibly being able to support a part of it, but I would need to see it on the screen.
There
I
is no
can't flip.
6D.
There is no 6D.
The two of them had to be put together. So
Oh,
6,
oh, I see. Okay.
Motion 6C does not carry. The vote is 6-20.
Okay, next motion is motion 9 by Councillor Perruzza. Recorded vote.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please, and Councillor Fillion. Thank you. Motion 9 carries. The vote is 25-1.
Okay, our next motion is motion 11 by Councillor Bailao. Recorded vote.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Motion 11 carries. The vote is unanimous, 26 in favor.
Thank you. Next motion, 14A by Councillor Wong-Tam, recorded vote.
Motion 14A does not carry. The vote is 2 to 24.
Next motion is motion 2A. Oh, yeah. Can I have a motion to extend so we can complete voting on the motions?
So moved, Madam Speaker, by
To
Grimes.
complete the agenda? Okay.
So moved.
It's been a long day. Okay, next motion is motion 2A by, oh, all in favor? Yeah. Can I see hands? Yes. Okay. Motion 2A by Councillor Layton, recorded vote.
Motion 2A carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Okay, next motion is motion 2B by Councillor Layton, recorded vote.
Oh, God.
Councillor Wong-Tam and Councillor Fillion, please. Motion 2B carries. The vote is 25 to 1.
Motion 2C by Councillor Layton, recorded vote.
Motion 2C carries. The vote is 24 to 2.
Next motion is motion 2E by Councillor Layton, recorded vote.
Motion 2E carries. The vote is 25-1.
Next motion is motion 4 by Councillor McKelvey, recorded vote.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please.
Madam Speaker, I just wanted to let you know, my screen doesn't always refresh, so I can't always see the vote. To the clerk, thank you for alerting it, but can you push it out again? Is there a way to do that? Sorry, Madam Speaker.
No, we cannot push it out again like that, I'm afraid. But I will take your vote verbally if you are ready.
Okay. Yes, in the affirmative, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The motion 4 carries 25-1. And Madam Speaker, we can have someone from Clerk's IT contact the councillor.
Okay, motion 7 by Councillor Grimes, recorded vote.
Councillor Wong-Tam, how do you vote, please?
In the affirmative?
Thank you. Speaker, motion 7 carries unanimously. 26 in favor.
Next motion is motion 8 by Councillor Carroll, recorded vote.
Mayor Tory, please.
Sorry, yes, I just got it logged myself out automatically. I'll vote in the affirmative.
Motion number 8 carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Motion 10 by Councillor Holliday, recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, please, and Councillor Wong-Tam.
In the affirmative?
Thank you. Motion
Thank you.
10 carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Motion 12A by Councillor Fletcher, recorded vote.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please.
In the affirmative. Thank you.
Motion 12A carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Motion 12B by Councillor Fletcher, recorded vote.
Councillor Layton, please. Oh, Councillor Layton, are you present? Thank you. And Councillor Wong-Tam, please, how do you vote?
In the affirmative.
Thank you. Motion 12B carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Okay. Motion 13 by Councillor Fillion, recorded vote.
Councillor McKelvey, thank you. Motion 13 carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Motion 14C by Councillor Wong-Tam.
Motion 14C carries. The vote is 19 to 7.
Motion 14D
Sorry,
by,
Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Ainsley. Could we reopen that last vote? I voted the wrong way.
this is on 14C.
Yes, please.
Motion to reopen. Everybody does it.
Yes. Motion to reopen, all in favor. Show of hands carried.
Okay, but you only get one.
That's my mulligan.
Okay, we'll re-vote on it.
The revote on motion 14C carries. The vote is 22-4.
Next motion is motion 14D. We can put the motion on the screen, recorded vote.
Councillor Ainsley, thank you. Motion 14D, it carries. The vote is 22-4.
Motion 14E by Councillor Wong Tam, recorded vote.
Motion 14E does not carry. The vote is 8-18.
Okay, our next motion is 14F, and we'll split the vote, 1 and 2, and a recorded vote. So motion 1, recorded vote.
Part 1 of motion 14F carries. The vote is 22-4.
Okay, and part 2, recorded vote.
Motion 14F does not carry. The vote is 5-21. Pardon me, Madam Speaker, that I should have said part 2 of
Part
motion
2.
14F does not carry.
Okay, our next motion is 14G by Councillor Wong Tam, recorded vote.
Motion 14G Carries. The vote is 24 to 2.
Okay, next motion is motion 15 by Councillor Robinson, recorded vote.
Motion 15 carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Okay, votes to permit members who have declared interest to recuse themselves, and that's Mayor Tory, on the budgets for Strategic Communications Technology Services, Toronto Police, TTC, and TCHC as they pertain to expansion and provision of telephone, wireless, internet, and television services or news summary services. So we'll vote on those. Recorded vote.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Speaker, the item as it pertains to various telecom-related items carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Okay, and now if I can ask the mayor to come back. Okay, so recorded vote on the remainder of the balance of the items as amended. Recorded vote.
The balance of the item as amended carries. The vote is 24 to 2.
Okay, members, before I ask for a motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Happy to do it. The committee and council consider submissions and making a decision on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments.
Okay, thank you. On favor, show of hands, carried. May I have a motion to introduce the general bills? Moved by Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam. Leave be granted to bills 112 to 113 and 170 to 123.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Shall these bills be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce the confirming bill? Mayor Tory.
Speaker, thank you. That leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 40 on February 17th, 2022.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Thank you very much to the staff. Thank you to members of council. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you,
Thanks,
everyone.
speakers.
Thank you to everybody in the
staff.
clerk's office.
Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.